gentlemen, could I ask you to please take your seats so that we can start shortly? Thank you very much. And once again, make sure that there's space between you, so that we are fully abiding by the rules.
Hashtag, une personne, tweet.
Ladies and gentlemen here and at home, welcome to the second day of the 14th European Space Conference. I'm very glad to be welcoming you, those who are here and those, I think, over 1,000 who are following us online from home office and so on and so forth. So welcome everyone here today. We have an exciting day ahead of us, full of exciting debates on Copernicus, international cooperation and the sustainable use of space, exploration, transport, and so on and so forth, the science and technology. And then, of course, we have in the afternoon an excellent lineup of digital fireside chats and digital workshops that I very much urge you to follow. I've, of course, also been urged by people to urge in turn the Twitter and social media savvy amongst you all to go ahead and tweet with hashtag BBE SpaceConf and to really get the conversation also rolling online. But seeing as you're not here to listen to me, without further ado, I'm going to launch the opening of this second day, and we have an excellent lineup of opening addresses. So I'd like to first give the floor to Minister for Science, Technology and Higher Education of Portugal, Minister Manuel Heitor. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, George, and good morning to everyone, certainly to Martina, to Joseph, and to the Director General. It's always nice to have the sea behind us and the space in front of us, particularly between the ocean and the space. We have citizens, and certainly my statement to start with is that the role we have been discussing in the last informal ESA ministerial meeting in March was exactly following a group of experts, and I believe some of them are here with us today, with this great idea to put citizens as an integral part of future developments in space in Europe. And actually, certainly, this goes beyond the traditional way of just looking at space from the institutional part, and it is the only way to help and to promote the need for a strong institutional space system is to give a floor and the centrality of to citizens in general. And why? Because it is only with space that we can deal with these unprecedented times we live in Europe and worldwide, to face not only the socioeconomic crisis derived from the pandemic, but couple that with the climate issues and unique opportunities for the increasing digitalization of our societies. Because it is with space systems that we can prevent natural disasters, and we are facing daily natural disasters. The temperature rise in this winter throughout Europe is amazing. In Portugal, in Spain, for the last 4 weeks we don't have rain, and the forecast is that in the coming 8 weeks we will not have rain at all. And we know that this will affect next summer, and certainly the only way to prevent fires in the next summer is really to act actively and promptly on a land management system associated with high-resolution image. But we also need to provide secure communications to all our citizens, and we need that. We can only do that if we really protect space assets. And 5 or 10 or even 2 years ago, that probably was not possible. Today, with the emergence of and the massification of artificial intelligence and the advanced information systems, we can do it. And we have now entrepreneurs, and some of them are here also with us, working actively on space traffic management and the advancement of new information systems which can really not only promote economic development but solve the daily life of our citizens. Certainly, last November, in the Matosinhos meeting, in an informal ministerial meeting, we have addressed these so-called EASE accelerators that Joseph so well put in his 2025 agenda, together with the unique opportunities for inspiring European citizens in space exploration. And we should be proud as Europeans to have been working with America and Canadian space agencies towards the James Webb, a project which has started 20 years ago and will certainly give results in the next 20 years, and this should call our attention to try to definitely combine and coexist the daily activities of the short-term new space activities can provide with the long-term framework a more traditional space system needs to do. And the combination, the articulation and the coexistence of new and old space is certainly the way we can call also to attract new entrepreneurs, new economic activities, to bring new actors to space, but also to understand the coexisting of existing activities. And this is also important because we are experiencing new times in Europe, particularly in the advance of the recovery funds, a unique opportunity that Europe in general put together by going to the markets and raising a large amount of money, 700 million euros, through the Next Generation EU program. Many countries, particularly a number of countries in southern of Europe, certainly Portugal, but also Italy, Spain, Greece, are putting together important package of funding also in space, which will add the traditional way of funding space. Integrating this, and again, together with the European Space Agency, we have discussed particularly two major activities, one for the preservation of coastal areas through high-resolution space systems, the other for sustainable land management and fire prevention, and this will integrate activities, but also in a way to provide additional funding. The Portuguese case is certainly an interesting case because in the last 3 years we have been able to double our investment in space by better articulating the more traditional ESA-based funding with structural funding, and we need to continue doing that so that in the coming 8 to 10 years we can multiply by 10 the overall investment in space by articulating different funding and investment funds. Again, we need definitely to understand the new ways of dealing with the commercialization of space and space-related activities, which will open, certainly, the possibilities of different international contacts. When we look back in the last few years, we have been able in Europe to bring and to raise deep tech companies with a fast-growing rate, the so-called unicorns. Actually, Portugal and other countries like Estonia have now the largest concentration of unicorns. The question is that we have been able to raise those by keeping competencies, but only and particularly through American investment funds. And the way that we can definitely address this is also to raise in Europe the necessary funding opportunities to make sure that many of these companies also remain with the decision centers in Europe. And this is a challenge, is a collective challenge for all of us, certainly for government, certainly for the European Commission, but also for private industries and for our citizens at general. And if space is booming, we need to educate more and more and attract people. And again, this comes back to my original statement that it is only by considering citizens as an integral part of the development of future space systems that we can also attract and continue attracting more young kids and particularly more women for space. Thank you very much.
Hear me? It's the Mediterranean. There we go. Thank you very much. So I'd like to once again thank Minister Reitor for your messages, and very happy to have you here once again, as always. Now I'd like to swiftly give the floor to State Secretary for Education, Research and Innovation of Switzerland, Ms. Martina Hirayama. Please. We're here.
Thank you very much. Minister, Commissioner, Director General, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true pleasure to be with you during the opening session of the second day. It doesn't work? Ah, now it works. Okay. Once again, Minister, Commissioner, Director General, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a true pleasure to be with you during the opening session of the second day of the 14th European Space Conference. The successful launch of the James Webb Space Telescope with an Ariane 5 on Christmas Day has given an ideal opportunity to show and understand what Team Europe is capable to achieve. I'm particularly proud that Switzerland has been and is a reliable partner to the Ariane program since its inception more than 45 years ago. In fact, as a founding member of ESA, Switzerland has contributed and continues to contribute to an autonomous and competitive European space sector. Switzerland is determined to continue this contribution to the success of Europe in space and is thus very pleased with the new dynamic which Josef Aschbacher has brought to ESA, starting with the establishment of the Agenda 2025. The conclusion of the Financial Framework Partnership Agreement between ESA and the European Union in 2021 has been a significant first step in delivering on its promise. Let me congratulate and thank both ESA and the European Commission for this important achievement. It is essential that the implementation of the FFPA is done in an inclusive manner, giving the possibility for all ESA and European Union member states to participate and benefit from European-scale space programs. I wish also to take this opportunity to confirm the intention of Switzerland to be associated to Horizon Europe as well as Digital Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, last year I talked about how Switzerland can contribute to Europe's space ambitions and success by providing unique capabilities. What concrete actions have we taken in the meanwhile to prepare the future? I have directed my teams to review and rethink the national funding instruments that target the space sector. I'm pleased to announce that as first measure, the Federal Council has recently passed a new regulation setting the basis to launch the first call for consortium research projects called MAVIS, which will take place in the second half of 2022. This novel funding instrument will invite Swiss universities together with industrial partners to look ahead a decade from now and suggest projects to develop expertise in novel fields for the benefit of the space sector. This instrument will be open to cooperation with international partners, and we are quite sure that this will be interesting to strengthen also our international cooperation with the ESA member states. At the European level, we are in close exchange with ESA on how to support the ambitions of the Agenda 2025, and in particular, the need to increase the speed and agility of transferring expertise and deep technology innovation into the space sector. We wish to further intensify the partnership with ESA in the future. As ESA prepares for the upcoming ESA Council at ministerial level, I look forward to the program propositions putting together a mix of existing programs, new programs, as well as the accelerators and inspirators initiated education of the ESA intermediate ministerial meeting in 2021 in Porto, like it was mentioned before by Manuel Heitor. In particular, the three accelerators, Space for a Green Future, Rapid and Resilient Crisis Response, and Protection of Space Assets, respond to urgent societal needs, not only for Europe. As has been recalled in the approved manifesto, these initiatives shall provide long-term benefits for all ESA member states. Therefore, Switzerland, it is essential that if these activities and programs are to lead to subsequent operational programs, a fair access is provided and smart and inclusive connection between programs is ensured from their inception. With regards to the European Union Space Programme, we are pleased to be associated to the Galileo EGNOS programs and fully support the efforts to move towards the second generation of satellites. To this effect, the Swiss government took the necessary decisions early on to ensure a smooth transition of our partnership in the new European Union multi-annual financial framework, and thus to cope with the new associated budget reality. Ladies and gentlemen, success connects and unites. The year 2022 will be a very important year to lay the groundwork for joint success in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to work and achieve this success together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, State Secretary Irayama, for your words. I'd like to now swiftly move on to a pre-recorded message that has been sent to us kindly by Minister Wissing, the Minister of Digital Affairs and Transport of Germany, Minister Volker Wissing, who unfortunately couldn't be with us during this conference, but he was kind enough to send a message for you all here today and at home. So if I could ask my colleagues to play the video.
High Representative Borrell, Minister Pauli, Minister Colau, Dr. Christmann, space experts, ladies and gentlemen. Humankind has always been fascinated by space, never more so than today, as our technological capabilities are greater than ever before. The immense interest in the James Webb Telescope is testimony to this. I am certain that this outstanding space research project will answer many questions and deliver new insights. It is the result of decades of work by thousands of people all over the world, with Europe making a key contribution. My thanks to all involved, both in the past and present. Your work is turning a vision into a reality, which brings us to the conference motto, turning vision into action. Among other things, that means making better use of space and developing solutions for life on Earth. We have great hopes and expectations in this regard for the Galileo system, the only civil satellite navigation system in the world. Galileo services have been available for users for 6 years now. They help us find their way around unfamiliar cities, use car sharing services, track packages, plow fields efficiently and optimize rescue operations. The Galileo system makes all of that possible. At the German-Italian consortium at the Galileo Control Center in Oberpfaffenhofen is what keeps the system running so smoothly. It's a strong foundation for the reliability of Galileo system and has come to epitomize truly European best practice. We are constantly evolving the system to ensure that Galileo can remain successful and continue to make our everyday lives easier in future. For instance, the European Commission has decided on a very ambitious time frame for developing the next generation of Galileo satellites. We cannot afford any further delay if we want to reach this goal. It is imperative that the system runs seamlessly, reliably and smoothly at all the times. The Copernicus Earth Observation Programme is the second flagship of European space policy. European data sovereignty is inconceivable without it. The high-quality data, information and services it provides helps us make political decisions on climate, transport or security, for example. Like Galileo, we will continue to involve Copernicus core services and space component. This entails both the current Sentinels and 6 new missions, including the CO2 monitoring mission. I am particularly interested in Copernicus' role in the European Destination Earth initiative. It aims to model a digital twin of our Earth for tailored access to scenarios and forecasts. The combination of Copernicus and Destination Earth will make Earth observation smarter and better. We are working with the European Commission, the European Space Agency, European Union Agency for the Space Programme, and our European partners to pave the way to the future. We shoulder the responsibility together, and together we seize the opportunities afforded by the EU space regulation, which has been in force for about a year. It connects the various European programs, enhances Europe's independence, and ensures access to the space-based data and services. Galileo and Copernicus play an indispensable role in this. I wish you interesting discussions and many new insights at the conference. I hope your curiosity and fascination for space and its possibilities always remain this strong. Thank you very much.
A big thank you to Minister Wissing from Germany for having sent this kind message, and we hope to welcome him in the future. Now, very swiftly, I'm moving on to another video, because unfortunately he couldn't be with us here today, of Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries of the European Commission, Mr. Virginijus Sinkevičius. That will be introduced by none other, and we're very lucky to have you here with us today, the Director General, Željina Vičeva from DG Mare. Please, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much. Am I switched on? Yeah, okay. So thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here today. Minister, State Secretary, Director General, it's really a pleasure to attend the 14th Conference of European Space. I feel very much home here also because in the past I used to work in the Joint Research Center. I understand it's not only me, so it's a real nurturing place for people that will be afterwards for life contaminated with the space passion. So I'm very happy to be here now from my capacity as Director General of DG Mare, and inevitably I will make the link between this conference today and the importance of oceans. And we all, I'm sure, are convinced that we still have to untap the full potential of seas and oceans, and it can only be done on the basis of robust knowledge. Robust knowledge of marine life, marine environment, and this can be done through observation and data. The data coming from space, through satellite observation, through Copernicus, are of absolute paramount importance to protect, to conserve, and manage the marine environment and its resources. In the Commission, we use these services in multiple manners, and though we will have a lot to speak about marine environment, I will start with the security issues, because through satellite surveillance, through Copernicus services, we provide valuable information in the fight of piracy, in the fight of, against smuggling, to battle and fight illegal fisheries, illegal dumping of waste, and many more activities that we would like to prevent at sea. Earth observation technologies through Copernicus provide a crucial focal point for our agency for the control in fisheries, the European Fisheries Control Agency, to perform its vital fisheries control functions, and thus again safeguard the valuable marine resources. The Arctic context, extremely important and very close to my heart. I started doing Arctic already in 2009 when I joined the Commission in DG Regio, and dealing with the Nordic countries, the Arctic context is really a priority since then for me, through the JRC and now in DG Mare. The Earth observation with regard to Arctic can help understanding the changes, and there are so many changes happening in the Arctic environment. Whether we are talking about temperature change or ice extent and thickness, snow cover on land, and many more aspects. And I would like to just recall that only a couple of months ago, at the end of last year, we as Commission issued a joint communication on the Arctic, revisiting our policies there, joint because it was between the Commission and the European External Action Service, and it shows most of these very concerning and alarming changes that are happening in the Arctic, and at the same time, the highly competitive rush into using the resources of the Arctic. So the observation and understanding the changes there is absolutely vital. Space observation also sheds light on the effects of increased human activity in the Arctic, and we know that there are a lot of ambitions going on there. I am sure that you understand that without space observation it will be very difficult to observe what's going on and monitor the events there. These are really valuable contributions to science that ultimately help inform and develop better Arctic policies, which are under our remit as well. We really value these services, and we hope that they can continue providing more and more information as space technology develops, and I'm sure that many of the talks today will be about this development. Let me now switch to another important topic to which Earth observation links very nicely, and this is international ocean governance. This links also to our aspiration as European Union to increase our global clout.
Strengthening international ocean research and data is one of the three central pillars of the EU's international ocean governance agenda. And we are going to come up very soon this year with a revisited communication on international ocean governance, and you will hear a lot about Earth observation there. In the 2019 progress report, Copernicus Marine Services and the Ocean State Report were listed among the flagship actions taken to implement this agenda. Marine knowledge, specifically ocean observation, satellite and in situ, are also at the core of the UN Decade on Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. We entered in this decade 1 year ago. Unfortunately, with the pandemics, many of the events that were planned couldn't happen in the way we wanted, but we have a full decade ahead. Marine knowledge and it's at the core of our work in DG Mare, and because of that, DG Mare is one of the key observation managers in the Commission. Our European Marine Observation and Data Network, which is called EMODNET in short, aggregates, harmonizes, and publishes a huge amount of work and data products for EU seas. With our colleagues dealing with Copernicus Marine Service in DEFI, the DG that deals with space, we are now working to provide an expanded and unified marine set of knowledge to all users. And we are absolutely convinced that the satellite data and forecasting services provided by Copernicus Marine and the in-situ data services provided by EMODNET are absolutely complementary. And here I would like also to refer to the European digital strategy and also the mission, the new tool announced in Horizon Europe, Mission Restore Our Oceans and Waters. And here I was mentioning to our colleague from Switzerland that there is a link there because waters are integrated in the Mission Restore Ocean by 2030. And I would like to specifically highlight how important this mission will be to also bring recognition for data and data products of Copernicus Marine and EMODNET. Last, I would like to refer to digital twin of the ocean. There was a reference already to that. We are looking forward to have this development. It's a huge project. It's a fascinating project. And we would like to have it pushed, especially under the French presidency. It will allow us to better understand the ocean system, to integrate the existing fields of knowledge, push frontiers in biology, make knowledge links across disciplines, and all this for multiple purposes and multiple users for our citizens. My dream from the Joint Research Center was to have layer over layer of data into one integrated project, a simulation project that will give us the possibility to build scenarios. And not only that, but to shape our future. In other words, the European Ocean Twin will contribute to the success of Destination Earth and will be a powerful tool to achieve the goals of the Green Deal. And talking about the Green Deal, I have the pleasure now to transit to the intervention of our Commissioner, our Fisheries and Environment Commissioner, Virginijus Sinkevičius, who will give us the insights he has on precisely this, the role of space technologies and satellite data in achieving our environmental priorities and implementing the Green Deal. Thank you for your attention. Of course.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for this invitation. As the European Commissioner responsible for the environment, oceans, and fisheries, space means the world to me. Last May, together with the Director General Aschbacher and Commissioner Breton, I had the pleasure of speaking with Thomas Pesquet. While he was up on the International Space Station, he told us that they could see the devastating effects of those floods last summer with the naked eye. And not just the floods, but the droughts and the wildfires hammering the planet as well. From up in the space, those phenomena seem very real. And astronauts are not the only sentinels we have in our skies. The satellites in the Copernicus program, like many other satellite programs, they all make us painfully aware of the threats that we face. Everyone who sees those pictures is immediately aware of the value of Earth observation. It's a vital tool that gives us the pulse of the planet in these troubling times. But of course, it's not enough to be a spectator. You don't turn the tables by sitting back and watching. We need to act. And we need to act with urgency because, as the satellites show, there is no time to lose. We need to avert the ecological crisis so that we could all live well in balance with nature on our planet. With the European Green Deal, we aimed at creating a man on the moon momentum for this generation's defining task. That plan is now well underway, and I'm happy to see it figure among the main themes of the conference. It calls for deeply transformative policy change and for closing the implementation gaps in environmental policies. And we are moving fast. Over the past 2 years, we have rolled out over 100 initiatives to deliver on the Green Deal. One of those initiatives is the biggest investment package Europe has ever seen. Most of the strategies are now in place, and we are moving into implementation. And now we have our space program too. As space is our theme today, I want to pause for a moment and look at the challenges and the opportunities that space technologies can offer. The challenges are very familiar. We need urgent action on many fronts. Climate change, pollution, the loss of biodiversity, and depletion of natural resources are all very high on the list. We can add to that the energy crisis, supply chain problems, and shortages of products, and raw materials aggravated by the pandemic. And our growing hunger for natural resources, from fish stocks to food crops, from timber to precious metals. But when we look at these problems in 2022, one thing strikes me with considerable force, and that is we already have the solutions within our grasp. Not just the know-how and the green technologies, but the legal requirements as well. The solutions are there, but we have to make them happen. It means working together more effectively as governments, enterprises, and individuals to deliver on the promises we have made and goals we have set. We have a duty to this planet, and our priorities are clear. We have a climate law that will take us to carbon neutrality by the middle of the century. We have a plan to halt the loss of biodiversity, restore our nature, and reverse the pressures on our ecosystems by 2030. We have an agenda to put our economy on a more circular path, where our demands on the planet remain within reason. We have a zero pollution ambition to prevent toxic substances from threatening our environment and our health. We have a strategy to make our forests more resilient and healthier, and a legal proposal to prevent global deforestation so that only sustainably harvested wood enters our value chain. We have initiatives to spur a renovation wave for more energy-efficient buildings and sustainable transport. And last but not least, we have Farm to Fork, our strategy for sustainable food. To manage the transition towards a more sustainable food system, we need to help farmers to do more to tackle climate change, protect in the environment, and preserve biodiversity. Today's patterns of production and consumption are not sustainable. We go beyond the planetary boundaries. The social and political awareness is ripe to take decisive action to tackle climate change and of the ongoing loss of biodiversity. To do it, we not only need political resolve, but also practical tools to measure if our policies put us on the right path towards a socio-economic model that preserves our future. Space assets can play a crucial role to stand our ground and advance the Green Deal. Positioning, communication, and Earth observation technologies have a huge potential. They can help the farming community, provided we turn massive volumes of data into the actionable knowledge they need. For forests, we can use Earth observation, monitor them to track and trace locked trees from their place of origin to their processing, with an eye on illegal logging. At sea, we can use Earth observation to spot fishing in illegal areas or trace the fuel being used by ships. And for nature, we can monitor ecosystems. We can even tag endangered species and monitor their migrations. There are many more examples, but in all these areas, we need to turn data into knowledge. That makes the interplay between the European Green Deal and EU digital strategy extremely important. The green and digital transitions need to go hand in hand. Green solutions need digital support, and digital technologies need to be future-proof by respecting the environment in which they operate. That is why we are overhauling and expanding the digital regulatory framework. The goal is to create an environment where data can be shared between stakeholders, businesses, governments, and citizens to maximize benefits for society. This is why Europe is investing in high-performance computing, the European Cloud Federation, artificial intelligence, broadband networks, and digital solutions. It's why our European digital data strategy includes the creation of common European data spaces, like the Green Deal data space. And it's why, as promised in the Green Deal, we are pursuing a digital twin for the Earth through the Destination Earth initiative. Destination Earth is a flagship that combines space and digital technologies. And I think it's the initiative with the greatest appeal, with a tight focus on environmental degradation and the effects of the climate change. It has the potential to guide not only future EU policymaking, but implementation of ongoing adaptation and mitigation strategies in many different areas. I'm sure Thomas could see it too when looking down from the International Space Station. We stand at an important crossroad. It's a moment of opportunity, but it's also a moment when we need to do our duty. We need to steer the post-pandemic economic recovery towards far greater sustainability. We have the vision, we have the plans, and we have investment strategies in place for the Green Deal and digital transitions, and for space as well. Let's make the most of this conference and use the time wisely, deepening our vision of a space for the planet. Thank you.
A big thank you to Commissioner Sinkevičius for having sent the video, and we hope to welcome him, of course, in the coming years. And of course, a big thank you to Director General Vicheva for being here today. So now, without further ado, I pass the floor to the Director General of ESA, Mr. Josef Aschbacher. Please.
So thank you. Thank you very much, and it is so nice to hear a commissioner speak so passionate about space, like we've just heard from Commissioner Sinkevičius. I think it is just fascinating to see that, but also to listen to Minister Heitor, Secretary of State, Mr. Hirayama, DG of DG Mare. I think it's really what we want to see, that the political establishment and space are really working together, hand in hand, in order to make big things happening. And we have big challenges. We have heard it yesterday, and yesterday was a very good day, I think, for all of us in space, because we have been waking up. We have been woken up. We have a sleeping beauty in Europe in space, and this sleeping beauty is now waking up and showing its beauty to all the rest of the world and getting the energy together. And I think this is so beautiful to see, this new energy, which I see coming up in this year through new initiatives. So we are at the moment where we are starting the second day of this really fantastic conference. And from yesterday's meeting, I take away a few elements that are very clear and have very clearly expressed and very common to all of us. There's one call for European strategic autonomy. That means Europe needs to work together and bundle its energy and its activities into strong flagship programs. Commercialization, of course, is everywhere, but we have to make it work also in Europe, and the European industry is very engaged and is really energized with new activities and new initiatives. We have heard on safety and security, tackling debris, STM, in-orbit servicing, many domains that are, of course, extremely important to all of us. And using space to combat climate crisis, to help our planet, to make sure and to safeguard humankind on this planet. But also, and this came out very, very clear, there's a strong need for cooperation across different institutions. And as a representative of the European Space Agency, as the DG of the European Space Agency, I'm very happy to say that I see a very strong cooperation with the European Commission, the European Union and its institutions, and I really am committed to reinforce it this year and of course in the near future. But I see this happening now, this famous fresh start, which we have proclaimed last year with Commissioner Breton, myself, and the ESA and the EU member states, and this has to be now put in action, and I'm really happy to see this taking shape now. But also, we have heard very nice words of inspiration from quite a few speakers. We had an astronaut here yesterday, Alexander Gerst. We have just heard Commissioner Sinkevičius speaking about his encounter with Thomas Pesquet. And inspiration is an important element for space and for all of us, because inspiration defines some of the flagship activities which we are formulating. We have two lined up in the European Space Agency context. One certainly is focusing on human exploration, but also one on doing something very crazy, very impossible, which is to fly to an icy moon of the outer solar system, land there, drill into it, take a probe back to Earth and see whether there's life out there. And I think this is such a fundamental question which inspires many of us. So I see in 2022 a lot of action being implemented. Last year, we formulated the basis through the EU space regulation, and congratulations again to the European Union and European Commission for having a very bold regulation put in place. Also, we have seen the FFPA being signed and negotiated and providing now a stable ground for the years to come. But this year is the word of action, and we have seen that there are many programs and initiatives on the horizon which we need to make a reality this year. We have heard yesterday Commissioner Breton, STM and secure connectivity as the European priorities. We have heard myself yesterday speaking about accelerators and inspirators, but also many others are really working now on these activities. And for ESA, of course, we have a ministerial conference at the end of this year. Ministerial conference years are always extremely important ones, because we have to negotiate with all the stakeholders, with our member states, with industry, with the European Commission, to make sure that the attractive package which we put on the table in November is well subscribed, and with that we do get strong support, also financially, for years to come in order to implement an ambitious agenda. So I'm very happy today to see this momentum which we have in Europe. 2022 will be a very important year for all of us to make this happen. Thank you from my side, and I can just not wait until the end of this year to really see what we have done and what we're doing in the next couple of months. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General Aschbacher, for your messages. And now, without further ado, we're going to move on to the next part of our program. Although I have to ask everyone once again to give a massive round of applause to our special addresses this morning. Thank you very much for joining us. Great to have you here with us. And now for the next part of our program, session 10, building on the success of Copernicus, Earth Observation Destination, Earth and Future Initiatives, and also at the same time, a high-level roundtable on international space relations for the sustainable use of space. Thank you very much. See you in a bit.
I think we have Mike here. That's great. Yeah, if anybody needs to take a quick break, that's fine, but we want to get this thing on the road because we are running a bit late. My name is Chris Burns, and if you don't know me, I had a hard talk show on Euronews for 5 years. 3 people, 10 minutes, start a lively discussion, sometimes a fight, but we will have a lively discussion today. I guess I'll just give a bit of background as we're taking our place. If Mikołaj Kopernik could see us now, Copernicus is named after Mikołaj Kopernik, who proved hundreds of years ago that the Earth was no longer the center of the universe. And I think that's it came immediately to mind when I watched the movie Don't Look Up, because I immediately thought about how he fought disinformation, how he fought misinformation, and how we're fighting that now with Copernicus. Dziękuję bardzo, Mikołaj Kopernik. And that's what we're going to be talking about today, the successes of Copernicus and the challenges, because there are challenges. In fact, we even heard yesterday from Commissioner Breton that we need to rethink Copernicus. It is facing challenges. It is facing competition from the private sector. What are we going to do about it? A couple other things, too. Sentinel 1A, part of Copernicus, is not working completely. We're having trouble communicating it with it. It has a power problem. But we have Sentinel 1A that provided us pictures of the volcano in Tonga, exactly, Tonga. So we're getting lots of information, but what are we missing here? And will we speed up Sentinel 1C as a result? So there are questions there. There's also a Brexit hole after the UK left of 750 million euros. What are we going to do about that? So let's talk about the successes, and let's talk about the challenges as well. But let's start with three brief statements, because we do want to stay to time. And we will start with three brief statements of 5 minutes each. And I want to remind you of the tech tips as well, that you can send your questions in on the chat, and we'll get to as many as we can when we get to the panel discussion. And hashtag, you can see it all over here, hashtag EU Space and hashtag BBE Space Conference. Let us begin with an opening statement from Lina Munari, Acting Head of Unit, Open Science Cloud and Digital Modeling. Welcome, Lina. We can all take our masks off. The speakers can take their masks off. DG Connect, you're based in Luxembourg. And Destination Earth. That's that model that if we do things right, that'll look good. But if we don't, it's the nightmare scenario of the planet, right?
Okay, well, let's start with something positive.
Yeah, let's do.
Chris is building us a doomsday scenario. Lina Munari from DG Connect. I'm very happy to be here with all the colleagues with whom we've been building Destination Earth since 2019. So Destination Earth, a new initiative from the Commission, building on digital strategy, data strategy, and most importantly, on a Green Deal objectives. It is a perfect example how digital and green can go together. We are putting together all the assets that we have set in the past through Copernicus, through our RTD programs, research and innovation, and now through the new digital program, which is the capacity building program. We're bringing this forward and really building something that I always say we're modestly building the digital twin of the Earth. What is Destination Earth? What is the digital twin of the Earth that we are aiming to build? Destination Earth aims to bring alive a system which has several components. We have all the representatives in this panel today. Building a system for monitoring, simulating, assessing, and building also tools for mitigation strategies to assess how the Earth system can evolve in the future, how it will evolve in the future, and how we can actually adapt our economic and social scenarios to those climate change scenarios, to those weather scenarios, as also the previous speakers have said. That is something what we are really looking forward to build. The Destination Earth, with this initial framework, which is building a platform, a core platform, which is going to be built by the European Space Agency, which will host digital twins, which will be initially a separate digital twins focusing on various parts of Earth systems, starting with extreme weather, starting with something we call the climate adaptation twin, which is focusing on the weather-induced and geophysical extremes and trying to build those together in order to, with the real-time fusion of observational data and the simulation capabilities, which are empowered through our high-performance computers, through the AI capabilities that we are acquiring and having at the same time, putting those together with all data coming from, of course, Copernicus satellites, but also from in situ sources and stations on Earth. So it's not only Copernicus, we are going beyond Copernicus. Of course, we are not building that a second time. We are also combining environmental data and other socioeconomic data that can help us to simulate those scenarios. So Destination Earth, starting from the scratch, we will have the code of what we call the Destination Earth system. It will have the platform which will host the data. It will also host, of course, have access to those high-performance computing capabilities, plus the big data lake, which is the responsibility of EUMETSAT. As those three organizations that we're building this with, European Space Agency, EUMETSAT, and the ECMWF, who have previously been, of course, together and being a major contributor to the Copernicus and the Copernicus DSIS and the data that is coming and is being put at the use for industry, but also for public policy users. What will change? What are we building with the Destination Earth that is different? We have, of course, currently available the Copernicus services. We have the Copernicus data. We have a lot of other data sets and systems that are being in place and are being built. With Destination Earth, we're aiming to really fully put in place this digital twin technology that will actually allow us with, first of all, with much closer, smaller resolution than we currently have. I think we're aiming at 1 kilometer resolution from the previous 5 to 10 that we've had. But the resolution is not enough. We're of course putting in much more computing power so that everything becomes much more quicker and everything becomes also much more efficient so that we can fuse a lot more data through the high-performance computing capability that we are adding in. What will change for the users? Currently, many of these systems are expert systems. You need an expert to interpret the data. You need an expert to tell the policymaker what will happen when tomorrow that volcano will explode in Tonga, or let's say in Europe, in Stromboli, or in Italy. Or when there's a big flood, like there was last year, we saw the big floods that actually, of course, we know that the weather services, the Copernicus system was actually sending the right signals. They were going also to the humans, not only to computers, but for some reason we were late in reacting. When we are able to have a system that has an accurate, more accuracy, which has more speed, which has more data, and which is available for more users than only the experts, we're actually getting closer of getting better short-term scenarios when we need the emergency response. Of course, that still remains member states' responsibility. All the system is for the member states, but it's also for EU policymakers. Let's look at the midterm scenarios. Let's look at all those environmental legislation, environmental regulation that we're putting in place and monitoring. We need this system that more people in different services can actually use without having a recourse constantly to experts who will tell them what will this system actually mean for me today and tomorrow in my region, in my town, in my country, in Europe or globally. Last but not least, of course, we are looking for implementing Destination Earth all together with the fantastic research and innovation program that we have in our disposal. We are putting, at the same time as we are putting through the Digital Europe program, the capacity, the operational capacity in place. Is an operational system with the first 30 months work plan, 150 million euros for the digital twins, those two first ones that we're starting with, the platform and the data lake. Through the contribution agreements that were signed in December, and the clock is ticking, the three entities that we have chosen as our prime partners to do this are preparing for launching big procurements this year, still for having all the European industry joining us in making this reality. After the 30 months, we have of course not finished. Destination Earth will not build a digital twin of the Earth in 30 months. Or if it would probably not have all those different aspects and facets that we need for different user communities. If you build a digital twin for climate change adaptation, of course, climate change adaptation has very many different uses. It has very many different aspects that it has to take into account. We build those through use cases, through partnerships, looking at more and more granularity in climate change adaptations in different sector areas. We are aiming, and we are currently also building on, through the research program, new digital twins that would come and complement the current one. For example, a digital twin of the ocean that has been mentioned many times is already at the very mature stage of being developed. It has received a lot of funding from the European Research and Innovation Program. So this is an obvious candidate, of course, to be integrated in the next stage. Destination Earth, when I talk about stages, we are talking about 10 years implementation plan, of course, more or less in line with our multi-annual financial framework. So by the end of that 10 years, let's talk about 2030, very close, as we know we're already in 22, we should have a fully operational system with several twins, building on the current assets, having a platform that serves not only experts, serves policy users, serves industry, serves individual other entities who want to build their own digital twins. So DG Connect, European Commission, jointly with our other key services like DG DEFIS, DG RTD, and the Joint Research Center, which is very much focusing on the modeling. We are, of course, inviting all the industry, all the member states to join this endeavor. Because as you've heard today, already this morning, Destination Earth is now at the lips of everybody, but we are actually ready to deliver. But we need all of you for this, and with this I will finish my initial intervention. Thank you very much.
Nina, thank you very much. Thank you.
I have a seat here somewhere at
Going
the
to put
end.
the title? Okay. All right. I guess we move on to our next speaker at this point. Mauro Facchini, Head of Unit for Earth Observation at DG DEFI. I find it interesting that you helped to shape EU space policy after the Lisbon Treaty. Just to note also that it's 30 years after the Maastricht Treaty next month that really laid the groundwork. I've been talking to MEPs about this, that really to have that Maastricht Treaty and then the Lisbon Treaty set the groundwork for what you're doing now. How much are you surprised how far we've come? And are you surprised also at the challenges? Let's hear from you.
Yes. Is the mic on? Can you hear me? Yes, I hope so. So, I might start from 14 European Space Conference, so 14 years. So, first of all, just congratulate the organizers, because when we started 14 years ago, I was there the first time. I think no one would have believed that we could have reached the 14th. And 14th is also giving us a feeling of the time that is passing. So a lot of time has passed, but also of how many things we have been doing in these 14 years. In particular, so today we are speaking, this session is about building on the success of Copernicus. I was there at that moment, speaking about Earth observation, and the session on Copernicus or GMES was one of the small speeches among all the others. Today, I am a little bit embarrassed, but I don't know what to say more, because everyone is speaking about Copernicus. Actually, in practically all the speeches, there is something about that, and it's quite fascinating. But I try maybe to give some ideas on how we see the things and how we think that things can be even improved for the future. So Copernicus has been a success. It continues to be that. Indeed, there are problems, there are issues, but I think it's undeniable that it's a success. It's a bridge between space technologies and the users. We have said all the time that Copernicus is user-driven, and it has to continuously be user-driven. The future, the evolution, also the present, is also driven by the Union priorities. So, and we have to look into the EU policies on Green Deal, security, resilience, digital, and so on. We have several examples. Even Copernicus, we can see that, that in the press several times. We can see several reports about how Copernicus is providing information about climate change, about, for example, a recent report about the fact that the last 7 years were the hottest in our planet, and this was also done through the ECMWF Copernicus program, Copernicus service on climate change. The Marine Service is another example where there is actually, it's a unique tool to support ocean science and ocean predictions and emergency services. I think we have all seen all the products that have been generated, for example, in the case of the volcanic eruption in the Canary Islands, and recently in Tonga, as was also mentioned before, and also floods and other kinds of events. Copernicus is also very much used, and I think this is also very important. There is a massive use by the users of Copernicus, because due to several aspects. The first one, indeed, is the full open and free data policy that is making the use of the data used by everyone, but also the fact that the observations are continued. Indeed, it was already mentioned, we have an issue today with Sentinel-1B, but this is, I think, one issue among I would say, the big infrastructure that we have, hundreds of petabytes and so on of data that are generated with difficulty, sometimes also to distribute all this data. But these data are continued, so these data are available every day and to everyone. And we want also to interact all the time with the users to improve what we are doing. The message that we cannot simply rest on our laurels, but we have to prepare for the future. Because if today we can claim that what we are doing is the top level, if we don't do something to make it modern and agile, we will not be able to say that, not in 14 years, so when we'll be at the 28th European Conference, but maybe not even in 5 or 10 years. So we have to be ready to do something in order to improve it, to modernize what we are doing. And in order to do that, maybe I have 4 messages. So first of all, Copernicus needs to tackle the evolution of the policies. So we have to be closer to the policies. We have created a tool, but this tool has to be used more and more by policies. We are facing many challenges, this has been also said by several interactions, even in the panel today in the beginning, in the different speeches. But for example, we see climate change. So climate change is accelerating, also creating extreme events to which we have to be ready. So we have to respond to this more and more. We have probably also to provide things in order to support law enforcement in the environmental cases. And we have to be able to respond quicker than what we are doing today, because there are unforeseen crises and related consequences. And when I say unforeseen, I think the COVID situation is also an example that is reminding us that we have to be prepared for everything and for even the unpredictable. So first message was really to do more for the policies. Second, we have to look at the technological progress. Indeed, what we have done in Copernicus is at high level of technology, but technology is progressing very, very fast. And we have really to take into account all this evolution in the progress, both of the infrastructure and of the services that we are generating. Indeed, we'll have new satellites, but I think Simonetta will speak about that, new expansion missions and so on, new generation of satellites in the future. I would like maybe to underline, as was already said today, the CO2 anthropogenic mission that is also our objective in the next few years in order to observe how CO2 is generated by the humankind on our planet. Then also to integrate new capacity, this new technological capacity in, for example, on board the infrastructure, so we can have new processing capacities, new distribution capacities, and this has also to be taken into account. And we have to have a close look to the digital evolution, artificial intelligence, high-performance computing, quantum technologies. All this to be integrated as much as possible in what we are doing. There was already something done in the DIAS situation. There was a presentation by Lina on Destination Earth in order to do that. Third is better interaction between the public and the private. So Copernicus is a public finance, but where we already buy data from the private. We would like to see the private sector to be even more integrated in the future. We are thinking maybe of a hybrid constellation or something like that, where we don't simply buy the data from existing commercial providers, but we also might look in co-designing with all these providers. And this can be a win-win situation, because we could better use the commercial sector, but we can also support the commercial sector to be more competitive worldwide. And fourth, to continue to ensure the uptake by the user. So to continue to listen to the users, to explain to the users, to make it easy, because sometimes a problem with Copernicus, they say, it's very difficult to access the data, we would like to have something easier. So our effort is also to make it happen. And also, and this is quite close to my heart, to prepare the new generations, because I think we have tools, we're speaking about Copernicus, there's Galileo, other space applications, but we have to prepare the new generation this is not, again, science fiction. It's a tool that you can use every day. So new generation to be prepared for that. So, as a single word for conclusion, we don't have to low down ambitions if we want to maintain the European leadership in Earth observation. So we have to keep it fighting. Thank you.
Mauro, mi dispiace, but thank you very much. Very good presentation. Let's move on to our third speaker for 5 minutes. She is Simonetta Kelly, Director of Earth Observation at the European Space Agency. Simonetta, I might just mention that I saw in a news report that you said that regarding Sentinel-1C, you could maybe speed up the launch after the October design review, the October acceptance review, flight acceptance review. Maybe you can give us some enlightenment. Maybe we can make a headline with that. Please.
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. So Copernicus today, where we are, where we are going. ESA is in charge of the space component of such program, and I think we've seen today and yesterday really the relevance and the strategic relevance of this program. It's a common success of all of us. We started it over 20 years ago, but I think now today we can really see more and more, and in the debate this last 2 days, how Copernicus is a space infrastructure owned by the European Commission, built with ESA and industrial partners, which is not just benefiting the EU priorities and the EU policies, but also the science community and the commercial one. So I would say a collective success of all of us. Where do we stand on the space component? So we have started to launch the first satellite in April 2014. It was Sentinel-1A. Since then, we have now today 8 satellites in orbit of the Copernicus program. They're all working well, apart Sentinel-1B. I'll come back to that one later. And of course, as any program, you have ups and downs, but I would say in general, very great success and very great progress in terms of advancing the activities, building the satellites, launching them, operating them, and distributing data to users. And Copernicus has a new dimension for what concerns space, because until the launch of Copernicus, we were building satellites, but we were building satellites which had mainly a scientific connotation, a scientific nature, a one-off, so ERS, ENVISAT, all the explorers. With Copernicus, we had a game changer. We had a set of satellites which were meant to be operational, and which they are operational today, which support really user requirements, which were built to reply and respond to user requirements from the policy of the European Union, but also from policies at local, regional, and national level. And that's really a big game changer, and that's also the reason why Copernicus, with its space component, is, I would say, a reference model worldwide for all partners we are working with. Another element important to mention is the data policy of Copernicus. So Copernicus in the end has not only benefited the operational users, the operational entities, but also the scientific community at large, and I would say worldwide, and has managed to create business. You know, the estimates we have is 1 to 10, €1 invested into 10 in the Copernicus program, but I think today is possibly much more if we look into that, because the potential of the use of the data available is certainly enormous, and I think is one of the messages I'd like to pass, is we need to get together, and I think digital twin of the Earth will allow us to do that collectively, to amplify the potential which is really there of the use of those data. So we have 8 satellites up and running, but where do we go next? First of all, we have an expansion, and we want to expand and enhance the continuity of the observation. So we have the next generation of the current Sentinels, which is in the pipeline, being made ready, and this is very important because some of those will go into the ministerial proposals that ESA will present to ministers at the end of this year, in particular Sentinel-1 NG and Sentinel-3 NG, but we also need to enhance continuity and respond to additional user needs. And we've seen that those additional user needs are coming. And during the evolution of the Copernicus programs, we in fact had COP21 with some requirements, specifically on the global stocktake support, and the design and the conception by the space component of dedicated satellites to respond to those requirements coming, for example, for the COP21 implementation needs, which are associated to the need to do the global stocktake with an anthropogenic monitoring, and so a mission devoted to that. We also have new requirements which have come from the side of the environmental policies. We have new requirements coming from the climate crisis overall. We need to look at sea level rise, at the so-called ECVs, so the climate variables. We need to look at quality of the air, greenhouse gases, and all the satellites that we are now building with the next generation, with what's so-called the expansion mission, the 6th one that we actually started and decided in Ministerial of ESA in 2019 in Sevilla. We kicked those off after that ministerial. It's still a very close collaboration with the Commission, and we have joint funding there. Those missions, they've now started, and there are 6 new satellite families, which include, of course, elements of monitoring, for example, with LSTM, you have a surface temperature monitoring mission. You have the CO2 mission I already mentioned. You have also SIMR, which is an imaging microwave radiometer mission. You have a ROSEL, so a L-band radar mission. And all of these missions together, there are 6, will collectively support Green Deal priorities, Green Deal objective, Fit to 55, and climate crisis as well. So it's important to see that you have a coherent package of expansion of the current missions together with the evolution. Today, we are in a situation, we debated this a little bit yesterday and today, where we don't have yet the full funding for this plan. So we have had a very good ministerial in 19 with an oversubscription to the ESA component of that part, but we have a joint plan, a long-term scenario, which is the way we want to go ahead with these new missions, jointly agreed with the Commission. And there, due to last year's events, we have still a missing 750 million funds. So we have looked into that. We had a deadline, which was the 30th of November, through the provision of the contributing agreement that we have signed for the delegation of the MFF funds on Copernicus from the Commission to ESA. And this deadline was passed. So we've worked very hard jointly with the Commission in the last few weeks, and we have now a proposed joint way ahead to tackle this funding which is missing today. We will submit this formally to Member States very shortly, and the plan is actually, we have found a solution which is not maybe the ideal solution of the world, but it's certainly a solution that will allow the provision of going ahead with all the Sentinel-6 expansion missions, and will allow to keep the integrity of the program as it is, go on with the industrial activities, and we have inserted there a new milestone, a programmatic one, which is at the latest end of June 24, to make sure that we actually don't tackle the integrity of this program. And this is very important, to keep the door open for contributions which might come, or for solutions in terms of financial solutions that will be looked at in the next period. And this is really up on the agenda. Yesterday I had a few discussions, very constructive one, for example, with MEPs, and everybody realizes the relevance of the program Copernicus, even just coming here and listening to you all, and I'm sure that I'm very confident a solution for this additional budget need will be found on the Commission side with a joint discussion with ESA and Member States for the benefits of everybody, of course, including industry.
So life goes on, even with that Brexit hole, right?
Yeah.
We can still do things.
Life goes
obviously.
on, and certainly we don't stop it
Yeah.
here. We have the PDRs of the satellites starting in February until November this year.
Right.
Those will go ahead. And of course, we also will continue to work on the future of Copernicus,
Yep.
which is not
What about the Sentinel issue? Is Sentinel-1C gonna blast off sooner?
So you're pushing this one very hard, so I'll reply. Let's be clear. So Sentinel-1B had an anomaly which was happening on the 23rd of December.
Yeah, it's a
so
bit of a power problem.
a
I'm
month
thinking.
ago.
Yeah.
What happened since then? So since then, you know, we had an anomaly review board, which was triggered, including all the partners, industry as well. This anomaly review board is still working. There's a next meeting next week. It's looking into the situation, into the anomaly.
Can we do a spacewalk to fix it, like we did with Hubble?
No, they're looking into all the options related to the anomaly. They're seriously and thoroughly looking into that. And basically what's going on is the fact that once this review board will be completed, we will understand better what happened and what's next.
When
But
do we find that out? When does that come out?
it's a matter of weeks, I tell
Okay.
you. So in the meantime, we're not stopping. So what we are doing, we're actually, first of all, looking jointly with the Commission at supplying and finding ways to best possibly supply, even if not in the full-fledged, data to the users who need them. Typically, EMSA or other users at European level are using Sentinel-1 and 2 data. And everybody mentioned the Tonga example, where actually Sentinel-1A data were provided in support of the volcano eruption.
That's right.
So we are still working very hard to look at options for complementing the user needs in terms of radar requirements, both on the private side with commercial available data and with the Canadians we're discussing
Very
for
good.
the radar sub-provision.
Simonetta, I'm so sorry. We have to move on.
I
sorry.
finish, so I tell
got-
what's done next. You asked
Yeah.
me, we're
Quick.
also looking, because Sentinel-1C will be ready in October. Eventually advancing the launch of that satellites to,
eccolo.
in case Sentinel-1B is declared end of life. So that's what the plan, but
Very
there's
good.
much more in next steps on Copernicus. We're working together with the Commission on New Space, contributing missions on the commercial side. We're looking at very closely with DigiConnect and other partners to integrate the best of the Copernicus data into an infrastructure, the digital twin Earth, where ESA is developing a platform, and a lot more things to come on this exciting program.
Simonetta, grazie mille.
Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie molto. Thank you. Let us move on to our panel. Do we have all of our panel? I'd like to introduce Mauro Comparini. Is Mauro with us? Mauro Comparini. Massimo Claudio Comparini, mi dispiace. Deputy CEO, ESVP Observation, Exploration, Navigation, Thales Alenia Space. Welcome. We can all take our masks off, unless you have certain concerns personally. Also, Pierre Baruel, Mercator Ocean International. Pierre, bonjour. Bienvenue. Peter Bauer, Peter Bauer, Deputy Director of Research, Lead Scientist, ECMWF. Let me explain that alphabet soup for those who don't know. European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasts. They are important to watch climate change. Also, Wendy Carrera, the Senior Manager for Digital Intelligence, Airbus Defense and Space. Wendy, welcome. And Phil Evans, Director General, EUMETSAT. Phil, welcome. We have a video to show you, and then we'll get going. Let's go. Roll the tape. So, welcome back. Let's get moving very quickly because we have roughly, now we're going a little bit into overtime for, we'll take a half hour to discuss, but we have so many voices here, so it's very, very important that we make very, very clip and klar comments. And begin with Massimo, Claudio Comparini, because Massimo needs to leave soon. I think you have to catch a plane, right? But very interesting, I'd like to find out, you're about to send off a second satellite in Italy's Cosmos SkyMed second generation in 2 days. Is that on track?
Tomorrow.
Is that on track?
Yes.
It is on track. Okay. And I think it's also, maybe you can also talk about this rethink that the commissioner is calling for of Copernicus. What do you think? Do you have any couple of suggestions how Copernicus could operate differently?
Thank you, Chris. And yes, right, I'm leaving for Cape Kennedy. We are going to launch the Cosmos second generation second satellite actually tomorrow. And of course, yes, it's a part of the capabilities to observe the Earth from space. In this case, it's a radar sensor. I think that after Simonetta, Mauro, and also Lina, it's quite impressive what we have, what we built up in the last more than a decade. But it's also a kind of way out for the challenges that we have. As been mentioned, space, digital, green, all buzzwords, but more than buzzwords are really pieces of technologies, of systems that we are building up in Europe through the industrial chain, of course. So I really think that talking about Copernicus is easy to say again after the introductory talks and with those friends, but Copernicus is really a kind of best practice that we need to keep moving on. It's a fact that I thought that also in this conference, we talk about exploration. We work on exploration. We go to the moon, to the Mars. Honestly, I don't know if there will be a time where there will be a kind of multiplanetary humanity, but it's a fact that for now we need to protect our house, which is our home, which is this planet. We don't have a planet B for the moment.
Indeed.
So I really think that this is one of the key elements why observing the Earth from space through Copernicus and through other sensors is essential for our future.
In fact, Simonetta mentioned ROSE-L.
Yeah.
And you signed that contract 2 years ago, or in 2020, which will allow quicker post-disaster imaging for emergency response.
Correct.
I moderated an event at ESTEC late last year on exactly that. We had a guy from the German Red Cross talking about how Copernicus, the Copernicus system, allowed them to better target the help during the floods in Germany and in Belgium. For instance,
absolutely.
This shows the European taxpayer that it makes sense to have this system, right?
This is one of the core services, the emergency services of Copernicus is really, again, a best practice. And we know how radar technology is extremely important. But look into the expansion of the program, the new missions. I think is extremely important also the data variety that we are going to generate. The kind of different angles where we are going to monitor the Earth. And I think this is extremely important to connect what space technologies and digital technologies can do. Because through a huge amount of new data, fresh data, with high revisitors, not only the spatial resolution, but also the temporal resolution. And through the extraction of information, AI, artificial intelligence, advanced algorithms, we can provide a timely, continuous flow of information on what happened on the planet, which is extremely important to manage local situations like a flood, like unfortunately natural disasters. But the very powerful concept is that this is a global monitoring, and this is connecting to what Lina said before about Destination Earth, about Gaia-Phi, how we can really model the Earth with this huge amount of data. And I think this is really the challenge from a technology standpoint, but it's also the challenge politically wise, show that space infrastructure, space applications, space services are extremely important for our daily life.
For
which
many
is, I think,
reasons.
a very important message is that, of course, the Commission, the agency, the European Space Agency, our national space agency, the member states are very clear, but this is also important for the awareness of all of us as European citizens.
Indeed. We need
and of
to
course,
look up.
I'm proud that the company, Thales Alenia Space, through the Space Alliance, all over the value chain, we are proud prime contractor of a number of missions, 3 for the extensions. We work, so CHIME, CHIM, and Roselle. We work on the payload and the sensor of CO2M. It's extremely important missions and Crystal. And through digital transformation, to the use of digital technologies, of course, and also the ground infrastructure, we have a lot of work with the EUMETSAT. I really think that we have all the elements, all the ingredients to build the recipe of the future of Copernicus, from what is the goal of the Commission, the agencies, and of course also our industrial goal.
Indeed, Massimo. Yes, we have to show and justify this project on different levels and for various reasons, and even for our daily lives. Pierre Baruel of Mercator Ocean International, CEO. Fascinating, this ocean state report that you come out with. I think it's every year, right?
Yep.
Very disturbing, about 7 consecutive years of warming. Very disturbing. And this is what we put into this digital Earth, twin Earth scenario. Whether it could be, if we do the right thing, it could be a dream. If we don't, it's a nightmare, right? So how should we rethink Copernicus in that context?
Well, thank you for mentioning this ocean state report, because this is typically something where we see that the Copernicus effort of monitoring the ocean is now really made available to citizens, policymakers, and everyone. So it was mentioned by Mauro Facchini, but this is really a policy instrument today, this Copernicus monitoring, and it doesn't belong anymore to space only, and this is something that we are discussing with many different DGs inside the Commission, but also outside with the United Nations. Yeah. So what I'm proud, I mean, we must be proud of the fact that this is something that is working very well, and that these data are now used everywhere in the world. We have 300,000 users that are using this data, but also that we can be, as was said by Commissioner Breton, I will use his word, green, digital, resilient, and reactive. I mean, volcano eruption, tsunami, oil spill disaster, major environment. Well, okay, we are monitoring the situation for the ocean. This is used by our Italian colleagues to have an oil spill drift forecast, and then this is promoted by the United Nations to all countries, and then we have the Spanish authority that are contacting us to know more, and this is happening in less than 24 hours. So we are there with all this connection. And we have now, going back to your question, something that has to be done, which is that fully integrate all the assets that we have in Europe, because this is something which is made in Europe, meaning that we are running a system with a very distributed, let's say, supply chain.
So it's a data issue to centralize it.
Yes, we have all the providers, the experts that are where they are in the different countries. Most of the maritime countries of the EU are part of the supply chain, and then we deliver this worldwide. And we have to integrate what is done at the research level, at the digital level, at the space level, and you heard the political driving by Commissioner Sinkevicius, so this is fully understood that now this is a policy instrument. So we are really playing with this European asset for the ocean monitoring, so we can be proud of what is happening.
Peter Bauer, Deputy Director of Research, ECMWF. Peter. tell us a little bit more about Destin-E, the plans ahead. This could be either a dream or a nightmare scenario. Are you coming out with those different scenarios and showing, look, here's the model if we do the right thing, here's the model if we don't, right?
Yeah, I mean, Lena already introduced the story behind Destination Earth, and it's all about, you know, unleashing new capabilities through digital infrastructures. And we all take digital infrastructures for granted now, mobile phones, connectivity everywhere, you know, computing happening somewhere, our data in the cloud, and all that, you know. But if you want to take this to the grand stage for the benefit of society, you know, from city planning, smart farming, dealing with Tonga,
exactly.
Climate change decades ahead, you know, requires an entirely different level of bringing these digital technologies together. And that's why we're thinking about this digital twin instrument, you know, which the engineers in the audience, I'm sure, are very familiar with.
Yeah.
But to take something like this and transition this into the Earth system across all these levels, urban, fisheries, farming, to kind of climate change in Tonga,
right,
you know, is another story. And that means that at the core of it, you need a simulation system, because any digital twin has a simulation system of what's going on there, out there. At its core, supported by observations to actually inform the system what's happening. But to run this across all these scales, to feed all these applications that we're feeding quite well actually today, but you know, following the requirements that extremes in climate change impose on us in the future, you know, takes a massive investment. And we just spoke about data, you know, data being everywhere, and you mentioned yourself centralizing.
Yes.
It makes no sense centralizing data because there's too much data. You know, so you have to develop a system that's aware of where the data sits,
okay,
but gives you the tools at hand that you know where it is, and to extract the information that you need, and only that, and not transfer petabytes of data from A to B. Do this online in an interactive way, and then go further. Go from data to information to insights to understand why something is happening, not just monitor it, why is it happening, and therefore then make decisions and understand what you need to do in the future.
Now, we know that after COP26, the climate talks, all the world has to come forth with plans next year on how they're going to slash emissions. How much can this contribute to that, to show each country what they need to do?
It would be a great supporting tool. Of course, you don't want to rely entirely on a system that decides then this is black and white, and you're to fault and you aren't. You know, it's very complicated to go to decision making from insights and information, you know. But it will be the best available tool to feed your decision making process with information, you know, exploiting the entire range of digital technologies, including space and everything.
Okay, I might remind the viewers that you can send in your questions via the chat, or if anyone else has a question. Once I get through the panel with one round, I'd like to open this up to questions, time permitting. Wendy Carrera, Senior Manager for Digital Intelligence, Airbus Defense and Space. Wendy, in our discussion before, in preparation, you talked about working with Nestle Ferrero on deforestation. Isn't that sort of one concrete example of how Copernicus can help not only governments, but the private sector to act differently?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes.
And perhaps before going into the deforestation topics, I'm always amazed when I hear about what we've achieved and what's happening in the future, that I believe a lot of people who are listening to us have 1,000,001 ideas of what could be done and what could be delivered. And we're perhaps a bit shy in terms of talking about the results. And often when people see, for instance, Airbus, you're expecting me to talk about our own constellations and how we use them. But the example of the deforestation case is really one that's close to my heart, because typically this is something that leverages over 7 million square kilometers of Sentinel-2 data. And it's helping the private sector, who are sort of the end users, who will be leveraging all the results of what's happening in Destination Earth, digital twins and such, to remove deforestation completely from their supply chains. And this has been happening, and it's one of the very first steps of what is operational today. And when I look a bit at the motto for today's conference, which is Vision into Action, it's of course forward-looking, but it's also, I would say, about being mindful in terms of what we are already achieving in the present and what we can learn from that in terms of expectations from our citizens who need to see the long-term vision of what we'll be able to deliver with the digital twins, let's say in 2030 and beyond, but also to emphasize the results that we are achieving now, and typically, for instance, in the draft regulation on imports and deforestation, or whether it's the Green Deal, we're noticing that systematically now in almost every single piece of legislation, there's a reference to the use of remote sensing. And the private sector here, who is actually going to be implementing the decisions and the insights coming out, really should be more strongly, I would say, involved in the discussions. In the accelerators a couple of weeks back, we had that feeling that there's a huge amount of users out there that want to be involved, who have a say, who have ideas, who also have lessons learned, because with Nestlé typically we've realized there are things that don't work and there are things that do, and it's not just about observing from space, it's about the collaboration with the decision makers, with the insights, with the boots on the ground, with all the local authorities. And I believe that's, I would say, the value chain from the space assets that we have all the way down to the local planters of palm oil or cocoa, whatever the country, whatever the continent.
Is there anything you can say about how Commissioner Breton was saying that we need to rethink, considering that Copernicus is competing with private sector competitors? Is there anything you can say about that?
I'd give you, again, the example of the deforestation case. So we use Sentinel-2. We also use a bit of Landsat because we've got 21-year time series. But to make sure that the analytics are more accurate and that we have higher quality, we have a land cover map using Sentinel. And below that, we have a reference layer which uses high-resolution imagery at 1.5 meters. And we do that why? We combine the two because they're complementary. And they help enhance the quality where necessary. And typically, if I look at global warming or what the digital twins are going to be doing, if you look at, for instance, the levels of the ocean rising, the impact, the specific impact and the simulation on ports and port management, for instance, will require VHR, will require different types of imagery, but the two are absolutely complementary, and that's where I would say the institutional push around Copernicus, its reliability, consistency, and volume of data over time is absolutely essential.
That's a selling point. Well, what about monetizing it?
Monetizing it, I would say, depends what you want to monetize. Is it
Yeah.
the imagery per se, or is it, for instance, the added value of the Nestlés of this world or the port authorities?
Right.
And such. And perhaps on the modeling, as we've heard a lot about modeling and simulation, there's something super exciting which we're doing together with Dassault Systems within Airbus. So there'll be more about that in the press in the coming 2 weeks, which is, if you look at simulations, and if you look at simulating dispersants, if you look at electromagnetic waves, if you look at sea level rising, etc., but if you manage to couple the most accurate VHR 3D models with what is best in class worldwide in terms of simulation, I think this brings an additional asset to the scientific component that is sought through Destination Earth, as well as very practical, very tangible, very people-oriented activities. And all of this is very new. It's a lot in the motion, and it's coming from all sorts of different directions.
Okay, all right. Let's move on to our final panelist, Phil Evans, Director General of EUMETSAT. And Phil, I'd like to come back to that COP26 issue because I think you can give us some insight on that about how EUMETSAT and Copernicus can help governments meet their Paris climate commitments. How can it help hold their feet to the fire, in other words?
I think it's important before answering a sort of specific question about what EUMETSAT as an organisation does, is to emphasise a point that others have raised, that there is a complex ecosystem of organisations, public sector institutions, private sector institutions, and it's the operation of that ecosystem that's incredibly important, and that ecosystem needs to focus on the user requirements, the policy makers, the decisions that need to be made. And I think it's a really important point to make. There's an awful lot of players in this. From EUMETSAT's perspective, well, in terms of climate change, it's obviously a global problem. It's a problem of a complicated system, our environment, and space observations offer a lot to the solution of that problem. They provide global observations, high return period observations. They're systemic, accurate, and independent, and that brings an awful lot. So in that sense, the data provided by EUMETSAT and other space agencies is key to those organizations like ECMWF for carrying out modeling. We'll be looking to retrieve potential CO2 sources under the stocktake. And again, that relationship is really important. More specifically, currently we provide information from our own instruments, GOMA and IASI, but also importantly, because of the international cooperation agreements EUMETSAT have got with other space agencies, we're able to provide access to other organizations' data, which is really important to important tool for supporting global collaboration. I think, as I said before, the operation of the ecosystem is important, which means the interfaces between the various players are really important. So we regularly interact with other organizations, the modelers, to make sure that the data that we're providing, the data services that we're providing are fit for purpose to support them in the tasks that they're doing. I think we're also looking forward to the next generation of missions, the operation of Sentinel-4 and Sentinel-5 and CO2M, which will be really exciting for this.
But when you mention data services, these are services. Is there any way to monetize that, to make it pay? This is a program that's costing billions, right?
I think it's not EUMETSAT's role to monetize the access to data. I think what our role is, because our remit is not just about the operation of these satellites, it's about ensuring the exploitation. And actually, by ensuring the exploitation is putting in place the right data access infrastructure that makes it as easy as possible for people who want to access that data to access it. The monetization, so I think that's our role, to make it as easy as possible from the infrastructure we support. The monetization and the business models associated with the use of that data is the business of private sector and players who want to do that.
Okay, would anyone else like to talk about that aspect, about monetization? I think it's an important aspect.
Maybe there is an element
yes,
to
Simonetta, please.
Not only I referred to the free and open data policy, which provides for private initiatives to be set up. Whoever has a good idea in terms of product development and services can do that and can monetize based on the value of the, let's say, data which are free and accessible. But the other element which I think we are looking at today is if you look at the World Economic Forum latest report, which was just a couple of weeks ago, you looked at among the most critical risks associated to the economy and impact on the economy, you have the ones related to climate crisis and disasters. And if you look at the figures, I think it's 70 billion, which was estimated associated to the disasters only in 2021. Yeah. So if you could only, and this is exactly what space is doing, relief or support this disaster management, prevent and help in managing that, there is a value connected to that sector which is clearly associated to a value for money in the investment you do for the satellites.
Is there anyone who could comment on what we might be missing by this Sentinel-1A, 1B not being able to transmit right now? Are we missing anything from that? Can anyone comment on that? Yes.
I can start, but I think that then colleagues like, for example, Pierre might come in later because they are the real users and providers. Indeed, I think we have Sentinel-1A that is already there. This is good news.
It's there, it's working.
It's working, and it's working, so it's still providing the data and so on. We can mitigate a little bit the fact that 1B is not working by acquiring data by other radar satellites. We are also, with ESA, looking to Canada in order to try to complement a little bit. We have an offer also from the Canadian side and so on. Indeed, we have a minor amount of data available, so this can affect some services, for example, on observation of the poles, maritime aspects, and so on. But I would say it's not so dramatic. The very good news is that Sentinel-1C and 1D are there. So they are ready. In October, it was said that there will be the final review, and we are not just in a situation where we have to say, oh God, we have really to build up a new satellite. Satellite is almost at the ending of the process, and maybe by the end of this year, very beginning of next year, the new satellites will be launched. But maybe I don't...
can confirm what Mauro said.
Yes,
because
please.
I saw the two sentinels 3 days ago in the integration room,
Ah.
so they're there.
Ah, good. Okay. All right. I have questions coming in I'd like to get to. One is from Franco Malerba to Madame Kelly, that asking any plans for Copernicus taking fresh water from space, like JPL Grace mission. You familiar with that?
Not directly connected to Copernicus these days, but we are discussing with the American partners and NASA in particular and JPL as well, plans for a collaboration on a gravity mission, and this is being consolidated in view of proposals we are making for the ministerial jointly with the member states. So today is not directly connected to Copernicus, but certainly there is a discussion going on gravity missions collaboration with ESA member states and also with the US.
You heard it here. Great. Lina Munari, how do you interface Destination Earth with, from, to various upcoming European data spaces, Gaia X?
Okay, thank you very much. Destination Earth is, as we've explained, you know, the data which is in Destination Earth, of course, is part of what we call the big European data spaces. One of them is the Green Deal data space. There are several parts into it, and the data which will be available will be sort of part of that Green Deal data space. The Commission currently is looking at the setup of those data spaces and data sets in order to set also a smart middleware that would actually be the sort of glue in between those data sets. And or data spaces, and then as well to those other, let's say, bigger digital infrastructures that we're building. Destination Earth, not to forget the European Open Science Cloud, which will, of course, have also huge, massive amounts of data. Other data sets that will be, can be, and obviously all the links to well, let's say, member states initiatives like Gaia X. So at the end of the day, we're looking at how to connect all this. We are investing in the smart middleware. And over the time, I'm sure that all these, when they are being sort of built in synchronization and with the knowledge of the systems and the specs of each, they will function together as well.
What about security and defense? How can Copernicus play a role in that? Would someone like to comment on that? In fact, what comes to mind, just out of my journalistic curiosity, is we're watching the Earth, right? We're the eyes from the sky, Copernicus. And we're seeing what's going on around Ukraine, right? Please.
Yes, so I think it's a good question to which we can reply in several ways. First part, let's start from the fact that Copernicus is a civil system under civil control. But indeed, this is not preventing of observing things that could be related to defense. And for the time being, we didn't really get into defense aspect. We don't have the mandate to do that. We have security services as part of Copernicus. For example, we have border surveillance, we have maritime surveillance, for example, looking in smuggling and all these sort of things.
But could it evolve in that direction? I
Yes,
think that's what Thierry Breton was suggesting, right?
I think if you had asked this question some years ago, I would have said no. But now there is, I think, a new settling, also in the frame of the European Union with new defense policies and so on. There might be possibilities. We are looking into that in order to see if there might be synergies with the defense sector. Would it be inside of Copernicus or in a broader Earth observation policies? This has to be seen.
Because that could also help to support the costs, couldn't it?
Yes, but there is an area where we are supporting the defense sector is, for example, for external action. So the External Action Service is using our data, but from some, I would say, peaceful activities that we are doing outside of Europe. So SATCEN is doing that through our financing inside of Copernicus. It's maybe an embryonic, I would say, activity that is going in the direction that you're asking.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just want to support what Mauro was explaining, and just to illustrate the fact that if we are thinking about defense, think about the fact that what we are doing, I will only talk about the marine, but it might be true for the other things, is used, even if this is public good information, this is a strategic asset also for defense. They are then adding their military added value on this to support their activity, and submarines are using this information, but this is their part. And this is your question about monetizing and the commercial part. This is the same. We are delivering a public good information, which is really a strategic asset for the ones that are developing commercial activities. So we should not jump too quickly into the military or into the commercial, because they are using already Copernicus. We should support the public good Earth observation part to be strong with what we are doing, to be clear that it will, and be aware that it will support the defense and commercial. And Frontex, they are using the Copernicus public good information to do what they have to do for them. So this is already a reality.
I guess we need to sum this up and wrap this up if there are any final comments. We got about 4 minutes left, and then we'll have our coffee break. But how optimistic are you two weather guys? Are you that we can come forward, thanks to your information, with plans to slash emissions around the world? How much can that help? How optimistic are you? Or are you that movie, Don't Look Up, was amazing. And Leonardo DiCaprio says very, very clearly that it is a metaphor for climate change. How much is this, are you simply crying wolf, or do you have the feeling that you're crying wolf and nothing's going to get done?
Well, crying wolf and nothing getting done, I think, are different things. I mean, professionally, what I'm optimistic about is the ecosystem of technical and scientific organisations that are well represented here will provide information and tools and modelling that are excellent, and with initiatives like Destination Earth, will really support decision makers and policy makers in a really great way. That I'm optimistic about from a professional point of view. In terms of the societal challenge, that's the societal challenge, and will we face it? That's a personal view, which is slightly different. I'm always optimistic about people's capacity to respond to challenges, and I think we will, later than perhaps we should have done, but I am personally optimistic that we will.
You're optimistic. Pierre, what do you think?
Well, what I can say, I think that if I'm looking at what is happening, this is clear that the policy makers are now aware that we can really observe something, and they can use verified data, state of the art, with the best scientists. So this information is now reaching policy makers. We have illustration in the ocean. There will be an ocean summit in France in a few weeks. Then there will be the UN Ocean Conference in Lisbon. Okay. And the thing is that we have invented, and I'm here talking about this machinery for the services that we have there, something that is a direct connection with these policymakers and the people that are indeed using the data. And this actionable data, this is really a reality. So I'm optimistic because we are not dealing with governing bodies and operational people, but we have now setting up a facility, organization, something that is really connecting this intimately. And this really is a reality. This is why I am optimistic, for this reason.
At least being used as a basis for the plans that are supposed to come forward over the next year. Peter, final word.
Yep.
Do we have three optimists or one pessimist among the three?
Very optimistic,
Really?
And I think for us it's to look up more and to look up better with better tools. That's the story. And it's all about creating a productive synergy between the investments that we make individually. Copernicus as an established service provider, Destination Earth as a capability provider, bringing this together so that we evolve together into a better synergetic system in the future, so that in the end the result is better than the sum of its parts.
Let's leave it at that. I think it's nice to hear that. Let's stay hopeful. I'd like to thank all of our panelists, Lina, Mauro, Simonetta, Pierre, Peter, Massimo, Wendy, Phil. Big hand to our panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
To you. And if whatever you heard during this hour and a half, please do send it out on hashtag BBE Space Conference, SpaceConf. And hashtag EU Space. Next, we're going to have a little bit of a coffee break. We get back together at 15 past the hour, talk about space application conversations, including a fireside chat with Pierre. So Pierre, you'll be back. And future missions to the moon and Mars. I'm Chris Burns. See you next time. Thank you.
our ocean is vital for human well-being. The future of humanity strongly depends on the ocean's health and on our ability to monitor it. Did you know that the Copernicus Marine Services mission is to monitor the ocean? We provide 4D regular, authoritative, quality-assured information about the ocean, available for free and accessible from anywhere in the world. We distribute data from on-site buoys and satellites and from the latest science models in order to know more about the past, current and future state of the blue, white and green ocean. We make ocean data available that can be used to create applications for a wide range of actors in both the public and private sectors. We also support EU policies and international legal commitments related to ocean governance, catering to the needs of society at large. But you know what? We're not just a data provider. We also offer a large range of services for our users. Because our mission is to empower all users, from scientists to policy managers to private companies, who want to drive the blue economy and scientific innovation. We are there to support you anytime, anywhere, thanks to a dedicated help desk team, a chatbot, FAQs, a collaborative forum, and tutorial videos at your service. We organize events, webinars, and online training sessions to share scientific knowledge and promote sustainable ocean initiatives. And we continuously collect feedback from our users. We know one thing for sure: we need you. We need you to make the right decisions for the future. For a blue-green deal, a healthy ocean, a healthy planet, healthy people.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the next part of our program, where we will be essentially called the Space Application Conversations, where I will be having a series of very interesting conversations with a number of very, very interesting people on topics, on these sort of applications of space data and services. Now, let's start very, very sort of quickly with our first fireside chat, our first conversation on space data to boost international ocean governance. And I'm very pleased to be here with Mr. Pierre Bahurel, the CEO of Mercator Ocean International. And so to start, maybe you could start by telling us what are the various applications of space data for the ocean as a whole? So what insights can we gather, and how is this useful for us concretely?
Okay, I can start maybe by explaining why we do exist today. It has been invented 20 years ago for something that is very close to your question. Is that the public institutions, they were looking for information to support what they have to do for supporting the knowledge about the ocean for operational purposes, for scientific purposes, for policy purposes. And they understood that they were asking for the same. They were asking about the temperature, the current, the acidity, the ice, all the ocean environment data or information that is necessary to decide something, to decide where to act and how to act. And so Mercator Ocean has been invented by public institutions for this, and we have generated this digital ocean to integrate all the space observations or the observations at sea and all the expert information into one super digital ocean simulating system. And with this, we are now generating information that is used by, say, people working in the field of sustainable energy. They want to understand how far the environment will influence the way they operate their system for their marine energy. We support scientists because they are looking for something before to go at sea or before to understand or look for the details and innovations. And this is so expensive to generate these super simulations or to process all the satellite data or to gather all the observations at sea, that now they rely on this kind of organization to prepare the raw matter for science, and then they explore further. So science for operational, defense, they are very They are very interesting in the way the vertical ocean is organized, because depending on the vertical structure of the temperature and salinity, it will influence the acoustic, the sound propagation.
Okay.
So it can be it can be very important as a tactical game. So typically they are not well known, but this is one of the user category. And we have all the policy implementations. Governments now, they are used to ask for verified data, state-of-the-art data, to assess the quality of the waters and to assess the impact of their decisions. And also, well, I could continue with fisheries and other things, biodiversity, but also think about the space agencies. How much they have to invest in a new satellite mission. And they want, before to invest, to understand what will be the impact of this new satellite mission, or should they play with two satellites flying this way or this way? What will be the impact of this investment on the end user product? Shall we really be better with this kind of observation? So how shall we improve the forecast for an oil spill drift, for instance, if we have this new satellite? So then we are able to advise on the investment, and this is true for space infrastructure. Indeed. This is true for research program. We can also say, well, it's worth investing on the biodiversity, biogeochemistry aspect, because today the products are a bit weak compared to what the users are expecting. So this is really the downstream to support the users, and upstream to advise the investment.
I mean, so the applications are, of course, plentiful and of great importance. I'm thinking now, you talked about oil spill. This is a very topical issue, taking into account, we now currently have an oil spill, I think, in Peru as a result of the Tongan volcanic eruption. So this is very, very important, very topical. And from what I hear you saying, also space applications is very much part of the DNA of Mercator Ocean International. You've spoken about the digital twin. What other activities maybe do you do in this area?
So just to understand what it's so when we're thinking about a digital ocean, I'm thinking about a kind of, we have millions of grid points that are every 10 minutes updated with 30 different information, current, salinity, temperature, etc., etc. So this super software that we call an ocean model is a digital twin covering the planet, but it cannot say something which is relevant without forcing this super software with all the observations that are coming from the satellite at the surface or vertically by observations at sea. And so this is the skill that we have is to be able to operate this kind of super software, this digital twin ocean, to propose these informations. And in the case of what you mentioned, which is this Peru oil spill disaster caused by freak waves caused by the eruption. It's interesting because we have the different things there. We have the immediate possibility, because we are real time and we are global as a European system, to say, well, this is what the situation is for operational people. These are the currents. This is the temperature at sea that will influence the degradation of the oil. Because we have this integrated in this digital ocean, we can forecast what will be the situation in the next days and weeks. So that and we know, for instance, that today the currents are pushing the oil off the coast. So it is problematic because they are all the. And then we, adding this part as well, we have satellite imagery to say, well, this is the chlorophyll situations, because in this area you have the wind pushing the waters of the coast, so you have an upwelling and rich data with a lot of rich waters for fisheries that is typically impacted by this oil. This is why this is really a disaster. And we can first have a snapshot with the satellite, and then again with this digital ocean forecast what will be the evolution in the coming days, and then we will activate all the assessment studies to say how much the the marine resources will be impacted by by this oil spill. So we have all the elements, and everything is made in Europe.
Yeah, but that's yeah, it really gets you thinking of how important these applications are. Now, the oceans are of course one of the things that unites us across the globe, and one of the domains in which I think global action is necessary, as you've already sort of touched upon. How do you think we can use space data to boost international ocean cooperation?
We are using already space data because space is global. So and there is no boundary. I mean, this is global, and the ocean is
It's also global. Yes.
Yeah, there is one ocean. There is one ocean, and so with this, and this is exactly what the space, what the Earth observation component forced us to see for the first day. We think global, and we are real time, and these data are shared by all countries. So this is a common data set that we can use to generate informations. And then with this, what we have reached, so we go three-dimensional, and we go with the forecast, and we can assess the evolution over time thanks to our digital ocean that is associated to that. And what happened in the last years is that we work on information that is really tuned for policymakers. Typically, we are delivering reports, expert report, explaining what is every year the state of what we know about the ocean state in a way that is immediately, of course, understood, but also can be used by policymakers to decide. And they know that this is powered by Earth observation. They know that this is based on Earth observation plus other type of observations, plus the model, plus the experts. So now they are more able to use this data for their own decisions. So this is really the decision-making tool that we are now reaching. And they know why and how to support the Earth observation segment, because this is typically something which is completely dependent about Earth observation. If you stop the satellites, then we are blind.
You've mentioned already, this being made in Europe, the capacity that we have. You've touched upon the role of Europe. Europe is, of course, a global leader, not only in the space domain, but also in the maritime domain. So could you maybe expound a bit on the role of Europe in this regard?
Stronger EU in the world. We have something that has been done by, and which is done by the European Commission, and especially DG Mare, to really force to have a stronger voice of the EU for ocean governance, international ocean governance, which is really happening today. And when we are thinking about the Green Deal, and also the roadmap we have for the digital, this is immediately translated into something that is reinforcing the influence of EU in high level, international United Nations decision for ocean governance. And we arrive, and the European Commission arrive in a discussion at the United Nations level with something which is stronger, because they have all the information which is verified and ready. I give one example. You know that we have with the United Nations something which is great, and this is the Sustainable Development Goals, where they have identified, and this is interesting because SDG, Sustainable Development Goal number 14, is about the ocean. So this is so simple that this is very focused, and we focus the attention on one thing. We have 17 goals, but this one. And then we say, okay, we must be organized at the international level to monitor this and this and this. Say, for instance, acidity. What we have done with Mercator Ocean with our colleagues in Copernicus about the monitoring of the ocean acidity, we have generated now a very simple indicator of the situation. It has been assessed by the European Environmental Agency and Eurostat, and this is now part of the contribution of the EU at the United Nations level. And so we are connecting the technical scientific capacity with something which is international governance. And it could be great, and I could be proud of it if with this only, but this is not the end of the story. We have now DG Mare and Commissioner Sinkevicius that he is really talking about the ocean
as a place where we have to connect all the stakeholders in Europe to really talk about the Arctic, about the fisheries, about the marine knowledge, and recognizing the importance of Earth observations and satellites, but also research, etc. So we have now a clear and strong voice, and I really think this is unique in the world to have high-level words. I mean, at this level, recognizing all the assets and be able to transform this technology into this political voice. And this is happening now. We have this year in 2022, we have one summit, international summit, as the French presidency of the EU in February. And be sure that we will talk about this, what we are doing in Europe.
Sure.
And digital twin ocean and Earth observation and research and ocean governance. And we have in Lisbon in June, end of June, the first ocean conference of the UN that will take place in Europe. And when again we will talk about all these things. And this will be an illustration of the contribution of the European Union in the UN Decade for Ocean Science. We have kicked off last year 1 decade of ocean science of the UN, and the contribution of the European players is already huge.
Okay, perfect. So I mean, I see that. So I have always a little clock here that tells me when I'm running out of time and when we're running out of time. But this all sounds fascinating. Of course, it's hugely important to space-based international ocean governance is hugely important to the world, to Europe, to Europe's objectives with regards to be it the Green Deal and the digital transition, right? The twin pillars that Europe is currently sort of pushing towards. We've touched on a little bit about the contribution that your organization can give. Not only taking into account, of course, your expertise in space data and oceanography, but also your sort of international activities. So maybe I'll give you a final word if you want to add a bit more on that. And then unfortunately...
Okay, as I explained, Mercator Ocean International was invented first as a technical organization to develop this capacity, operational capacity. Now, and thanks to Copernicus in the Commission, we are really a service provider, which is the European leader, but a bit more than that in the world. And what we are doing is that we are now supporting what is done as a cross-cutting activity at the European Commission with the Ocean Mission for Restore Our Ocean and Waters. And so we are talking with the different DGs to see how to really federate the community to support this. We are identified by the United Nations to be the Ocean Prediction Reference Center for this UN Decade on Ocean that they are starting. And the impact on the organization is that now at the governance level, these are the countries, the member states that are invited to speak and think about the evolution of this organization. So we are really building something that will connect the operational players that we know by heart and the governments in a unique organization in Europe. And this is exactly what we have in mind, and this is why I'm smiling, because what we can do for the ocean and for the EU, I think is fantastic.
That's brilliant. Well, listen, I'm eager to follow your journey. I wish you the very, very best of luck. The work you do is very, very important. So thank you very much for speaking with me today on this.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the great conference.
Thank you very much. That's very kind. So that is the end of our first fireside chat. We will be with you shortly for the next one, which is on enabling space data uptake by businesses and citizens with Cercle. welcome back, everyone, for our next fireside chat, our next space application conversation on enabling space data uptake by businesses and citizens with Grégoire Berry, the Director of Europe of Serco. My name is Jorge Coelho Jesus. I'm pretty sure by now sick of seeing my face, but you have to bear with me for a little bit longer. And I'm of course very happy to be here and to be talking with Mr. Berry. So Serco is a key provider of services in the space sector in Europe and beyond. Would you mind telling us a little bit more about your activities in space data and data access? And then afterwards, maybe elaborate a bit more on how you act vis-à-vis Copernicus and what your involvement with Copernicus is.
Yes, sure. So we've been supporting the space sector for over 40 years, supporting ESA since its creation.
Indeed.
And we are present along the chain of the space mission, from the final integration test and quality test of the satellite to the mission planning, to the spacecraft operations, and in the downstream sector of the satellite, into the management of data, of Copernicus data. We provide both manpower and full managed services, and it's the trend now to go towards that. And we do that for Earth observation missions, meteorology, and space exploration missions as well.
Yeah.
So in Copernicus, we have two major roles. The one is in the dissemination of the space information through the largest service that we provide on Copernicus, which is the managing the Copernicus Open Access Hub, where we manage over 350 users, registered users, which have access to more than 60 million images that we have published, and we add every day around 40,000 images. So it's quite active.
Yeah, indeed.
The second activities we have with Copernicus is we manage one of the 4DIAS platform, ONDA, which is an open platform to have access to the Copernicus data. So we host the data, we make it available. We provide with processing power. We enable our users to develop their application in the cloud. And we develop a lot of services around that to ensure that they are able to be efficient in developing their own services. As such, we do not develop products or activities. We really make the environment favorable for innovation and creation.
And these users, you said you had about 150...
350.
350,000. Brilliant. And these could be anyone, right? These are governmental,
Absolutely.
institutional,
Yes.
private. These are across the board. Excellent.
Yes.
So we'll talk a bit about the users in a second. I wanted to maybe go into a little bit, taking into account, of course, the title of this segment of the program. What specific applications can this space data and services that you provide be used for? And do you pick a specific application that you focus on, or is it sort of just quite general and across the board?
So we do not develop applications, but through teamings, we support the development of those applications. So I wanted to pick three examples. The first one in risk management. We are able, through the massive processing power that we have in ONDA, to, starting from the radar images from Sentinel-1, plus other satellite sources, to see in Europe the ground movements to a precision of the millimeter. So we're able then to support provision of ground movements and support the emergency, in case of emergency, in case of earthquake, to support all the emergency management and crisis management. But this data, which was mainly used by public sources, start to be also used by insurances, which might be interested in understanding if where they are going to build a huge building is safe, or is the earth been moving, the land been moving. So in terms of risk management, this is very interesting. The second one, we've been already talking throughout the conference about the use of Copernicus data in agriculture. So I will just very shortly give two examples. The first one is through the monitoring of the Common Agriculture Policy, where we ensure that the subsidies are well distributed through crop monitoring.
It's very important.
Yes, it's our money in the end.
Exactly.
And the second one is has also an impact on the environment, because through satellites plus in situ data, we are able to optimize the use of pesticide and reduce the use of water. So this has a very beneficial impact on the planet. So this is very good. And finally, in health and pollution, today half of the population is living in cities. The trend is that in the next 30 years it will be 2/3 of it. And the cities we are living in have been growing during the 20th centuries without having any kind of air pollution challenge in mind. And we see that today it is quite of a challenge. So through the Bakunin project, we are mixing in situ data and satellite data to understand how the aerosols or the pollution is moving in a city. And we will be able to draw conclusions from that and give advice for the next towns or the extensions of towns in the future to make the cities a better environment for health and people.
Sure, I mean, and that's of course, I mean, health being an extremely topical topical issue at the moment. It's extremely interesting, of course, to hear the importance of space data for health and the health applications that it has, but also the what I think is ultimately the hybrid approach. You know, it's satellite data plus in situ data, and this is sort of the way forward. I want to maybe touch a little bit on your interaction with the users. What is your interaction with the users like, and how do you ensure that the data and services you provide meet real user needs?
It's a tricky question. So we are on a daily basis. Well done. So we have, of course, daily exchange with our users. But we see since the beginning of the DIAS program the evolution of the profile of users. From very public, scientific, highly expert users, we are now moving to more private, non-expert users. So it means that we need to adapt our offering into that. And so we do training, we do webinars for that. Yeah. But we see that we are sort of a turning point, and our role, which is being to be a bridge between the highly specialized providers like infrastructure provider, data providers, and the users. This bridge has to be reinvented.
Sure.
And through the ecosystem that we're in, we see it change, and we need to adapt and develop new services. So we see that DIAS is really a success in terms of infrastructure, bringing and helping people to have access to the information. We see that now the challenge is more on the downstream economy and how we can leverage on that.
Indeed, I mean, it's great to hear that you also provide sort of training, because that was going to be a follow-up question I had. I mean, are all your users experts or not? And the fact that they're not, I think, is first of all very encouraging, because it means that, of course, space data is reaching, pardon me, a much wider audience, and that you're helping with that. I think is excellent. And that leads me, I think, to my final question, because again, the timer is telling me that we have to unfortunately draw this very pleasant conversation to a close. Europe is, and it's linked to what you've just said, Europe is of course a world leader in Earth observation data, but a lot of work has yet to be done on ensuring the uptake of this data, on the downstream. How do you think we can achieve this?
Again, it's been underlined during the conference and again this morning. The trend is really excellent, and we see that Copernicus is a real success. The download of data is higher now on the DIAS platform than it was at the beginning, if we compare to the US.
Sure.
And we see that we have a clear vision with Destination E, Digital Twin Earth, so we know where we're going. what we see as well is that a lot of startups are now investing that space of space data, if I may say, and that there are numerous ecosystems that are not yet talking to each other. Okay. So we see that if we want to boost a little bit the economy around that space data, we need to ensure that we find a way to bring those stakeholders to speak together. Because the EO data is not sufficient in itself. We need in situ data, we need data from Galileo, we need electromagnetic data, we need socioeconomic data to make sort of a multi-dimensional use of the space data and even time. So if we're able to see how things have been evolving in the past, we might be much better in predicting the future. So to make all these stakeholders talk together and exchange, we need a bit like this conference, a sort of platform where they know where to meet, where to go to find data, and to find resources, expertise. And so I think that's the main challenge for the industry now, is to build around such platform that will enable and boost the use of space data.
Completely agree. And listen, it was an absolutely fascinating discussion. Thank you very, very much for talking with me this morning on this issue. I wish you, of course, and your platform the very best of luck. And thank you once again for being with us. And so that's the end of this fireside chat, unfortunately. But please stay around for our next fireside chat, meeting the 2030 EU Forestry Objectives with Earth Observation with Will Marshall, the CEO of Planet Labs.
Dans Space Lab, on fait deux choses. D'un côté, on conçoit, on fabrique et on assemble des satellites. Et de l'autre côté, ces satellites prennent des photos de la Terre de façon assez fréquente. Le volume de ces photos est assez énorme et donc c'est impossible de les traiter à la main. Donc on développe une batterie d'algorithmes qui permettent de prendre ces photos automatiquement et d'en extraire l'information utile pour l'amener au client final. Ça va de la sécurité alimentaire en passant par l'agriculture de précision, le réchauffement climatique, le monitoring de la pollution par le méthane, le renseignement militaire et plein d'autres choses encore. Historiquement, on a des entreprises qui fabriquent des satellites, des entreprises qui traitent la donnée, des entreprises qui vendent la donnée. Nous, on ambitionne de faire non seulement le système spatial complet, mais aussi le traitement sol avec les fameux algorithmes, afin d'offrir une solution intégrée. Et ce modèle complètement intégré, l'Agence spatiale européenne, et qui en travaille beaucoup, confirme qu'il n'y a pas d'autres entreprises connues sur ce modèle-là en Europe.
From this distant vantage point, the Earth might not seem of any particular interest. But for us, it's different. That's here. That's home. That's us. On it, everyone you love, everyone you know, everyone you've ever heard of, every human being who ever was, lived out their lives. Every young couple in love, every mother and father, hopeful child, inventor and explorer lived there, on the mote of dust, suspended in a sunbeam. The Earth is a very small stage in a vast cosmic arena. In all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves. The Earth is where we make our stand. It underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and to preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home we've ever known.
That is was an absolutely inspiring video there. That was absolutely brilliant. So welcome back for our next space application conversation, our next fireside chat, meeting the 2030 EU forestry objectives with Earth observation. I'm very pleased to be here with Will Marshall, the CEO of Planet. So we'll get straight into it, seeing as we're now all inspired by that video, so we can go straight into the debate. The space sector is changing and growing at an incredible pace. As one of the sort of main new space players, if you will, what is your view on the sector's development?
Well, yeah, there really is a space renaissance happening, and I think it's a really exciting time. Firstly, just give people a tiny backdrop on Planet. Planet, we have 200 Earth imaging satellites, 200 in a scan of the whole Earth every day at about 3-meter resolution, and 20 satellites that do a zoom in at about 50-centimeter resolution in any particular place. And then we do analytics on top of that that pulls out information, and we work with our partners and ecosystem users to build applications that create value in society, and there's a lot of value in Earth observation data. But it's part of a broader renaissance in the space. We're seeing tremendous new capabilities, and I think there's often a misunderstanding of what actually is going on, and I think I've been pondering this question a little bit. And see, everyone sees on the press the big rockets, the billionaires going to space, they see about Moon and Mars. But I actually think that the most important development that's going on is a data revolution and how it's helping the Earth. Because the upshot of the new rockets and the new satellites, and I love the rockets and the satellites, I'm a space geek, but the upshot of these is new data sets. We are transmitting and taking 10 times more data than we were just 5 years ago. In Earth observation, new data sets about the planet. And in transportation, communication satellites, we're transporting 10 times more data around the planet. So it's a data revolution, and it's got huge upshot for the Earth economy. Earth observation is a particular beneficiary. We've seen a 10-fold increase in the number of satellites going up doing Earth observation, so from about 10 satellites per year 10 years ago to about 100 satellites in Earth observation per year. Planet alone is about 60% of those satellites, so we're part of that trend. But those satellites do an incredible value proposition, and luckily AI is now here to extract out the value proposition from those data and make it useful in society across a wide range of things, from forest to agriculture to disaster response and so on.
So you've already started elaborating. Maybe you can provide us some sort of, or elaborate on the examples of this, the impact of this data revolution, and how far data and AI advances have taken us in terms of applications.
Yeah, I mean, the applications of this new data set are vast. I mean, let me give you just a couple of examples. In forestry, we help track deforestation around 64 tropical countries in a partnership with the Norwegian government. And our data enables you to see individual tree degradation and help policies to do with enforcement of deforestation laws. In agriculture, we help support the largest farms, agriculture companies, to help farmers with precision agriculture information. This means things like understanding how well the crop is doing in each segment of the field, to determine when to add fertilizer, when to add water, when to harvest. It's called precision agriculture, and it can increase crop yields by 20 to 40%, which is a big deal in a large industry like agriculture. With disaster response, just a final quick example. For example, recently we've been working with some of the German federal states on the response to the floods there. With quick imagery straight after the events to help the recovery operations, where there's been landslide, which paths are out, which roads and buildings are affected, and so on and so forth. So from emergency response through to agriculture and the food on your plate, Earth observation data is powering both the digital transformation of the economy and the sustainable transformation of the economy.
Yeah, so I want to sort of pick up exactly on that topic of sustainability. So looking at specifically at Europe and its sustainability objectives, how is Earth observation data useful?
Well, I think it's critical to all of them. I mean, if you look at the key goals of the Green Deal, it starts with greening the common agricultural policy. We can actually detect the kind of tilling practice. You want to move towards no-till. You want to use cover crops. Our data can actually pinpoint that and help check enforcement of regulation and or encourage use of sustainable agriculture practices. Another area is deforestation tracking.
Yeah.
The EU is trying to, 40% of the EU is forest land. 158 million hectares. It's the biggest part of Europe. And it has huge value. The forests have huge value economically. They have huge value socially, but they also have huge value environmentally, of course. Sure. Right? They're pulling down CO2, and we need them. Our data can really help there because, especially in complement with the Copernicus data, our data can help. 40% of deforestation happens at the individual tree level, and our data can actually see individual tree canopies, and that can help monitor that deforestation and again help policies to enforce it. But I mean, it's useful. Earth observation data is useful across the whole range of the Green Deal. I mean, the other pieces like stopping illegal fishing or sustainable fishing practices, protecting biodiverse areas, and so on. I think pretty much Earth observation data is relevant to all of those. And I think there's a complement between the commercial and the private data sets to do that.
Exactly. So on that note, of course, the Copernicus program is the Earth observation data source of reference. I think we'd all agree for forest management and preservation, and for other applications, of course, inside and outside of Europe. So taking that into account, what does commercial satellite data bring to the table?
Well, firstly, they are very complementary, and I think people often go, well, why have we got one when do we not need Copernicus or do we not need Planet? And actually, it's the wrong way to think about it. The data sets are highly complementary. In fact, we fuse the data sets together. We have a fusion data set called Planet Fusion, which has Landsat, MODIS, Sentinel, our own data, and fuses it into a 3-meter color-corrected, radiometrically harmonized cloud-free map every day. The Copernicus data is particularly good, as you was referring to, as a reference point. It's scientifically more calibrated, radiometrically more accurate, has more spectral bands, and so on. Our data set is more frequent, higher resolution, and those two things can be combined in useful ways. I mean, the reason why the Norwegian government used our data for deforestation, as I mentioned, is 40% of that deforestation happens at the individual tree level, and you just can't quite see that in the Sentinel data. The combination enables you to have the radiometric accuracy to know exactly what the quantity of carbon stocks are. Our data enables you to check whether or not there's deforestation happening at the individual tree level and prevent deforestation. So those two things are very complementary. In agriculture, it's the same. In agriculture, the radiometric accuracy of Sentinel data is super useful, but for smallholder farms, you need higher resolution. So, for example, in Austria, there's a lot of smallholder farms, and they can't get as much value out, and our data set complements that. So the two data sets complement one another. I think you're right. Copernicus is the standard bearer for Earth observation data today, and I think that's a hugely proud thing. Europe should be proud of that, right? But these new data sets are also very complementary and help, in particular, take us more from awareness to action. If you when it comes to applications, the higher frequency and higher resolution is very, very useful.
Excellent. So I have then one last question for you, because time is, again, with these events, time is never our friend. So you've described, to sort of jump off that last point, you've described the enormous potential of combining both public and commercial data, and the need to sort of access this data wealth, if you will, to effectively address the climate emergency. So how can, in your opinion, the public and commercial sector work together efficiently to achieve this?
Well, that's a great question, and I think I think the short answer is public-private partnerships. I mean, we have seen, as we just said, Earth observation data is relevant to so many of the European Union's priorities: sustainability, the Green Deal, also digital transformation, also security and other areas. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why Earth observation data is relevant. I think a pioneering example is this collaboration with Norway, where they have a public-private partnership where they brought our data to track deforestation across 64 tropical countries, countries in the tropics. And some of that data gets made available as a digital public good, a monthly base map that anyone can use for non-commercial purposes, but also the underlying daily data is used for the enforcement of deforestation by those forestry ministries in 64 countries. I think it's really fantastic that the European Union's new forestry strategy actually declares the use of Earth observation data to be critical to that. The users will have to publish data on their deforestation using geospatial data. So I think we could take a leaf out of the book of Norway here a little bit, and we could be providing private data as part of a complement with Copernicus to help stop deforestation and some of the challenges of deforestation in Europe, which is a big challenge.
Excellent. Well, listen, thank you very much for being with us. This was absolutely fascinating talk, a fascinating insight into the need to use both commercial and public data, the complementarity, and on the data revolution, which I think is crucial. I'm certain that we will have soon. Not the next fireside chat, but the one afterwards. We will have the head of the Norwegian Space Agency.
Yes,
so I'm absolutely certain he's going to be delighted by Norway.
I've teed him up.
Indeed, indeed. So I'm sure he'll be delighted.
No, they actually have done some incredible things there.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, listen, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to talk to you. And stay with us for our next fireside chat, which will be on new multispectral data to enhance agriculture and food security with Grégoire Nemo of Aerospace Lab.
Dans Space Lab, on fait deux choses. D'un côté, on conçoit, on fabrique et on assemble des satellites. Et de l'autre côté, ces satellites prennent des photos de la Terre de façon assez fréquente. Le volume de ces photos est assez énorme et donc c'est impossible de les traiter à la main. Donc on développe une batterie d'algorithmes qui permettent de prendre ces photos automatiquement et d'en extraire l'information utile pour l'amener au client final. Ça va de la sécurité alimentaire en passant par l'agriculture de précision, le réchauffement climatique, le monitoring de la pollution par le méthane, le renseignement militaire et plein d'autres choses encore. Historiquement, on a des entreprises qui fabriquent des satellites, des entreprises qui traitent la donnée, des entreprises qui vendent la donnée. Nous, on ambitionne de faire non seulement le système spatial complet, mais aussi le traitement sol avec les fameux algorithmes, afin d'offrir une solution intégrée. Et ce modèle complètement intégré, l'Agence spatiale européenne avec qui on travaille beaucoup, confirme qu'il n'y a pas d'autres entreprises connues sur ce modèle-là en Europe.
So, welcome back. I am still here, and as I said, you'll probably get sick of seeing me, but alas. But I'm very, very happy to be here for our next fireside chat, our next space application conversation on new multispectral data to enhance agriculture and food security. And I'm absolutely pleased to be here with Grégoire Nemo, the strategy and business development of Aerospace Lab. So we'll get right into it. Let's start. Maybe tell us a little bit about your company, Aerospace Lab. What are your core activities? What do you specialize in?
All right, thank you. So Aerospace Lab is a Belgian company. We're based actually in Mont-Saint-Guibert, which is just 20 minutes away from here, from the centers of Brussels. The company itself was founded in 2018. We grew quite fast since then because we're now more than 70 full-time employees. Okay. And we are working in Earth observation, obviously, with the specificity that we are what you could call vertically integrated within this value chain. What I mean by that is that we're designing and manufacturing satellites ourselves, microsatellites, so in the range of 150 kilos. And then we have plans to deploy different constellations, generating different types of data, commercializing this data, and then even beyond that, for specific applications and use cases in which we feel we have real added value, we're also extracting insights from this data and from other sources and commercializing those insights. So those are our three segments and types of activities: designing and manufacturing satellites, operating them and generating data, and then generating insights. I'll just add quickly that we launched our first satellite in June last year, which was an important milestone for us. Sure. Thank you. And so more launches planned in the coming years.
Brilliant. So now one of the applications that you focus on is the use of multispectral data for agriculture and food security. Could you provide us maybe with a few concrete examples of how this data can be used for agriculture and food security?
Right, so we're currently working on deploying a constellation of microsatellites that will generate multispectral data, data quite similar to Sentinel-2, and I'll come back to this in a second. But just to emphasize the fact that for us, we position ourselves here in agriculture and food security as data providers, so we want to provide the right and new multispectral data sets for entities that are already extracting insights from multispectral data, whether it is Sentinel-2 or other. And yeah, provide them with the right data to enhance existing use cases and to hopefully unlock new use cases through real-time multispectral data. And so to answer your question, the main types of use cases that we're addressing here with this data is either small scale, so precision farming, small scale agriculture, so use cases within the realm of crop management, crop health monitoring, identifying health problem in real time, and basically being able to produce more with less resources and with less chemicals as well. And then also more macro scale types of use cases. So for instance, crop identification, let's say being able to estimate accurately the surface of maize crops across continental scale. And then from that doing yield forecast and yield estimations. So those are the types of use cases that we want to address with this data, and also beyond agriculture and food security. Obviously, multispectral data can be used for environmental monitoring, disaster management, forestry, as Mr. Marshall was just mentioning. So yeah, many other types of use cases out there.
And so you've touched upon the use cases and a bit of what you do in this domain. Maybe you could elaborate a bit more on the activities that you do, but also how, and also it links a bit also with what we've just heard, how do your satellites and data and the data that they provide fit into the general Earth ecosystem of Europe and of course in particular Copernicus?
Yeah, I think some very good points were just made in the previous chat as well. So for us, the objective here is not to challenge Sentinel-2 data, it's to complement it. I mean, Sentinel-2 is obviously very well, very widely used. The data is very high quality. And I think Copernicus did a great job, obviously, of making it available. But based on discussions that we had with the European Space Agency specifically, as well as with the European Commission, and in general, with users of Sentinel-2 data, we identified a few, let's say, gaps or rooms for improvement that can be addressed and that we're trying to address through this constellation, and specifically the revisit frequency, as well as the spatial resolution to a certain extent. So as you know, right now with Sentinel-2 data, the revisit frequency, depending on where you are on the globe, is 5 to 7 days.
So just for people who might not know, the revisit frequency is the time that it takes to go back to the same place, right?
Yeah, the time that it would take in between two images of the same location.
Indeed.
Right?
Okay.
And I heard you complain about the lack of sun here in Belgium in another panel.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Our American colleagues wanted us to sort of send sun there, and I told them it's just simply not possible.
And so, well, actually, for Sentinel-2 data, then this is the same limitation. So 5 to 7 days is if there are no clouds. It's not often the case. So pragmatically speaking, you would have data points every few weeks.
Sure.
And so if this is fine for some application, for some others, specifically in precision farming and precision agriculture, this is quite a limiting factor.
Sure.
So this is what we try to address. So this constellation will provide what we call Sentinel-2-like data, so same spectral bands, but with the objective of having daily global coverage.
Okay.
So, yeah. So this is the objective. For this, we work very closely with the European Space Agency, specifically on the IOD, the in-orbit demonstration. And then from there, we would launch dozens of satellites to achieve this daily global coverage. And one last point that I'd like to emphasize as well is that the objective is really to have a data that is interoperable with Sentinel-2. So we don't want to redesign the wheel. We want that every algorithms and solutions that have been developed based on Sentinel-2 data would run similarly and smoothly on this new data set without having to redesign new solutions.
I guess that's crucial if we want, of course, if we want there to be this complementarity between sort of public and private data. Interoperability is a key factor. So that's very good to hear. And you have good and fruitful exchanges and a good relationship with the European Space Agency and with the European institutions. Excellent. That's brilliant to hear. I want to sort of shift for our last question, because time is ticking, as I've said on all the previous conversations. I would love to have these conversations for hours and hours and hours, but alas, that clock over there doesn't like us. So presumably, in order to provide concrete and effective solutions in the field of agriculture and food security, and in fact in any application, I guess, you would need to have very close interaction with the users, with the user community. Your data, of course, needs to meet real, concrete user needs. So how does Aerospace Lab interact with the user community to make sure that what you provide is needed?
No, you're right. It's a crucial point, and that's the question that was defined as tricky just before. But it's absolutely crucial. Since the objective for us is not to challenge Sentinel-2, but really to complement it, we need to have very close interactions with the users of Sentinel-2 data, understanding how they use it and what they see as gaps, potentially. So for this, we created this activity that we call the user groups. So we already have dozens of entities that are involved in this process. And they are manifold in their nature, so they can be, for the most part, they would be private companies that are extracting insights, that are analyzing Sentinel-2 data and other types of satellite data, extracting insights and commercializing them for agriculture, but also for other applications. Other types of users are, large commodity traders or large commodity producers that have their own analysts and that make sense of Sentinel-2 data themselves, usually for more, macro types of use cases that I mentioned before. But also research institutions, national and environmental agencies. So we're discussing with them, and we try to basically gather the inputs to make sure that the constellation that we're designing will meet market needs. So we're gathering inputs on different topics, the main one being, okay, what is their area of interest to inform the coverage of the constellation, also with regards to image quality requirements. So what spectral bands do they actually use in Sentinel-2? What is the minimum spatial resolution that they need for their algorithms and their solution to run smoothly? And also gathering inputs on user experience and on data access. So once you have an operational constellation, how do you actually access the data? Which level of service would they need? Right now we have very close interactions with some of them, and I'll take this beautiful opportunity as well to call any user of multispectral data in general and Sentinel-2 data specifically to get in touch with us so that they can, make their voice heard in the design of this constellation.
The call has been launched. I think that is a brilliant note on which to end our fireside chat, or space application conversation. Grégoire Nemo of Aerospace Lab, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to speak to you, today. So thank you for being here with us. And stay tuned for our last space application conversation on the Norwegian use of Copernicus and Galileo data for national applications, benefits and limitations in the high north, with Christian Høgli Hansen of the Norwegian Space Agency. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for our last, but of course by no means least, this is going to be a fascinating one, space application conversation, our fireside chat on the Norwegian use of Copernicus and Galileo data for national applications, benefits and limitations in the high north. I have the pleasure to be joined remotely by Mr. Christian Høgli Hansen, the Director General of the Norwegian Space Agency. Thank you very much for joining us remotely. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you. So,
thank you for having me.
Thank you. So I'd like to start, maybe you could provide a quick clarification to our audience, both here and at home. Maybe could you explain what is the involvement of Norway in the European flagship programs Copernicus and Galileo?
Okay, this is a very relevant question, and first of all, it's important to underline to the audience that Norway is in a somewhat special situation. We are a fully participating nation to the EU space programs, but at the same time that our participation as a non-EU country goes through the EEA agreement, the so-called European Economic Area Agreement, which ties us to the common EU services. So Norway has been a participant to both the Galileo, EGNOS, and Copernicus since the onset of both programs. So in that way, we participate mostly the same way as other EU countries through delegate activities to the various committees and boards, through industrial participation on the satellite segment, as well as provision of significant ground segment services to both Copernicus and Galileo. We get a little bit back to that. In addition, we are a big user of data for both programs. That's part of the reason why we're very interested in this session, but we'll get back to that. And there are some limitations that we can talk about.
Maybe we can talk about then the key applications for Norway with regards to Copernicus data. Could you maybe elaborate a bit on what these key applications would be, especially taking into account, of course, Norway's extremely, let's say, interesting geographical position?
Yes, indeed. And I would like to make a reference to the intervention from Charlina Vicheva from DG Mare earlier today. And as she was pointing out, she had the Arctic and the Arctic issues close to her heart. And I think that is a very, very important background in terms of how Norway, on our side, we interpret and execute the way that we are using these data. So as you say, our geographical location is to the high north. We have a very long coastline. It's bad weather much of the year, and large ocean areas that need surveying. And with half of the year being dark seasons, there's several implications of how we use these space data for what are our national interests. In addition to that, in terms of the topography and the geology of Norway, we have high mountains and deep valleys, and this poses certain restrictions and limitations in terms of how to use satellites and at what time of the day it is recorded and at which latitudes and so forth. So in that sense, Norway is very suitable, ideal even for the use of satellite data, simply because a lack of access on the ground. We are relying on satellites in a complementary fashion to what we're doing. So the typical application that we're talking about here is, of course, reliable and accurate navigation services, for instance, to prevent and handle jamming in navigation signals. That's a very obvious topic. We see, for instance, Russia being very active in our neighborhood, and we're trying to have both an understanding what is going on and how we can deal with that. Ice mapping for safe maritime activity is one other topic that is very close to what we're doing in our national waters. Digital mapping and modeling, it was mentioned by CERTCO, and this also goes into what we're doing. So I could mention several others. I think I should mention another one which has been developed jointly between the Space Agency and our geographical institutes, geological institutes, the INSARG Geomotion Services, which is in daily use in Norway as we speak.
Oh, it's very interesting to hear about these applications, and of course you have applications not only for the Copernicus system and of course the data that you acquire from that, but also from Galileo. I suspect that sort of your navigation in Norway and particularly in the high north is a very important sort of application of Galileo. Yes, I would say you would agree. I think there's a bit of a lag in the connection.
Definitely.
Yes, excellent. Now, you've spoken about the applications, and you've spoken about a few concrete examples. I've mentioned in a few of the previous fireside chats the interaction with the users. So maybe you could tell us a little bit about the interaction with the users on the ground that you have, to make sure, of course, that the data that you provide and that you deal with meets the concrete needs that they have.
Yes, and I think that Will Marshall gave me really a flying start to that question, because
indeed you were
he pointed out some very
yeah, you were quite the star in that in that conversation.
Yeah, well, I agree, but it's also a result of very long and persistent discussion with the national authorities, our Ministry of Environment and Climate, and also with the industry. We have a Norwegian company, KSAT, which is a tight partner with Planet and together with Airbus.
In terms of how are we doing this and how are we making sure that we get really used, well, referring to the services mentioned previously, the national users consist of many, from our Geotechnical Survey Institute, our coastal authorities, National Mapping Agency, hydropower authorities, and so forth. There are actually quite many. Also, of course, our National Defense Forces are also a big user of both Earth observation and navigation services. So what we do at the Space Agency, we will negotiate typically multi-year frame agreements with these different actors, as well as individual contracts for development of particular services.
Sorry, I'm just gonna quickly interrupt. We seem to have I think an issue with your connection. If I'm not mistaken, maybe could you repeat the last point that you tried to make? Because of course we want to make sure that we hear the important messages that you have to give.
Sorry, is this better now?
No, it's definitely an issue with the connection. We can hear that you're speaking, but you sound somewhat robotic. which is maybe in a way somewhat fitting for a space conference, but it's making it somewhat difficult to of course understand. I'm liaising with our technical team to see if there's anything we can do on our side.
Is this better now?
It's slightly better. Still somewhat robotic, but slightly better.
Okay.
Maybe you could just repeat the last point that that you made, and maybe we could try to see how this works, please.
Well, as I was trying to emphasize, was that at the Norwegian Space Agency we will negotiate typically multi-year frame agreements. I don't know if you're getting this.
Yeah, I think that the problems persist. So we're going to see. I'm going to see just maybe just 1 second to see if there's anything that we can do on our side to solve this. Otherwise, we will certainly make sure that your messages get passed in one way or another. But just maybe if we asking my technical team to see if there's anything that we can do on our side, or if it's see, this is satellite-based connectivity, people. This is this is important. Okay, I am being told that we're going to suggest to you that we employ the old method that we do with computers. Can you maybe disconnect and reconnect? Thank you. So I'll see you in a second.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but it's still robotic. So maybe for the moment disconnect and reconnect your internet connection. Maybe we'll reset that. And if not, don't you worry. I'm sure we will redo this and make sure this works. Mr. Hågli Hansen, do we have you back?
I hope you can hear me better now.
I can certainly hear you better, indeed. I can't see you for the moment, but I can certainly hear you better. And so I think what we're going to do then is we're going to, and I can see myself twice. That is a ghastly image.
Okay.
But
that's a curse of digital conferences.
Indeed. So this is indeed the it is what it is. But we cannot. Do I have your feed? I have your feed. Excellent. Perfect. I can see you. Excellent. Otherwise, I'm speaking to no one, and it's a bit awkward. But maybe if we have the image up to make sure that there we go. Perfect. Welcome back.
Thank you very much.
It's okay. We'll make sure that this is edited and that everything is then sort of pitch perfect at the end. So this essentially never happened. But I'm going to sort of repose the question that I had, and so we continue from there. So you mentioned already sort of key applications, important applications, specifically to Norway, specifically to of course to the High North. What sort of interaction, this sort of alludes to as well some of the conversation that I had with previous speakers. What sort of interactions do you have with the users on the ground to make sure that the data provided and the services developed therefrom meet their needs?
Okay, well, I'll get at it again. Referring to the services mentioned and that you're mentioning, The national user consists of many, from our Geotechnical Survey Institute, our coastal authorities, national mapping agency, and so forth. So what we do at the Norwegian Space Agency, we will negotiate both multi-year frame agreements as well as individual contracts for development of services. Naturally, much of this, how to use the data and what is the real need for the end user is something that needs maturing over time, and that is what we're trying to do, and we try to frame that within these agreements that we are making with them. So there is a continuous discussion with these actors in order to establish the best possible framework for these services.
Excellent. That's excellent to hear. My next question is a sort of two-parter. So given your geographical position, there are certainly applications that you have that are, of course, maybe less common elsewhere. So how does this, first of all, sort of influence your use of Galileo and Copernicus, and what are the limitations of this? And then taking into account how this experience that you have, how does this then feed back into the system, the sort of lessons learned and the use and development of Copernicus and Galileo?
Okay, I think it's useful to refer to some of the specific services that pertain in particular to Norway. For instance, glacier and avalanche monitoring, as well as ocean ice monitoring. We are seeing the monitoring of snow depth, for instance, and ground moisture measurement as very helpful in terms of prediction of filling of the hydropower dams. Considering the last month's ridiculously high prices on electricity, such predictions will become very useful in terms of planning of power productions. So we need to take advantage that we have special benefits of these services, and at the same time we need to understand what are the limitations. I mentioned the topography of Norway, that at slant angles we may get poor imagery of some satellites, and we may have poor coverage of some of the navigation services provided by Galileo EGNOS. One particular example tied to EGNOS is that previously the EGNOS service was only certified up to 70 degrees north. However, we were able to extend this to 72 degrees north, and which greatly extends the use of EGNOS supported navigation in the high north for the large ocean services. And this doesn't only benefit Norway, but it certainly benefits any other country that has their maritime activities up there.
But this is extremely interesting to hear, and of course, this isn't something that I don't think we normally hear about. It's in the context of our partnership with our partners, how the sort of feedback system can really help improve the system that we currently have in place and make it better for everyone. So I have as much as I would love to continue this conversation with you for hours, especially as I find sort of Norway and the high north extremely fascinating. Unfortunately, the clock is telling me we have to go on to the next session. But one final question that I have for you then, looking at the future of Copernicus and Earth observation, what particular missions are you particularly looking forward to, and why?
This is something we deal with through the various committees and the program boards, both in terms of our ESA participation, but also in the Copernicus and Galileo programs. In particular, when we're talking about the Sentinel expansion missions, what is of particular relevance for Norway goes along the same lines that I mentioned previously. SIMR, passive microwave capacity for monitoring of sea ice crystal, ice thickness through use of radar altimeter and ROSEL in terms of classification of ice. And the way we see this, it plays both into basic research on the changes in the Arctic that was also mentioned previously today, but it also goes on into daily applications and daily use of these services, and how we can combine Copernicus with Galileo and also national programs. So it's important to emphasize that in Norway we seek a balance through a balanced approach between institutional programs, the ESA and the EU on one side, the commercial satellites, data and services, which was mentioned by Will Marshall extensively, and also our national programs, which sort of fill in the gaps where this is not sufficient for our national needs.
Mr. Christian Ogli Hansen, it was an absolute pleasure to be able to speak with you. I hope that we'll be able to, so once this pandemic is over and leaves us, I'll be able to welcome you here personally, so that I'll have you here sitting next to me, and that we can then continue this conversation. I, of course, wish you all and the entire team at the Norwegian Space Agency the very best. Thank you for speaking with me for this fireside chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll definitely be there next year.
Yes, excellent. Looking forward to it. And that's it for this part of the program, ladies and gentlemen, at home and here. Thank you very much for following this part of the program. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm now going to quickly give the floor to the next session that will take place here on navigation and transport, and one on science and technology in the other room or other channel, in whichever way you're following. So see you in a bit. Thank you.
By 2030, over 70 billion devices will be connected. Imagine the next generation of IoT. This new IoT will integrate seamlessly, need little power, and be compatible with other systems. It will also be robust, reliable, and inexpensive. In 2022, this revolutionary IoT will be a reality, available for everyone, everywhere, and for all devices. Its origins: the Argos geopositioning and data collection satellite system, the first IoT system in the world. Building on this proven system will provide connectivity for a whole host of activities: extreme sports, agriculture, small-scale fishing, safety at sea, logistics, and many more. Kinéis opens up a new world of possibilities. You've been waiting for this. Wait no longer. Sign up now for the first IoT connection from space.
In 2021, the GSA became the European Union Agency for the Space Programme, or EUSPA. EUSPA delivers a broad portfolio of reliable, secure, and cutting-edge space services. EUSPA works closely with stakeholders in the European Union as well as internationally. EUSPA creates synergies between all of the European Union space services: Galileo, EGNOS, Copernicus, and GovSatcom. The agency anticipates user needs and designs new space-based solutions to tackle current and emerging challenges. EUSPA's team brings together a diverse set of disciplines, skills, and expertise, is user-driven and committed to excellence. We make European Union space services a unique resource for business, research, and citizens alike. EUSPA supports industry, SMEs, startups, entrepreneurs, and researchers with resources and innovation, whilst building the next generation of European Union space-enabled services that create opportunities for the space community and benefit citizens. By linking space to user needs, EUSPA is shaping the future for a safer, more secure, competitive, and sustainable European Union. We are the European Union Agency for the Space Programme. We anchor space in the European Union and the European Union in space.
Fully interoperable with other satellite navigation systems, able to provide more accurate and reliable positioning and timing to the final users. European and accessible worldwide. This is Galileo, the European Navigation Satellite System, as you have known it until today. SpaceOpal, a joint venture founded in 2009 by DLR, GFR, and Telespazio, is involved in the Galileo operations since the design phase. Since 2017, SpaceOpal is also the Galileo service operator, with the responsibility for the operation and maintenance of the Galileo satellite system, and it is fully committed with final services performance level. Every day, SpaceOpal's men and women support Europe in the objective to guarantee the most widespread adoption of Galileo.
Non, sans souci, puisque c'est là.
Hello there and welcome to this, I think the final session, or at least one of the final sessions here at the Space Conference, the European Space Conference in Brussels. This panel, number 13, is going to be talking about navigation, connectivity for the future of transport. I'm delighted to be hosting this panel. My name is Jack Parrock. I'm a Brussels-based correspondent and presenter. And with us, we have, I'll introduce our panelist who is joining us from quite an interesting location, a moving train, I believe. Klaus-Peter Wilsch, who's the chairman of the Aviation and Space Group in the Bundestag in Germany, a member of the CDU party. We also have Christoph Grudler here in the room with me, who's the vice chair of the Sky and Space Intergroup in the European Parliament and a French MEP. We have Fiammetta Diani, who's the head of the Market Development Program at the European Union Space Agency for the Space Program. We have Alexandra Tisserand, the CEO of Kineas, which is a chipset and location devices company. And last but not least, we have Sebastian Fedeli, the Sales and Procurement Director at Space Opal. So thank you so much all for being with us. We are running out of time here at the Space Conference, so I'm going to get into this as soon as possible. And we'll start with you, Klaus-Peter. I wonder if you can tell us a little bit about exactly what Germany is doing in this area to try and use space technology to fill the holes in coverage, in access and connectivity. He freezes at this moment, which is, oh no, we've got him back. Please, Klaus-Peter.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
You can? Okay, great. So Jack, and welcome to everybody. I really would have loved to be with you physically, but there was an accident on the track with a human being killed. So the traffic was cut, all connections, and well, I'm on my way to Berlin now. So without stop in process. What are we doing in this field? I think the introduction was quite good. You know, DRR is, as a partner, very well known among the whole community, among the whole industry. And we are having a focus at this time at 4 points, 4 sectors: global connectivity for people and machines, global positioning for future applications, autonomy and cooperation for transportation and exploration, and cybersecurity for radio systems. Now we are focusing, because of our own needs in Germany, on the provision of broadband internet access, which still is a challenge, not only outside urban areas, also in Europe, Germany, but all over the world. And the ongoing expansion of terrestrial networks is increasingly uneconomical. So we are working solutions worldwide for constellation-driven other means to bring broadband internet to the people. And therefore, we are within DLR working on that. We are further on closing the gaps between global broadband coverage for the population and increasingly the reliability, the answering times, and the resilience of data networks for Industry 4.0, smart mobility and digital security. And the other fields we of course also have to focus on is defining new digital communication standards. We try to enable further growth of air, sea, and rail traffic by that. And I think that the systems in use have to run safe, and we have to take care for the infrastructure for that. This is the first statement from my side.
Thank you so much, Klaus-Peter. I think we're struggling a little bit to hear you. I think I could kind of understand, but I hope that perhaps when we come back to you, the connection there on the train might be a little bit stronger. But thank you. We did catch what you were saying. I'm going to turn first, actually, to you, Fiammetta. I wonder if you can talk us through a bit about how satellite navigation, how is the current situation of satellite navigation in Europe? If you can give us a bit of an outline, an explanation of some of the challenges at the moment.
Yeah. So thanks, Jack. So I would say that a few years ago, the satellite navigation in the transport domain was considered a bit of a commodity. So yeah, a non-expensive way to get an absolute positioning, but not really something we can trust. So we really tried to change this paradigm from commodity to utility, so to a satellite navigation that we can rely on, that is of good quality in terms of performances, and that can change really how we transport goods and people around Europe. There are some market segments of transport that are more mature. For example, in aviation, now EGNOS is widely used. We have 700 approaches in more than 400 airports in Europe, in 23 countries. And it helps to reduce CO2 and to increase safety and to decrease disruption. It's also widely used in the automotive sector, where we invested a lot as an agency with the value chain to support their decisions, and now is in 150 car models. So you have no excuse to have a car with Galileo on board. So this is from 2 years ago, I was saying you have no excuse to have a mobile phone with Galileo, so also a car today. But we have some challenges in front of us. So for example, for maritime, we are working on a new service of EGNOS dedicated to maritime navigation that can replace the shore-side infrastructure that we still have to manage today to be compliant with IMO. And this new service will be in place in 2023. While for railways, so we have our guest speaker on the train. So there we see a lot of potential, and we work a lot. We think the technology is ready to be used to better control the trains, to increase the safety also in the lower density lines. And we are very grateful that the Parliament this summer, the European Parliament, issued a resolution to let's say, foster the use of satellite navigation and satellite communication in railway. And we need now the railway industry to take it on board and to really be able to innovate. And we are there to support as an agency this process. So maybe as a useful piece of information, we published yesterday, there was the official launch, our new market report that is on navigation and Earth observation. And there, the transport, together with other 17 sectors, is very well addressed. So there are many opportunities for policymakers who need to decide what to do and where to go in the next 10 years, but also for investors and companies who decide to innovate using, let's say, innovation in transport using our space and especially your space.
Yeah, I wonder, I'll turn to you, Christoph, from a political point of view, obviously there are multiple uses for all the different things that Europe is trying to do in space, but arguably politically, this sort of thing, navigation, connectivity, this is the closest to citizens, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And at the level of the European Parliament, all we are doing is for the citizens, of course. Mm-hmm. It's not only for a few specialists who want to be happy with some research. It's very effective for all the European citizens. And when we talk about EGNOS, Galileo, Copernicus, for navigation, especially Galileo on EGNOS, the Parliament gives a lot of money for the new MFF. We have 15 billion euro in order to have new generation EGNOS, new generation of Galileo, and we will be more performant in the future. Because for the transportation with connectivity, we need more precision. Each year, more precision. Because if we want autonomous bus, autonomous train, for example, if we want to a delivery drone, for example, to run away in the countryside to give a courier, a packet, we need to be very precise. That's the reason why we have those two tools, Galileo and EGNOS, with new generation. But we have also another tool now. It is the connectivity constellation, which will be very important with quantum part, with broadcast band, in order to meet all the citizens and in order to make it secure also, because with cyber attacks, we need to have very strong quantum connection. It is the best way to win. And to finish, the last tool that we have at the European level, it's the productivity of our startups, of our SMEs, of course with grant companies also, but SMEs are very active, startups are very active, and we have also a lot of money to help them at the search level with Horizon Europe, or with the Cassini Fund, which will help the startups to grow to the industrial level, and of course for all the European citizens.
Yeah. So just before we come to you, Sebastian, I'm going to turn to Alexandra. Perhaps you can outline what your company does for anybody who doesn't know it, because you sort of are one of these companies, you know, that has to provide a business structure in this sector. Can you tell everybody who might not know what your company does, what you do, and why it's important for connectivity and what we're talking about?
Yeah, sure. So I'm the president of Kineis, which is a global connectivity provider, and we provide connectivity thanks to satellites, and we do connectivity dedicated to the IoT, the Internet of Things. So what does that all mean? Today we have 7 satellites flying with 20,000 devices connected to it all over the world. We are tracking ships, we are tracking animals, we are tracking logistics goods. And so the IoT, the main point of it is that you have a small device, cheap enough, very autonomous in energy. This is the main point. You may not want to have to charge your device, because if you track like a bird, if you track container for months, for years, you don't want to have to charge it. And so all is focused on that. So at the end of the day, you have a device that can connect to the satellite directly with no roaming, with no terrestrial infrastructures, and send some piece of information, location, temperature, is the door of the container open or not. And so we provide the satellite, we provide the data from the terminal to the users. And so we have 7 satellites. We launch 25 more next year, 25 nano satellites. We raised some funds like 2 years ago to do that. And so it's really a game changer in this sector, because so far you can either track with a cheap device over terrestrial networks, or track with satellite devices, but these devices are really expensive, they consume energy, and so we combine the best of both worlds to have a device small enough that can connect to our satellites and give information all over the world. And when we mean all over the world, it's really all over the world, from pole to pole, desert, oceans, wherever.
There's some really interesting sort of political aspects to that as well, and we'll pick up on some of them more. And also I'm interested to hear a little bit more about the funding. But we'll turn, to you, Sebastian. So Space Apart has been operating Galileo for like 10 years now. I wonder, as a Galileo service operator, what you sort of consider the key elements in space navigation are at the moment.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for the question. As the colleagues already said, I mean, we speak about availability, accuracy, and robustness in the systems. These are the 3 key aspects. Availability means you have to provide continuously the service first of all, and this is what we have demonstrated in the past years. Space Opal, as you said, we are a strong partner of the European Commission, delivering Galileo on a continuous basis, even during evolution phases. So last year, there was a major ground evolution, changing the systems. We deployed 2 satellites without any service interruption. So that's the basis. You need a stable system, and then you have to augment it. As we said, accuracy position needs to improve. in order to deliver the service needed for autonomous driving, autonomous transportation. So Galileo has super performance, for sure, there's no doubt. We are better than GPS. But there are physical constraints to the position accuracy coming from the navigation signal. So you need to augment it, and this is what we do with Galileo High Accuracy Service, but this is also what we do as Space Opal with our own services. So we have launched 2 years ago the Navcast service, a PPP solution, which is providing globally improved positioning down to centimeter level. This is what you need for automated transportation. And then last but not least, reliable a solution, which means you cannot rely on it. The best accuracy doesn't matter. So reliability is the next step, and this is what USPA is doing now. The European Commission is doing with the OSNMA service, the authentication of the service. We are preparing together now to start the testing phase towards the end of this year.
Yeah, if I can stay with you, perhaps just for anybody who's watching who perhaps doesn't understand what a sort of Galileo service provider is, what does that mean? What do you do?
We are operating all ground and space assets. So we are the guys who make Galileo fly. So our people in the control centers are steering the satellites, are making sure that we are disseminating the navigation message on a continuous basis. We have a global network of antenna stations in order to connect to the satellite at any time. And so we are maintaining the system. We are supporting ESA and USPA in the deployment of new segments. So I mean, Galileo is evolving. I'm in the project since 10 years, and I'm sure also in the next 10 years it won't be stable. So you have to improve it, you have to add on features, and that means you have to exchange things, and this is what we are doing. We support the exchange, we operate while the system is evolving.
The whole space industry is constantly quicker evolving, I think, than any other industry I ever followed. Christoph, I know you wanted to say something.
I just want to add something about the Internet of Things that we were talking before with the CEO of Kineis, which is a very interesting startup based in Toulouse, in France. Internet of Things, it's a crucial goal for the future. In 2021, all around the world, we were having 46 billion connected objects. 46. In 2030, we will have 125 billion objects connected. And it's a crucial market for the future, and we need, at the European level, to be very involved in the global market, of course. And technically speaking, I think it's important. With Internet of Things, we do not need a lot of data. We need, for example, if you have a sensor in a container on a ship, in order to see the level of the temperature, you don't need terabytes of data as we have, for example, for observation of the Earth. We need a small part, and we need also a low consumption of electricity, for example. And it's very good for the Earth, and it's very good for the future, of course. And I think it's important to explain that when we have connectivity connection, for example, constellation, as I talked before, this is for high-speed internet. And maybe at your level, you can maybe add something, or if I'm wrong, you can also explain. Right. At your level, you don't need so high-speed connectivity. You need lower connectivity, and it's a complement. Together, we will be present for the whole market.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And what you're talking about there as well is this sort of broader connectivity. And we'll turn to you, Klaus-Peter, if we can, just for a quick answer on, I mean, you are a national representative, obviously, in the Bundestag, and you focus on these issues. How important is sort of European collaboration on this? When you talk about this within your national committees, surely it's always in a European or even global context, right?
Yes, of course. We are working Europe-wide on those topics within the ESA. I've been working there for decades. So the new thing is the separate European or EU programs. And it's good that we collect money and bring it to science and research in this field, which is definitely a future field. So we have a conference established since more than 10 years, the European Interparliamentarian Space Conference, which will be held in France this year. Partly, of course, online. The other part, we hope that it will be possible to meet physically, where we have interaction between the national parliamentarians, the European parliamentarians, because it's us, the parliamentarians, who have to explain to the population why do we spend money on this? What's the use? What's the sake of it? Why do we do that? There are enough needs on Earth that may be covered by budget money, but we are in charge to pass the national budgets, and therefore we have to be able to explain our people why we do that. And there are, of course, today, there's a bunch of good reasons. In former times it was more complicated, but nowadays you just show your cellular, and everyone understands that for watching sport events, for navigating, for getting weather forecasts, this space policy and space technology is crucial for their lives, for their all-day lives. Okay, just for the moment, yeah.
Yeah. No. Really appreciate it. We are. I think we're all still just about able to hear you. So I'm good. We appreciate your contribution and that you're doing this from the train. Fiammetta, I'm going to turn to you, perhaps to pick up a little bit more on EGNOS, which is the geostationary satellite. I wonder the overlay satellite. I wonder if you can explain a little bit more about it. I mean, it's got about €1 billion budget, I think. If you can tell us a little bit more about how that is actually helping in the transport sector.
Yeah, indeed. So EGNOS was born for aviation, for civil aviation usage. So we are now more than 10 years that we are operating it. And what it does, it helps to have better accuracy of the navigation signal and also confidence in it. So it gives a level of confidence. This permitted to use it when the airplane are approaching an airport, so that it can really be used for this very sensitive phase that is the approach. But even if we created EGNOS for aviation, now we are bringing it outside the aviation domain. So in maritime, as I was saying, we expect our new service next year. And also in rail. And it's widely used in its open service for other usages, such as in agriculture. It's the preferred technology from the European farmers.
Why?
Because it gives you this increased accuracy, and it helped to democratize precision farming, because before it was a very expensive practice that required to have ad hoc station, ad hoc augmentation, and now you can have meter-level accuracy just using the EGNOS service. That is a public service of the Union, provided for free to our citizens. So, but let me maybe pick up on what the colleagues were saying.
Please.
So Sebastian was introducing SpaceOpal is one of our main partners in actually operating Galileo. That is what we do at our agency. So we have new things upcoming that we think will change a lot the usage of satellite navigation in transport. So we already made a game changer with Galileo for this dual frequency, so E1 and E5, that arrived to under the meter accuracy and is widely used now in the automotive sector, for example. And now we have upcoming this authentication on the open service that will permit also to face these new challenges of the cybersecurity. So to have more confidence in the position that is not spoofed, that is not modified intentionally. And also the high accuracy, so the decimeter level service that is really expected in the transport domain because it will permit this accuracy that you were mentioning, Christophe, and will enable, for example, we work on this autonomous vehicle. We already arrived to level 4 with our previous project that was called Escape, and now we have a new innovation project called Accurate that aims at level 5. So to really put the European navigation inside this new usage of GNSS. So there are many upcoming innovations that are in front of us. And as USPA, we are trying to do two things. So one, we foster the innovation, so we invest to decrease the, let's say, the risk of the companies from transport and from space that want to engage in this. I know Kineis is also, we know them well as well. But also, we think that, as Christophe was saying, we have to do something disruptive. And to do this, we need the startups. So the new entrepreneurs that are outside the space domain, that really bring this new business concept, these new approaches. And for this reason, we have our Cassini MyU Space challenges ongoing that also tackle the smart mobility. And for example, our winner of last edition was a drone solution called AB0 that is delivering sensitive goods such as medicines, organs, blood in very precise way, very effective way using our U-Space navigation.
Yeah, it's real futuristic stuff, that isn't
Well,
it? I can see Sebastian's wanting to come in here.
No, just to complement what you said, because as I said, we launched Navcast, the PPP service, and we also see there a very strong interest coming from automotive and transportation manufacturers and service providers. We are doing a validation campaign right now with a train operator, and I really see, I mean, the advantages of these augmentation systems like Galileo, HAS, or Navcast they are globally available. You don't need an additional infrastructure, and this is for transportation obviously a key element. And all our interfaces confirm, despite the fact that there will be multi-sensor activities required, GNSS is key, always key, because that's the only solution you have for absolute positioning.
Yeah. So we'll move on back to you, Alessandro. I wonder, because I think it's interesting for you as a company that is providing these kind of things. The concern is, in some senses, especially I think around citizens, is sort of security. And we talk about trackers that can be extremely useful, but they can also track things that might not want to be tracked. I wonder if you can explain how you see this going forward and the sort of protections and controls, at least that we have in Europe.
Yeah, okay. There are two things in your question. There is the question of security itself, can I track with security and confidentiality? And the second one is the consent of people or things to be tracked. Regarding security, we have an encryption from end to end from the device to the user that is actually optional because it's also a compromise that some users do because security and encryption requires energy. And so, like I said before, all is focused on the limitation of energy consumption so that your device is living the longer possible. And so when you're a scientist that are tracking like a bird or a polar bear, you don't really care that other people can see where your polar bear is. And so you might want to optimize your energy consumption, even if some, I don't know who, pirate would hack and actually know where your polar bear is. On the contrary, obviously, if you talk about military, but even with commercial companies, they don't want, obviously, that people know where their assets are. And so there we have in our terminals encryption available. So this is not a concern at all, and we designed the whole system so that it's fully secure from an internet perspective. And so regarding the consent, actually it's a really tough question because I would say 99% of what we are doing is with consent. I mean, if you consider that animals consent of being tracked, which is, well, you know, there's some debate on that.
Hard
Anyway,
to tell.
Yeah, hard to tell. But besides that, all we're doing is that we have a customer that wants something to be tracked, because we're talking about Internet of Things, and then we track it, and that's fine. Obviously, we could track anyone without consent. We have people coming to us saying, okay, I want to track my children. Okay, I want to track my grandfather because, you know, he's going to have Alzheimer's, sometimes he's losing itself in the forest. So, okay, what do we do with that? Today, we say no consent, no track, because it's our ethics in the company, and I strongly pledge to keep that. Obviously, what will happen if someday we have a major contract with a lot of money for tracking like children? Well, today I say we don't do that, but this is something that we have to deal with, and with our shareholders.
Do you know, in my journalistic work, so I once filed a report about how the EU was shipping, and America, there was different countries shipping our waste to put in different places. And for instance, one of the places was China, and in the end it wasn't actually ending up being sorted, but put into incinerators. I don't know if that was your trackers then, or if
no, we didn't.
Yeah, exactly. But it was really interesting because it exposed something, it exposed some wrongdoing.
Actually, we tracked some plastics. The scientists studying the plastic, track, like in India or in Asia, and so they built a false plastic bottle with tracker inside and put it with other plastic bottles and see, okay, where are all these going? And so you can see the tracking of the bottle and going into the ocean and then into this small continent of plastic, and so you are able to see what are the real way they're using.
It's complex ethical issues, and they're ones that, as the technology improves and as our systems improve to do this kind of work, we're going to have to probably confront them more. I'll turn to you, though, Christophe, because also funding is, vital for companies. There's actually a bit of a funding gap in the MFF, in the EU's 7-year budget for space programs. I wonder how you feel about that and whether you think it's going to have actually an effect on our competitiveness.
But we have a lot of money now, because with the previous MFF it was not so much. We have 15 billion for the space program. We will have also with connectivity 6 billion for the doing connectivity. We have also in Horizon Europe a different fund for innovation, and we have a lot of money. But of course, we need more. If we want to tomorrow do exploration, for example, it will cost a lot of money, but it will be very important for the citizens. And if the citizens believe in exploration, after that, we'll have more money for navigation, more money for observation, etc., because it's very interesting for the public. And that's for the funding. But another reason of the funding, why the funding is very important, is that the main idea is to have cooperation between member states, between companies. It's very important to have a lot of countries involved. And for navigation especially, since a short time, we have all the countries involved in the space policy. Because in the past, it was only 4 or 5 countries. Now, with the data provided by Galileo or Copernicus, it's around 14 terabytes a day coming downstream. And we have a lot of SMEs, of startups, who are creating application. You only need a computer and the engineer. You don't need a launcher or very strong industrial investment for doing it. And it's a democratization of the space policy. It's very, very important to say it. And for me, the most important is not to fight between SMEs, startups, companies inside Europe. But it is to be strong together, to be present in the global market. And it's also, politically speaking, it's also a question of strategic autonomy, we used to say. We need an autonomy, if we want to stay a big union, we need an autonomous access to the space. We need to have our destiny in our own hands. That's the reason why we have especially navigation. When we did Galileo in the past, Some people say, why do we want to spend so much money for Galileo?
Yeah.
We have also GPS. It's marvelous. It works. Yes, but it is American, and it is military application. That we have this momentum for Galileo, and it's a big success. And we are very efficient with Galileo today.
Yeah.
And I hope it will be the same for connectivity. We are all waiting for this new constellation, and I'm sure that we will have a new momentum with this constellation.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Galileo has proved to be a real success.
And maybe, Chuck, I would like to pick up on what Christophe was saying. I think we have a huge opportunity in what we call the downstream. So here we are in this space conference. We discuss a lot about infrastructure, exploration, the upstream part, but the real value is indeed in how we use our space data. And there is also where all the member states of the Union can express their potential, maybe also the one that don't have a tradition in space, and is also where entrepreneurs that are coming from the digital sector, or they're just geeks and young students, they can really do space. So it's no more for rocket scientists, it's really for everybody. So
doesn't all have to happen in Houston anymore.
Yes.
It's in people's bedrooms and spin-offs from universities. Yeah.
Exactly. So many of our entrepreneurs, we have around 1,000 innovators and startuppers in our network that we support. Many of them, they just come from university, or they just come from other sectors, and they got loving space. So that's really the democratization that you were mentioning, and I think it's very important.
I was at a satellite company in Italy a couple of weeks ago, and their master control room is totally empty. They all do it from home. It's unbelievable. They're controlling it all there. Turning to you, Sebastian, I wonder if you can talk about sort of evolutions in navigation technology, to move it back a bit maybe onto the transportation sector. What are the most relevant ones there for transportation?
Well, as I said already before, I believe accuracy will be a key factor in transportation.
How do we improve that then?
Yeah, as I said, with augmentation systems, there are barriers for transportation, or let's say autonomous mobility, because at the end, if we speak about transportation, I think we speak about autonomous mobility. There will be the need for systems which are globally available and without additional infrastructure, as the ones Fiammetta just mentioned, Galileo High Accuracy Service, or other PPP models like the SpaceOpal Navcast service we established. So key accuracy for sure, but you also need you will need to develop further the system to ensure the stability over the next decade. I mean, we have now operated as a long-term partner to ESA, EUSPA, and the Commission Galileo for the past decade, but I think you need to look always into the future, and augmentation is based on a stable basis service first. So whatever you augment needs to be there to be augmented, and I think that will be key for the next decade.
And actually, we are trying to understand the user needs. So I'm proud to announce that we will have our next edition of what we call the user consultation platform, where we put together the real end users of our system and understand what's next, what they need next. So also the transportation sector is very well represented. And from there, we pick up many ideas of how to evolve our systems, what to do next. One of the ideas was, for example, low power for Internet of Things, to liaise with Alexandre, because many times we have a very sophisticated signal, very nice, but that is not what is needed in application like Internet of Things. So in the next generation of Galileo, we are also, let's say, addressing this need of having really low power usage of GNSS. And this is coming from the user, so it's what we try to do at EUSPA, really to link the users with the space domain.
You have to make sure that anything you're doing is actually going to be practically useful and demonstrably useful for people.
And this is a paradigm change. 10 years ago, it was not like this in space, but now it's really the full engagement of all the community to get this user.
Something about the commercialization as well, in some sense as well, right?
Exactly.
So actually, I'm going to bring you, Klaus-Peter, back in, if I may, because this is also... Oh, that was a slightly weird sort of digitalization of your voice there, but hopefully... I want to talk to you about about competitiveness, actually. You know, how important is it that Europe stays at the front? I mean, if you can give your analysis, you know, compared to global players as well.
Yes, of course. I think there have been several aspects already lighted in the discussion. Of course, we need technological leadership. That's why our DLRs is hard working on the topic of optical communication between satellites in order to make the tracking and the processing, localization better. Also between the satellites with optical techniques that enhance the volume of data that can be transmitted in a very short time. But and also in Germany, we're working on the topic of bringing kind of a new space business into operation. I don't see you anymore. Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello? Yeah, okay. To bring the new space companies into operation, we started this with launching companies with they had to qualify for getting additional funding for bringing small CubeSats into space, and we have 3 companies that perform very well. So it's on one hand, it's with circumstances, things to define as a state to give companies the opportunity to run business and to be competitive in a worldwide scale. And the second is, of course, enough money from all those who take care for space, and therefore cooperation, European cooperation and worldwide cooperation in this domain, which is effectively a question of mankind, not only of Europe or US or Russia or whatsoever. We have to cooperate on this and bundle budgets, public budgets, because we don't have any longer the kings and queens who gave the money for those who conquered the world with their ships. It's now democracies, and we have to spend money.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So I'm going to turn to you, Alexandra, actually. Perhaps talking about sort of last mile coverage, these really hard to reach places, and how technology like yours might be able to support that in the future.
You mean?
So I know that some of your applications are to get into much harder to reach places regarding actual connectivity as well.
Yeah.
Right?
So there is 2 things. The first one is that I said that we have global coverage from everywhere. It's true, but in places like cities, for example, or very urban areas, space IoT is not exactly the best connectivity, because there is a lot of noise. You have like buildings that prevent you from seeing your satellites. And so this is why we are developing hybrid devices, which for the users is totally seamless, and you have inside a device hybrid connectivity. So it connects both on the terrestrial IoT networks and when it's in reach, and when you're out of the reach of these networks, you connect to the satellite. And so this is one evolution of what we're doing, which is very interesting. So we signed with like Deutsche Telekom, Orange in France, Vodafone, and so this is really one trend. And the other one that it's still in the exploration phase is that we are perfect for connecting terrestrial assets, maritime assets, but what about air assets? And so we actually already connect space assets. We have like trackers on the fairing of rockets, like the Ariane 5 that launched the James Telescope. We had trackers on the fairing to find them when they are back on Earth or on the ocean, actually. But what about airplanes? And so airplanes is very regulated areas, very regulated sector, and so you cannot just put your tracker on a plane and that's it. It doesn't work like that. And it's good that it doesn't work like that, actually. Yeah. And so there's other technologies like ADS-B, like other connectivity that we want to explore and to see, okay, can we reach this kind of market with a small marginal effort compared to what we've done with our satellites, or is it a completely different system? And in that case, it's not our business. And so we're in the middle of thinking that maybe something is possible, and so more to come.
Yeah, it's fascinating. Christopher, do you want to come in on that? No.
No, I don't know. I don't especially comment about what my colleagues say, but what's important for me now, as we arrive at the end of this panel, is to see the timetable for the future of navigation of space. And you know that we will have important rendezvous in February. Of course, the European Commission will give the text for the connectivity constellation. We will have the summit of ESA at the middle of February in Toulouse. It will be the 16th. And at the end of the year, we will have the ministerial of ESA, where all the member states say how many money they will put for space policy. All of this is very important for the future. It's impossible for us to lose time now. And that maybe it will be my last message for navigation, but for other part of the space policy, we need not losing time, because China is arriving, United States continue to invest hardly in space. Then we have not to lose time and to be very present on those meetings, on summits that we have this year.
Yeah, you talk about time, and we are running out of it, unfortunately, and we have the closing ceremony for the space conference coming in a moment. I'm going to have one last question, perhaps to you, Sebastian, actually, about how you as an organization are supporting these goals of the Commission and looking forward to these kind of summits and these fundings. What are you doing? How are you adapting?
We as Space Opal, together with our shareholders Telespazio in Italy and DLR GFR in Germany, we are involved in Galileo since decades now on several levels. I mean, as I said before, we are operating on a daily basis, but we are also doing a lot in the development and deployment. We are supporting USPA in the development of the user reference algorithms for high accuracy. We are looking into the second generation of Galileo. So ongoing deployments are important, ongoing developments, but even beyond that, we are, as a group, also involved in a lot of research activities, both on Telespazio side, but here, especially DLR with the Galileo Competence Center, I think has a strong asset looking into the future to make sure that the evolution of the technology meets the needs of the European Commission, of Europe, and of all the users worldwide.
No. I think we're going to wrap it there, because I know that as I say, the ending ceremony is coming upon us. A huge thank you to you, Sebastian, Fiammetta, to you, Christophe, to you, Alexandra. Also, thank you for your arduous attempts at joining us from the train. Klaus-Peter, we really appreciate you being with us here at the Space Conference. We'll leave it there. Thank you so much. And as I say, the closing ceremony will be coming up shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a day and a half it's been so far, and it's not done yet. We still have a digital afternoon ahead of us, and I do invite you to also follow that after this concluding address. That concludes this part of the conference, the sort of hybrid part of the conference. And so again, you're going to hear from me a bit later on, but for now, I would like to start by giving the floor to our two excellent speakers that are here for the concluding address, Mr. Marian-Jean Marinescu, who is the chair of the Sky and Space Intergroup at the European Parliament, extremely important institution. I'd like to give you the floor first, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, dear Minister, dear participants here in the room and online, I understand that there are more than 1,500 participants in this conference in 1 day and a half. This is, as usually, a big, very large assistance. There are also many ministers. Commission was present with commissioners and parliament with members of the parliament. So I think that we can say that it was a success. So I heard during the discussions an encouraging statement. If 2021 was the year to prepare new actions for our space policy, then 2022 is the year to deliver, to implement. And I can say it is the time when Commission must speed up the process. We have to admit that EU was too slow comparing to other space powers and also to the private sector. Commission announced yesterday that very soon will present the legislative proposal for the secure connectivity constellation and the European strategies for space traffic management. Regarding the EU space-based global secure communication system, the Commission is counting on Member States and European Parliament to move fast and to conclude the negotiations in 1 year. European Parliament, also Sky and Space Intergroup, always supported space legislation, and regarding the timing, EP, European Parliament, was always faster than the Council and the Commission, so no problem in this respect. I am waiting to see the legislative proposal, how the program will be built, and especially the architecture of the governance, the level of involvement of the space industry, and of course, how the program will be financed. I hope will be financed without harming other EU policies. In my opinion, space traffic management is a must, and it should have been ready years ago. I remember my pilot project that was approved many years ago, but anyway, I thank to the Commission that started the work to this project. With more than 30,000 additional satellites to be launched in the near future, let's hope that we will still have where to launch our satellites. I welcome the new space initiative announced yesterday by the Commission, European Space Launcher Alliance, as a starting point for the European launcher strategy, in which a special attention will be paid to creating the right framework for supporting small and micro launchers. We all know that the space policy is under-financed, so I hope that Cassini Space Investment Fund, 1 billion launched yesterday, and the use of public procurement for space projects will improve the situation. I notice also in these 2 days of conference that there is a general consensus. All participants, the representatives of the Commission, the industry, through the big companies and the start-ups, the experts all agree on the important things. We all agree that EU should speed up its action if we want to be able to face the strong competition. We all agree that we should invest more and spend more efficient the money. There is a general agreement that we should support more the startups and the SMEs, and as they are the key for the future. We have all come to the conclusion that space is increasingly important for the military dimension, and also that innovation cycles are much shorter, and that is why EU must accelerate its activities. We agreed during the discussions that in order to be able to face the competition, to secure our assets and to protect our economies, EU and member states should join efforts. However, the EU is currently very effective only in its statements and intentions. And here comes the question, what is missing? This question must be food for thought for the next debates. My answer is we lack political will. It is our common task to convince the member states to support a collective approach, and I remind you also about the JTI for space that was blocked by the member states. So I hope that the next Space Summit from February will be about concrete results of this day's promises. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Marinescu, for your messages and your calls. Thank you very much. You're always keeping us thinking forward and keeping us facing in the right direction. So thank you very much for your intervention. Now, as much as I would have loved to also introduce Commissioner for Transport of the European Commission, Ms. Vălean, she unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but we're very much looking forward to welcoming her next year. So now I have the absolute pleasure to welcome to the podium Thomas Dermine, the State Secretary for Economic Recovery and Strategic Investments, in charge of scientific policy of the Kingdom of Belgium, a significantly important space player. So thank you very much for being with us today, and we look forward to your concluding remarks. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone in the room and online. It's a pleasure to be with you today, and it was a pleasure to welcome you all for more than a day in Brussels. I think that these kind of events, bringing together people from different perspectives, from the private sector, from the public sector, is very important, especially in a year like 2022, where we have to craft a vision for the future, a vision for space for the future. So I would like, first of all, to thank all the organizers of this European Space Conference for the organization and for the very good setup of this conference here in Brussels in unusual, but I am afraid that it's going to be the new normal for this kind of hybrid event. Belgium, as you know, has a very long-standing commitment to space. We were one of the 11 founding members of the European Space Agency back in 1975. We are today, since the last ministerial meeting, the 5th net contributor to ESA, which is relatively to the small size of Belgium, an achievement per se. People like to say that Belgium is the biggest of the small country in space, but as I like to make the joke, I prefer to say that we are the smallest of the big ones in space, and this government has taken the firm commitment in the next few years not to revise our contribution downwards. So we are very hopeful for the next ministerial meeting, and we hope that we will be followed by several other member states. As clearly stated by our Prime Minister, who was here yesterday for the closing remarks of the first day of the conference, Belgium is strongly supporting the ambitious vision of ESA and would like to contribute. And I think that the fact that the head of state of Belgium, the Prime Minister Alexander De Croo, was here yesterday evening is a very positive sign that top leadership in the member state is pushing an ambitious agenda for space, and that space is a very hot topic for the future. And basically, if we in Belgium believe that we need an ambitious vision for space, it's based on 4 reasons. And I would like to detail those, those four reasons in the next few minutes. The first one is that we believe that space is what we need to cope with big challenges of our time. If you think, for example, of climate change, we know that better Earth observation means better science, that better science means better policy making, and that better policy making means securing the life of future generation. And that's the reason why we pay significant interest to these activities and to the link to these Earth observation activities with other scientific activities in our country. In the same way, I think that we are all aware of the risk and the rising number of cyber attacks, and we do believe that space has a clear role to play in preventing, but also in facilitating intervention in cyber attacks. So we believe that this is also a key area for investment, and Belgium supports the reinforcement of the European Space Security and Education Center in Redu, which is the center of ESA for cybersecurity located in the southern part of Belgium, but we support also EU initiative that has been mentioned during the conference as GovSatcom and EuroQCI. Second reason, we believe that space is a safe investment. If you think of the industrial returns in the economy, but also the scientific returns in our academic communities, returns are excellent. In Belgium, we computed that every time we invest €1 in space, we get on average over the 2015-2019 period €4 in return. Thus the multiplying effect is significant, and it's also significant on jobs and on the jobs creation related to the space industry. The third reason why we support a strong ambition in space is that space is cheap. Actually, we get all of the above for an amount of money which is reasonably small. Belgium per capita is one of the highest contributing countries in Europe. But every year, it's only €25 per inhabitant that we dedicate to space policy. On average, across the EU, it's €10 per inhabitant. So on one side, you have all the strategic reasons why we should invest in space. Think of the industrial returns, think of the scientific returns, think of the strategic autonomy of Europe and the question for the future of sovereignty. And on the other side, you have the amounts we invest, which are relatively small in comparison with what we invest in other priorities. The fourth and final reason why we believe we need an ambitious agenda for space is that space has this ability to make us dream. I do believe that across member states, we need to dream. We need to think about positive projects for the future, and space is something that has this ability to make us dream. The world is entirely known. You can go at every corner of the world, you will find the same McDonald's or the same Starbucks coffee, but space is the next frontier. The generation of my parents, my great-grandparents, they were dreaming of exploration and discovering new places on Earth. But now, the planet Earth is nearly 100% known, and the next frontier is space. So we need space to make us dream about science, to make us dream about progress. And I believe that the work that the astronaut Thomas Pesquet and his friends are doing to promote science is much more powerful than any other scientific promotion programs funded by the EU or by the member states. So definitely this dimension about projecting ourselves in the future, about promoting science, is also a key role of space and is one extra reason we should invest in space. And if you think of the latest campaign to recruit new astronauts that has been launched last year by ESA, I was very happy to see that Belgium has sent more than 1,000 qualified applicants in the recruitment process. And it's the demonstration that people, young people, do have a passion for space, and this fibre is still very much alive, and we should nurture it in the future. So, ladies and gentlemen, we as Europeans, we are at a turning point. We see that others are moving very fast, not only in the US, like it was 10, 20 years ago, but also China, India, and other parts of the world. Space is, as stated before, a very cheap way to dream and a safe investment for our economies and for all of us. In the coming months, ahead of the ministerial meeting end of this year, we should not aim for a strategy to do more of the same, but rather to do more and to do better. Let's all of us, the European Space Agency, the European Commission, the member states, the public and the private sectors, let's join forces and push for an ambitious agenda for European leadership. This is the only way if we want to stay in this global race. Thank you very much, and I look forward to see you next year to see where we stand on this ambitious agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, State Secretary Dermine, for your messages, for your vision, for your calls to action. Certainly, the European Parliament and the European Council and sort of political decision makers across the board will have a lot of work ahead of them and a lot of responsibility based on your vision there. So thank you very, very much. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived at the inevitable end of our conference after a day and a half, and entered the hybrid part of our conference, because I'll talk about the digital afternoon in a second. It's been a day and a half filled with debates, intense debates, dynamic debates, exciting debates on a number of key themes for the European space domain, from secure connectivity to the Green Deal, access to space, defense and security, space entrepreneurship, space applications, international cooperation and science, and so on and so forth. So I hope everyone here and everyone at home had an absolutely brilliant time over this day and a half. A word about everyone at home. We've had over 1,000 people attending this conference. So it's been great. It's been great having you with us. And the how do you call it? The interaction across all the various social media and multimedia platform has been extremely positive, good, dynamic, as I'm being told by my colleagues, thousands upon thousands of interactions, and so thank you for playing the game, if you will. Thank you for tweeting away, asking, responding. It's been great to have you with us, even though we can't physically have you with us, of course, because of the situation. It's been great nonetheless to have you with us from wherever you are. Now, a quick word, as I said before I get to the final part of my conclusion, a quick word on the digital afternoon. Immediately after this, essentially, we're going to have a sort of after conference, a digital after conference that will last for the rest of the afternoon, purely online. We will have 2 fireside chats, one with Sylvain Schwartz from Onera, and one with Mr. Jean-David Malo. So you will still see me there. I'm sorry, this isn't the last time you're going to see me if you're online. So tune in for that. After that, we have 3 very, very interesting workshops that I very much recommend you join and you watch. The first one is satellite-based. Is everything okay? Can you hear me? First one is on satellite-based quantum key distribution, turning next-generation cybersecurity into reality. That is at 3:30. No, 2:30, I'm afraid, sorry. At 3:30, we have a second workshop on the advent of 5G, an opportunity for the satellite industry, and after that, at 4:30, we have a final workshop on bringing space to Earth, the European challenges of developing advanced space services. So the debate continues online, and I very much urge you to keep following this conference until its very, very end. And so I would like to thank, on behalf of Business Bridge Europe, I would like to thank everybody who has participated in this conference. I would like to thank the speakers, of course, without whom, well, we wouldn't have been able to bring you such lively and interesting debates. I would like to, of course, thank Prime Minister De Croo for coming and granting us his presence yesterday. It was a true honor. Vice Prime Minister Vilmès, State Secretary Dermine, for such a strong representation of our host country and for showing such amazing leadership. Commissioner Breton, who is here also, Director General Aschbacher, and all the ministers who were here and all the commissioners who were able to intervene either physically or online or by sending a video message. Thank you to everyone truly and to all the speakers truly for participating. Of course, I also have to say a special word of thanks to the partners of this conference, without whom, of course, it would have been very difficult to bring you such a conference. So thank you very much to the partners. And of course, I have to give a few words of thanks very briefly, but I think these words of thanks nonetheless need to be given. A big thank you to the team that helped put together this conference, to my fellow colleagues at Business Bridge Europe. I know how it's been over the past few weeks and months. It's been a monumental task to bring such a conference together, particularly in such difficult circumstances such as COVID. So a big thank you to all the hard work that you did. A big thank you, of course, to the technical team that have been absolutely crucial, and that will continue to be crucial until the end of this conference. A thank you to all the participants once again, and I think as it's becoming a tradition for myself, I have to also thank the catering, because without them, this day and a half would have been difficult, at least for me personally. And so a big thank you to all of these people, and of course to anyone that I might have forgiven to give thanks to. A big thank you. Now, last, I've been asked to say, I hope I'm not forgetting anything, I'd like to draw your attention, of course, to the next initiatives that we're going to be launching, that Business Bridge Europe is going to be launching. After the Competitiveness Council later this year, we're going to have a sort of follow-up event to this conference, linking the two presidencies of the Council of the European Union. So I will very much engage you to keep an eye on that, and we will be giving you more information on that as soon as possible. And of course, you can go on our website and see all the other events that we organize and all the other initiatives that we take with regards to key European sectors and domains. And of course, I have to already send you an invitation and invite you formally to the next European Space Conference, the 15th edition of the European Space Conference, which will take place, of course, at the beginning of next year. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's enough from me for now. Thank you very, very much for joining us for this day and a half, and we will see you next year. So, welcome everyone to the digital conference, to the digital side of the 14th European Space Conference. I just mentioned in the concluding address, as you might have heard, we have a number of excellent workshops happening this afternoon on key issues, sort of quantum, 5G, etc. So please do stay tuned for this. You can find, of course, the full program online, but do stay tuned for these excellent workshops that we have prepared. But now, without further ado, I'm absolutely delighted and somewhat terrified to launch this fireside chat on quantum physics and its applications for the space domain with Sylvain Schwartz, quantum physicist with Onera. I said terrified because I was just telling you before that quantum is something that, of course, everyone talks about. Absolutely no one has any idea what it means. And so, let's start off with the fundamental question. What is quantum physics and what can it do for space?
So quantum physics is a theory that was developed at the beginning of the 20th century. You might know some of its founding fathers like Niels Bohr, Albert Einstein, or Erwin Schrödinger, and many others. And basically the goal of quantum physics is to give rules to explain how matter or nature, if you want, behaves at the level of single particles or elementary particles like atoms, for example, or photons, which are grains of light, whose existence is also predicted by quantum mechanics. So it gives rule to understand and to predict how those very small systems will behave. And so it was developed at the beginning of the 20th century, and the first successes of quantum mechanics were intellectual or scientific. It could explain a lot of things that had been quite mysterious before that to scientists. For example, the stability of matter. Before quantum theory, the atom was seen as a nucleus with electrons orbiting around them. But if an electron rotates around the atom, because it's an accelerated charge, it should...
There we go, better.
It's an accelerated charge, so it should lose energy. It should radiate energy and eventually collapse on the nucleus. So, and quantum physics, for example, solved this mystery. And more generally, it helped physicists to understand much better matter. Why are some materials conducting? Why are some insulating? Why are there semiconductors? It could help understand the interaction between light and matter. And it could also explain some very mysterious phenomena that had been observed before, like supraconductivity or superfluids. For example, liquid helium has no friction. Why is that? That was also explained by quantum theory.
Okay, and how does this, I mean, this is all absolutely fascinating, but how does this relate then to space technologies in particular?
Yeah, well, first it should be pointed out that some applications, some very important applications that we are all using today have been enabled by the discovery of quantum physics. And maybe the most famous is the computer or electronics, or more generally semiconductors, which have been made possible by the laws whose design is based on the laws of quantum physics. And another very important example is the laser, which was also invented as a result of the discovery of quantum physics, with many applications today. And because we're at a space conference, I should also quote the atomic clock, which is at the heart of GNSS, and who also stems from quantum technologies.
But these so I hear what you're saying. These technologies though are already, they're quite old, right? They're not sort of new cutting edge.
That's true.
So why is everyone suddenly super excited about sort of quantum technology?
Well, because more technologies are coming. They're just around the corner.
Excellent.
And actually, it's a bit funny to realize that some of the applications of quantum technologies, like the laser, have then been, as a kind of return, they have been used by researchers, physicists, to gain more and more control on quantum systems, on elementary quantum systems. And today, thanks to the laser and to other technologies, scientists are now able to control and manipulate quantum systems really at the elementary, at the single particle level, if you like. So it's now routine, for example, in research labs, to trap atoms one by one, to encode information in the energy levels of the atoms, to make the atoms interact, to process this information. And so, and now it's, let's say, this technology is well mastered in research labs, also in some industries. And now the new challenge is to harness the properties of these well-controlled elementary quantum systems to bring in new applications. And this is sometimes referred to as a second quantum revolution.
I see. So what kind of new technologies will be enabled by controlling quantum systems at a single particle level?
Yeah, so maybe the most famous one, and the one why many people are excited about, is a quantum computer.
Yes, indeed.
And so the idea here is really to use elementary quantum systems, for example, a single atom or a single ion or a single photon, to encode information, and say those systems are based on one of the weird or strange principles of quantum mechanics, which is the superposition principle. Right. And this principle says that if your system, say your atom, can be in state 1 and state 2, or 0 and 1 if you want to use the computer language, then it can also, in principle, and in reality, you can really physically do it, you can put it in the superposition of the two. And now if you encode your information not in a classical bit with 0 and 1, but in a quantum bit with state 0 and state 1, you also have access to all mathematical superpositions of 0 and 1, and in particular, you could be in both states, in the superposition of both states. And now if you have a register of many quantum bits, you can also access superpositions, for example, of 0, 0, 0, and 1, 1, 1, 1.
Okay.
And those are called entangled states. And the space in which those entangled states live is so big that there is a potential to speed up calculations. And so there are a bunch of quantum algorithms that have been invented to benefit from this superposition principle and from those entangled states, to encode some problems which could, in principle, be solved by those quantum machines in a more efficient way than what can be done with any classical computer. But on the other hand, the price to pay is that those entangled states are also extremely fragile. And the bigger they are, the more fragile they are. And so one really current frontier of modern research in this domain is to learn how to protect those entangled states from their environment, to make them robust enough to really take computational benefit from those quantum machines.
So is quantum calculation the only application of the second quantum revolution?
No, it's not. There are actually some other, many other, or several other applications, I should say. And to give some kind of classification, we could use, for example, what has been done by the European Commission when it announced its quantum flagship program a few years ago. And if I remember well, there were 4 pillars, which were quantum computing and quantum simulations that we've just talked about before, but also quantum communications and quantum sensing. Yeah.
So with quantum sensing, what can you expect to measure with quantum particles?
Yeah, so actually a lot of physical parameters can in principle be measured with elementary quantum systems. And one could, for example, think about the atomic clocks that we have just talked about, and they're becoming more and more accurate
and some of them are already based on single particles, for example,
Sure.
single ions, which are trapped and interrogated and used as time references. But people also can measure gravity fields, for example. And we at Onera have been developing some cold atom-based gravimeters that can measure so the attraction of the Earth, if you want, with a very high accuracy. One could also think about measuring other inertial forces, for example, rotations. So you could build gyroscopes, which also have the promise to be much more sensitive and accurate than classical or optical gyroscopes. You could measure electric fields and so on. And maybe to give a concrete example of quantum sensing for space, one very interesting thing that people have been working on for years now is to measure the Earth's gravity field using satellites. So you have so you have famous missions like GRACE or GOCE, and those missions use accelerometers inside satellites, which are made of proof masses. So they are not quantum, right? They are the current generation, and now people are thinking more and more that in the next generations of those geodesy space missions, one could replace or maybe hybridize those classical accelerometers based on proof masses with quantum accelerometers based on cold atoms. So here the atoms are controlled with lasers, and they are used as the proof mass itself. And the big advantage is that basically because every atom in the universe of the same species, of course, like every rubidium atom of the same isotope should be the same in all parts of the universe, you get a kind of absolute reference mass, which you interrogate with lasers. And those lasers are also stabilized using other atoms of the same species. And so my point here is that what you do when you do such a gravity or acceleration measurement is you do an absolute measurement. You don't have to calibrate your sensor because everything is related in the end to the atomic frequencies, which are known and constant and should not vary all across time and space. And so doing those atomic gravimeters provides you an absolute reference, which could in the next generation space missions be used to stabilize in the long term the drifts of those classical accelerometers based on proof masses. And the applications are numerous. For example, monitoring the repartition of water at the surface of the Earth to monitor climate change, for example.
Excellent. So I have got one last question for you.
Okay, sure.
Sorry, no. Listen, we could have this. I'd love to have this conversation for hours. But that you see that clock there that's menacingly sort of blinking at me in red, is telling me that our time is almost up. And so the last question, which is specific, is significant, taking into account, of course, the initiatives that we're seeing at an EU level, at a European level, with regards to, for example, secure connectivity. Where does sort of quantum communication figure in all of this?
Yeah, so that's another promise of quantum mechanics, which actually dates back to the 80s. This idea that there's another principle of quantum physics is that if you do measurements on a single particle, in a way you have to change, or at least in some circumstances, depending on what you measure, you can change the state of the particle. And that is at the basis of some secure communication protocols where you would encode your information in elementary particles, for example, individual photons that you would send to your interlocutor. And of course, this could be a space link between a ground station and a satellite, for example. And if you do this photon by photon, well, a spy which wants to intercept your signal will have to perform some measurements of these photons, and inevitably, in some of the photons, it will affect the state of the photon. And this, in the end, if you share, say, part of your measurements between the ground station and the satellite, you will be able to detect the presence of the spy because the measurements have perturbed the state of the individual particles. And there is no way, say, to take, say, 10% of the signal, do the measurement, and so on. Because they're elementary particles, you cannot do this. You cannot cut the photon into 10% for the measurement and 90% for the rest. And so the measurement has to disturb the communication channel, and that's a way to detect it. So of course there's a bunch of more sophisticated secured communications based on this. There are also this idea of building quantum networks beyond secure communications, where, for example, entangled states would be shared between two distant ground stations. That would be a way to interface different quantum machines on the ground using with the help of a satellite. And so a lot of people are working on that, and at Onera we are also involved in that with the expertise that we have developed about correcting the effect of atmospheric turbulences using adaptive optics, which is quite important in this context to increase the rate of quantum communications between ground stations and satellites. And so as a word of conclusion, I would say those were only a few examples, but I think there will be a lot of more technologies that might be enabled by quantum physics, also pushed by all this investment that is currently, and research efforts that are currently ongoing in the community, and especially in Europe. And maybe there will be more applications that we're not even thinking of, which will be coming in the next future. I hope so, at least.
Listen, this has been an absolutely fascinating and enlightening talk, particularly because it does really, everything you've explained now, it really underlines the here we're used to talking about the political developments that are taking place, the initiatives and so on and so forth, and you've just explained sort of the underlying science underneath that. So I think that was fascinating. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, George,
from Onera, for being here with me today, for being with us today. It's fascinating. We should take this up some other time, because physics isn't my thing, so I've got a bunch of other questions for you. So thank you very, very much. Thank you for everyone who joined us at home or in your offices. I will be with you shortly for another Fireside Chat.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back for a second Fireside Chat. Very different from the topic that we've just had from the first one, but nonetheless, it will be just as fascinating, I think, with Mr. Jean-David Malo, who is Director of the Executive Agency for the EIC and SMEs, who will be joining me remotely. Mr. Malo, how are you?
Very fine, very fine.
Thank
Great
you.
to be with you this afternoon.
Thank you very much. Excellent to have you with us. Either those who are here and those who are at home and in their offices. Thank you very much for being with us. So I'm going to jump right into it because we're running a little bit late. So I'm going to jump right into it. So, what is the EIC? What is it that you do? What are your activities? how do you support the private ecosystem and in particular the SMEs? What do you do to boost innovation?
Thanks. In fact, the idea of the European Innovation Council emerged after the assessment that we made to communication and a number of actions that we launched at the beginning of the 2010s period, which was the Innovation Union communication, where the European Union took a number of initiatives in order to stimulate, in particular, the EU innovation ecosystem. And when we took stock, in fact, around 2015 about the situation, what emerged can be summarized as follows. First, it appears clearly that the European Union remains a clear powerhouse in terms of science, in its capacity to generate knowledge. And you can measure it, for example, in the number of top journal publications that we have. You can measure it also in the attractivity of our research institution and university. You can measure it also with the number of Nobel Prize that we are getting. But nevertheless, we remain with a number of weaknesses. And these weaknesses, you can regroup them around the following main strengths. First, we remain with strong weaknesses in our capacity to move from what Pascal Lamy has synthesized in its report for the preparation of the framework program that is currently running, the Horizon Europe framework program, our capacity to move from lab to fab. So how to use, in fact, the knowledge that we are able to develop, the new technologies that we are able to stimulate to an innovation process, to innovation products, to companies that are able to carry out and develop this in concrete products and therefore on growth and jobs. And second, our difficulty, despite the fact that we are able to stimulate the creation of deep tech startups, at the level of what exists in the US. In 2019, we have created in the Union more or less the same number of deep tech startups than in the US. But we remain very weak in our capacity to accompany them in their growth, in particular in their scale-up. And one of the initiatives that we took in order to tackle this is indeed the European Innovation Council, which has the purpose to provide means for European innovators from the generation of an idea, so very low technology readiness level, starting with TRL1, TRL2, so in the research area, let's be very clear there, up to, on the opposite, on the downstream dimension of the EIC, up to the way to accompany, in fact, in their growth, our promising deep tech startup and SMEs. So a very ambitious program, which has received the support from the European Parliament and the European Council with a budget of more than 10 billion euro for the period 2021-2027, and which has the objective to be a single one-stop shop for these innovators from the generation of the idea up to the support to the growth of our promising deep tech startup, their scale-up. And concretely, this means that we are providing mainly 3 schemes, because by definition in this journey, the type of support cannot be the same. There is no one-size-fits-all approach. We are in the downstream dimension, in the early stage, providing grants via a program which is called the EIC Pathfinder, in order to stimulate, in fact, the emergence of new technologies in any domain, the bottom-up approach, but also with a top-down approach in certain domain, and we will come back to this when we'll talk a bit more about space. In order to tackle the first weakness that I have summed up in my introduction, this move from lab to fab, we are proposing transition activities to companies and sometimes to small consortia that are able to use, in fact, this knowledge and to prepare themselves to go to the market, and to tackle the main weakness, which remain the scale-up issues. we are providing with a team which is the EIC Accelerator, different types of means, going from grants to equity or a merge of two, so blended finance, which is a composition of equity and grant financing, for single startup and SMEs in very rare small mid gaps, in order to accompany them to their growth. So this is the main, in fact, support that we are providing. We are providing it, and I will stop here for your first question. First, in a bottom-up approach, because it's very important to harvest any type of innovation that can emerge anywhere, but also in order to fit also with the policy priorities of the Union, to contribute to the twin transitions, the green and the digital one, to contribute also to the sectors that are considered strategic for the Union, in particular in order to ensure our strategic autonomy. We are also launching in this domain challenge-based goals, so top-down goals in particular area, including, of course, in space.
Awesome. So I mean, listen, thank you very much for providing that overview off the bat. I mean, we had a number of sort of SMEs and startups here present with us, and I know that we have a lot more sort of connected online. So I am absolutely certain that they are over the moon to hear this information, which is extremely useful for them. And now, my next question: what work do you do to support the European space sector? What does it mean to directly invest in a company in the space sector?
No, I mean, as I told you in my introduction, in one of our scheme, which is the accelerator, we are providing them with grant support, but also with finance support. And there, we are providing companies that are making proposal to our cause the possibility to have direct equity from our side, of course, with the objective to create crowding in effect for other investors, because the purpose for us, of course, is not to replace the private sector, but to de-risk the private sector and to accompany this company as a silent capital shareholder in order to help them to turn their technology into reality. And if you look at what we have already achieved in the pilots, but also in the first calls that we have launched already in 2021, we have already selected a number of companies that are working in the space sector, and allow me maybe to quote a number of them and to talk a little bit about their technology. The first one I have in mind is TrustMe, which is a French company, which has been selected in our last call, and where we intend to provide a blended finance support with 2 million grants and an expected investment on our side, I insist on this, on our side of up to 10 million euro, whose objective is to ramp up, in fact, the production capacity of groundbreaking space propulsion systems. Because in this space industry, which is experiencing, as you know today, rapid growth, with more than around 25,000 satellites expected to be launched in the next 10 years. I mean, this issue of electric propulsion system is absolutely key, and the technologies that TrustMe is proposing is a complete and standalone propulsion systems that make use, in fact, of the groundbreaking alternative propellant loading, which can be stored unpressurized, solid, and is almost 100 times cheaper than Xenon. So you see, not only something that is making sense, commercially speaking, but also a real groundbreaking technology. Another one I have in mind is the society Share My Space, where there also we select them for blended finance support, and whose objective is to ensure a better management of collision risk in space. Because as everybody knows, I mean, this is something which is becoming a real issue, the possibility of collision in the space. And what this company is proposing is indeed trying to diminish drastically this possibility of collision. And allow me a last one, which is a German company, which is Sequana, and which is working on satellite-based SAS to monitor quantification of carbon sequestration in soil. So using space, in fact, in order to have an impact on the green transitions that we have today. So you see different possibility where we can support different type of companies that are addressing in the space area issues that are not only relating to space, that are relating to space directly, but that are also relating to some of our main challenges like transition.
Indeed.
And just if you allow me a few additional words, in the work programs that we will adopt in the coming days for 2022, on top, because those companies were selected in a bottom-up approach.
Indeed.
But in the forthcoming work program, we have introduced a number of challenge-based, so top-down calls, with areas such as innovation applications making use of data and signals from EU space infrastructures, such as development of space technologies, including those needing in-orbit demonstration, in-orbit validation for space transportation, telecommunication, and navigation. So you see, we are not only in our work program able to support any kind of companies, including in space, but as we consider space as a strategic area, we will dedicate a specific budget for this kind of companies.
Excellent. Well, listen, we could continue, as I've said with a lot of my speakers, we can continue this conversation for hours, and we definitely look forward to inviting you physically here, hopefully, to the next European Space Conference. So this is already the invitation. So we'll be looking forward to hearing from you. Maybe for one last minute, because I know we're running a little bit late for the workshops, one last very quick question for a very quick answer. Beyond all of what you've explained, what other services do you provide to support companies in the European space sector scale up? You have 30 seconds to a minute.
Yeah, and I will do it very quickly.
Thank you.
You are addressing a very important point because, financial means is one thing, but by essence, it's insufficient. And this is why we are complementing, in fact, for our beneficiaries, the financial support that we just talked about with business acceleration services. This morning, for example, I was participating to the 51st corporate days that we are organizing, where in fact some big corporates are put in contact with our startup and SMEs in order for our startup and SMEs, notably in the context of the IC Accelerator, to tackle the challenges that these big corporates have in their own strategy. And we did it, for example, in the space area recently, last year, if I remember well, with Thales and Alenia Space. And in the future, we intend to do it again. Now, on top of this relationship with big corporates, we are organizing the same kind of events with public procureur.
Indeed, yeah.
This is another very important dimension with investors, because on top, of course, of the support that we can provide for investments, for later stage investments, it's also important for a number of companies to get big tickets, and we are organizing this kind of support. We are offering, of course, for a number of our companies, the possibility to participate to a number of international fairs. We were, for example, in the CES of Las Vegas a few days ago with 18 of our companies. We are this week in Dubai for another one, and we are proposing something like 15 international fairs, including in the...
Excellent.
So just to give you a flavor, but it's only a part of it.
Thank you. Excellent. That's listen, as I said, I'm sure that everybody here and at home has been absolutely fascinated to hear your presentation, the presentation of what you do, It's been fascinating. Thank you very much. Thank you for the work that you do. Best of luck with the work that you do, because it's extremely important. And once again, I'm very much looking forward to welcoming you here physically next year. So thank you very much for participating in this fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now to everyone at home, that's it from me. I'm going to quickly, because I know we're somewhat late, I'm going to quickly sort of say goodbye and introduce you to the next workshop, which is satellite-based quantum key distribution, turning next-generation cybersecurity into a reality. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, welcome to this online session organized by SES, the satellite company based in Luxembourg. During this space conference, we heard quite a lot about the importance of security and defense in the space sector. But more specifically, when you talk about cybersecurity, you need to think about the right technologies and means to ensure that cybersecurity exists in space. So this session is about quantum-based satellite communications, and I have with me a very distinguished set of speakers to talk to you about the various elements which makes this technology a reality already today in Europe. There will be two panels during this 1 hour session. One panel which will be more on the policy aspects, cross-border cooperation or long-distance QKD demonstrations. And there will be a second panel which will be more dedicated to the industry's views and presentation about Eagle One. So back to the panel one, we're here talking about EuroQCI and the importance of quantum key distribution. I have with me 7 speakers divided upon 3 groups. First, you will hear about the institutions, the European Commission and the European Space Agency. Then you will hear the voice of the industry, and we will then finish with the member states who can be considered as the Sherpas of this initiative. So let me present to you the 7 speakers. First, Gilles Lequeux from DG DEFI in the European Commission will introduce this panel. He will be followed by his colleague from DG CNECT, also from European Commission, Pascal Maillot. We will then hear Harald Oschild from HARTES, who's program manager at ESA. My colleague Alan Kurizevich from SES will then take the floor for the industry's voice. And we will have Rudi Stranen from the Ministry of State in Luxembourg, followed by Andrik Swereb from the University of Malta, and Dimitrios Kaklis from the Ministry of Digital Governance in Greece. So you see, you will hear a lot of different flavors and elements which reflect, in fact, the importance of cross-border cooperation for quantum projects in Europe. So without any further ado, I'd like to give it a start, and I will first give the floor to Gilles, and followed by Pascal. My question to you both will be, which strategy does the European Commission develop on QKD in space? So Gilles, the floor is yours.
Yes, I hope you can hear me very well.
Loud and clear.
Very good, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for organizing this workshop, of course, and also for this invitation. So let me start and introduce this very interesting discussion on quantum communication with a specific focus on space. To start, I would like to say that the space-based quantum communication is a strategic priority for the European Commission. At Commission level, we are convinced that this emerging key technology will become more and more important, and will offer at the end, when mature enough, when demonstrated in orbit, when the service will be validated, it will offer another important layer to protect our communication, and of course based on quantum key distribution, generated and distributed from space to cover long-distance secure communication. As already said in the yesterday conference, in a number of sessions, and in particular by my commissioner Thierry Breton, the Secure Connectivity Initiative will build notably on the use of quantum key distribution to include and use quantum encryption techniques in this new system to secure communication. So it reflects in a way the strategic importance on this new and emerging key technology. So in DG DEFIS, which is a new, quite recent DG, in DG DEFIS, we have now setting up a dedicated team dealing with quantum technologies, including quantum key distribution in space. And we are working now full speed to provide support to the development of this technology, to make it a reality, and also support the development of the industrial ecosystem that is also needed to support this activity. Now, what in terms of funding support, I mean, we started already to support this space-based quantum key distribution under Horizon 2020. There was a dedicated topic in the last call of Horizon 2020. As a result, there is an ongoing, very interesting project still running for the moment. It aims at designing a network of 12-unit CubeSat in low orbit to offer combined capabilities for communication secured by QKD and also for 5G connections for Internet of Things. So this project is quite relevant also in the context of the secure connectivity concept. Also, now we are continuing the support to the development through Horizon Europe, as probably you know, from the first work program covering the period 21-22. There is one call under the SATCOM topic that includes the continuation of the technology maturation for quantum key distribution. This call is still open until the 16th of February. Again, and on top of that, as part of our first work program in the space component of Horizon Europe, also we have dedicated a quite substantial amount to support the first demonstration in orbit of this technology based on prepare and measure protocol, so-called Eagle-1, that will be largely discussed after in this discussion and workshop. So we hope to continue this support in the next work program of Horizon Europe for the period 23-24. That is for the time being discussed now with the member states. So we have quite a good hope that we will be in a position to continue to further support the technology, the maturation towards further demonstration. Also for the PNM protocol, but also we have to work for the space-based entanglement related protocol, which is more long-term, but we need also to work on that using our funding instruments. And finally, an important point, QKD is not only a strategic technology, but it's also a critical technology for the EU. It is critical because it aims at better securing the communication of the EU, so it has a strong link with the security aspects. For that reason, QKD is considered as a critical technology for which EU non-dependency has to be ensured, as well as to secure the related supply chain. So for that, we systematically in our support activities, we include this notion of EU non-dependency, which is for the Commission very important. So and finally, I would like to thank also the colleagues from the GRC that are also bringing technical support to our work. We also collaborate with Connect, as you already said, and also with the colleagues from the European Space Agency under the EuroQCI initiative. So we are a big team around quantum and around quantum communication, including in space, voilà, at the Commission side. Voilà, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gilles. I will now give the floor to Pascal to complement what you've just said.
Yes, thanks. And I would like also to thank, as Gilles said, thank you for the invitation and consequent level of this panel. Gilles described if I can call it like that, the research part for these strategic and critical technologies, so these quantum encryption, or more precisely, quantum key distribution. I would like to stress the fact that the EU is not working on validation and research, which is obviously very important for the development of the technology, but also on the development of infrastructure. And by infrastructure here, I mean the project EuroQCI, which will have two main segments. One on the ground, a ground segment, so connections via optical fiber and different trusted nodes, and completed by the space segment. And we see that as a constellation of satellites, satellites that will have connections between themselves and also with the ground, for more specifically for the long distance communication. This EuroQCI project will then be integrated in the secure connectivity that Commissioner Breton presented yesterday. He insisted also on the securization of the encryption via the quantum technologies possibilities. So little by little, after the building of the QCI infrastructure, it will be integrated in the more global one of secure connectivity. So that's a point, and I guess it's also why we are here today. A point that I would like to stress on is that we still found the research, because there are still many things to discover and to improve, obviously, not only on the space segment, but also on the ground segment with the quantum technologies. But at the same time, and not to lag behind, Europe is also investing in infrastructure, in deployment, because one of the aspects of the quantum technology strategy for the Commission is also to bring it from lab to market, and to have our businesses, our jobs thriving in Europe in this specific domain of quantum technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Pascal. I think what you've just highlighted is critical and shows that two things. Europe is a leader on this, really on this quantum key distribution development. And also, second, we are adamant to make this a reality. So it doesn't stay just a project, doesn't stay in the laboratory, but it becomes something real, which could be implemented fairly soon within the next few years. Harald, do you want to talk about now the supporting role of the European Space Agency, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Cecile. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks to my former speakers to introduce the subject already. As Jules said, that is all done in a teamwork between ESA and the European Commission, and of course with industry in the different areas. Actually, I want to figure out what you said. Europe is leading. Europe is leading in that area, but also in the area of optical communication, where ESA is working already since a while with industry in the member states. So optical communication and quantum communication has been already a subject we are following in our program Skylight. But at the ministerial conference in 2019, the member states decided to focus the area of quantum key distribution in a strategic program line for space systems safety and security, nicknamed 4S, where we created a program that is called SAGA, that stands for Secure and Cryptographic Mission, and is basically built as the support to the European QCI program of the Commission. In that program, ESA would be designing, developing, and also validating the space segment. And as we have learned also in yesterday's discussion, the space segment has a very important role for the cross-border connection, which is the title of the panel as well, because it will overcome the limitation of the terrestrial networks, the fiber networks that can serve the quantum communication infrastructure only about a distance of 80 to 100 kilometers. If we want to go further, we need to have satellite connections or a network of trusted nodes in the ESA is doing currently a couple of technology developments besides the design work. And I can reassure Thomas Skåras, who mentioned yesterday that the Chinese are in the lead, and our development already shows today that, for example, the entangled photon sources, we are a factor 1,000 better in the performance than everything we have seen so far from the Chinese. And this is important because I think it was clear from the introduction from my colleagues, we are aiming for an operational system, not only for an experimental system like our Chinese colleague did very, very successful. But it's important that we keep that in mind. What we are looking is an operational system in the end. Besides the support to the European Commission, we are also supporting industry and our member states in the commercial area of QKD. We have already some companies looking into the commercial value of QKD, and we will hear in the next panel a bit more in detail on Eagle, but we have also cooperation with other industrial stakeholders and member states to look in the field of commercial QKD. In addition to that, and we said I would then already close, we are supporting our member states in building up their own national capacity for QCI. We do that, for example, and we will hear more from Dimitrios in Greece, but we have also other member states which we will have dedicated support in the coming months in order to create already the baseline for the EuroQCI initiative that will be, as we heard yesterday in the call as well, be an integral part of secure connectivity at a certain stage as well. with that, I think the overview on what ESA is doing is quite comprehensive.
Thank you, Harald. And I think you highlighted also very important points, notably the fact that here we're talking about QKD in space as a role that is essential because it complements what the terrestrial can do, will do, but with some limitations. And talking about that, I'd like now to give the floor to Alan to explain what is exactly the role of SES as a key contributor to this initiative.
Thank you, Cecile. I hope you hear me well. First, my warm greetings to the all co-panelists and audience on this panel. It's a great honor to share the panel with such a esteemed selection of panelists across different sectors. As Harald said, and the speakers before said, the quantum key distribution holds today a great promise to successfully defend valuable information and our privacy that comes closer and closer under the threat of the sheer power of the future quantum computer. We at SES have identified quite early the critical role the satellites can play in the quantum key distribution by making the long distance and cross-border QKD possible, basically by going around the current limitation of the terrestrial QKD distribution that Harald mentioned just minutes ago. We engaged in the QKD now almost like 4 years ago in the project that is supported by ESA and Luxembourg Space Agency and the National Agency of a few other European countries. Today, we are leading the selection of the top European partners and experts in the QKD field from industry, R&D, and academic sector. And we are very well advanced in this development and recognized across the industry and among ESA and partners as the leading authority on the space-based QKD in Europe. Our next step now is to move the current developments into the space. We plan to do this by 2024 with the launch of Eagle-1 satellite. Eagle-1 satellite will be the first EU sovereign QKD in-orbit validation and testing system and will be tightly integrated into the European EuroQCI roadmap. While we are addressing few technological challenges that are still to be solved in terms of the QKD and distribution of quantum, let's say, signals across the long distance, we always look at the QKD as the integral end-to-end service. And we are looking at Eagle-1 to implement that approach and not looking only at technology parts of it. So it's not only a technology challenge. By touching the security and sovereignty of information at many levels, the QKD requires literally the very close cooperation between public and private sectors to properly address deployments, acceptance, and governance of QKD across different sectors of industries. QKD, as such, will create a new ecosystem, but will also need to integrate with the existing ones. This obviously requires a very close, tight and close cooperation between the involved actors, especially between public and private sector. We see the public sector, especially the national governments and European Commission, as holding the power of early adopters, the ones who will actually be the first who will define and use the system to protect the sovereignty, national sovereignty and sovereignty of Europe by implementing the QKD. While the private sector, especially banking or critical infrastructure companies, similar, will definitely bring the required scale up of the system and obviously bring the cost down. The public sector will, in that way, bootstrap the deployment of QKD, while the private sector will ultimately lead the service to become cheaper and more affordable. I'm very glad today to see the active role of European Commission and ESA and having the EuroQCI initiative that looks at the best integration of knowledge and experiences from the public and private sector and to provide a future for the sovereignty of data in Europe. With launch or with the development of Eagle-1, we are looking forward to the close cooperation with the European Commission, ESA, and member states to take advantage of the Eagle-1 deployment and create the first truly trans-European QKD network in the few years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. In fact, we're here now talking about the first in-orbit demonstrations of quantum key distribution with Eagle One, and the second panel will address this more into the details. Rudy, can you explain to us why a country like Luxembourg considers this initiative as critical and wishes to support it?
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks, Cecile, for giving me the floor and for inviting me to this excellent panel discussion. I would maybe just go back a little bit in time and more precisely to June 2019, when the Declaration of Cooperation on EuroQCI was signed in Bucharest. At the time, Luxembourg was home to some R&D activities at the University of Luxembourg, but also at SES with an ESA project called Quartz, which is already which was already a satellite-based QKD project covering also the key management system, which is under development today, and also covering the optical ground terminals. So at the time, Luxembourg saw that these quantum technologies had quite some potential, and we didn't want to lag behind too much, especially as some other member states had already been working and researching on quantum technologies for quite some years. So in the time frame of just 1 week, we took the decision to join the initiative to sign a declaration which placed Luxembourg among the 7 first member states to sign. So in the meantime, we know that all 27 EU member states have signed the declaration, which shows also the great support to this initiative. Now, the Luxembourg initiative, the LuxQCI, is the national infrastructure which will be integrated into the EuroQCI. And this initiative, or this project, LuxQCI, was launched a few months after the signature of the declaration. This was thanks to consortium of public and private actors under the lead of SES TechCom. One of the aims we have in mind is to create a new ecosystem here in Luxembourg around quantum technologies. And this will be made possible, amongst others, through the development and the deployment of the LuxQCI. So we are aiming also here in Luxembourg to foster the cooperation between industry and public research, or the research community, involving also higher education, training students, creating new jobs in this specific domain. So currently, we are also working on launching our national testbed, the LuxQCI lab, which will be necessary to test not only the terrestrial QKD, but also to test the space-based QKD, so establishing the link between the space segment and the terrestrial segment. In the course of the last months, or even years, I can say, there were quite a lot of board meetings, what we call the Sherpa meetings between the European Commission, ESA, and the member states. And we established many contacts and built excellent relations with quite some member states and partners, including also Malta and Greece, who are represented also in this panel. I would like to stress that cooperation with other member states is something that has always been part of our history. And this will, of course, continue with this project. The first European satellite, as Alan mentioned, Eagle One, will be launched in 2024. And we are very eager to start the first tests of space-based QKD with a number of member states, including, but not limited to, for example, Greece or Malta, Cyprus, Italy, Slovenia, Croatia, only to name a few ones. So this is regarding the long distance tests via space, but besides, we are also focusing on the terrestrial cross-border testing with our neighbors. So this is the second part of the infrastructure, which is also very important. Just a last word in order to stay short. I just wanted to underline the great support of the Luxembourg government, not only to the national Lux QCI project, but also to the Euro QCI project, is the fact that the Luxembourg government has dedicated more than 10% of the national RRF funds, so the Recovery and Resilience Facility funds, to this project, which is quite a tremendous amount. So just to finish, I can assure you that the Luxembourg is motivated to continue its efforts in building the national QCI, supporting national actors, and collaborating with the Commission, with ESA, and with all member states in order to bring this fantastic project to life. So thanks for having me here.
Thank you for this contribution. And I will actually ask now the same question to André from Malta. What is really the motivation of Malta to support this very innovative project?
Absolutely. First of all, I'd like to echo the previous panelists in saying here, thank you so much for the introduction. It's nice to see Rudy, Dimitrios, Christoph, and all the others that have been saying, well, not as much as I wanted to see them this past couple of years, but you know, it's a very, very vibrant, very interesting community that has created lots of value for Europe. Why should Malta be interested? And I think we've seen we've heard quite a lot from Rudy's discussion about why smaller countries are also very interested in joining projects of this magnitude and with this aim. But I think we can add a bit more to that in the sense that Malta is not just small, so one wouldn't naturally associate it with this sort of project. But remember that we're an island that's cut off from our neighbours by the Mediterranean, and what that means is that securing long distance communications is not a luxury, and it's not something which we can afford to postpone. It is really an absolute necessity. If our critical infrastructure links that connect us to Sicily, connect us to the European grid, are somehow compromised, then the country is effectively cut off from the outside world. So this is something which adds to the importance for us to participate in these initiatives. Now, of course, this is kind of the utilitarian aspect of it, but of course, around this, there is this idea that by participating in these initiatives, we are also sort of helping to bootstrap a quantum industry, quantum ecosystem rather, that will help Malta and all other EU member states to develop this technology and share in this idea of European sovereignty. And this way, there will be ownership of this idea, ownership of the technology throughout the European Union, which is a very valuable, very important aim. And of course, this leads to better jobs, more vibrant economies, and so on and so forth. So there's many knock-on effects. From a technical perspective, I'm a scientist by training, so I tend to look at things technically as well. There are some unique challenges to working on a low-lying, small, humid Mediterranean island, and especially when this comes to communicating with satellites. So, in fact, there isn't full data, full details on what performance is to be expected and so on. So there is something that we can bring to the table also from the technical perspective, and I think this is a very valuable opportunity for us to contribute at this level. Also, we are engaged in a couple of ongoing projects. There's an EU-funded project called Quango that we are part of, and in a nutshell, what this project is aiming to do is start working towards an ecosystem where it's not just at the scale of the Euro QCI, where it's the public sector, government-owned infrastructure which is used for secure communication. But what if we bring the cost down and we look at constellations of tiny CubeSats, which can be used to secure 5G and Internet of Things networks using QKD. So we're looking in a slightly different direction as well. And I think that's it just adds a lot of flavor to the system. Of course, there is also the initiative that we are working on in Malta, which is tied to the EuroQCI. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but broadly speaking, there is a lot of commonality in the philosophy that we're following with what Rudy was saying, and I'd also like to echo his enthusiasm and the opportunity to interact with our neighbors like Greece, but also with other countries like Luxembourg in creating this ecosystem.
Thank you, Andre. Indeed, you're touching at the crux of this initiative and why it is so important. Here we're talking about strategic autonomy. So security means how do we make sure that our communications networks in Europe are preserved, are not hacked, and indeed enable secure communications to happen. Dimitrios, I guess Greece also have this kind of strategic elements in mind. Can you tell us more about your motivation?
Yes, we are in a new space era. So Greece over the last year is engaging in capitalizing the requirements with adaptiveness and responsiveness to the current socioeconomic needs. So we have the motto space as an enabler for digital transformation. And we, on a step-by-step approach, we are building our capabilities and we try to expand by utilizing our infrastructure. Since 2017, we have our space law. And in 2020, we have a digital law which has defined the main objectives, which is national security and defense, especially by utilizing the development of space infrastructure, the development of the Greek space industry, utilization of space data and the development of relevant application, and of course, support research and innovation. Greece, due to its location, since 2019 has its own GovSatcom system with Elasat satellite, which connects ministries, parliaments, and embassies. And we are one of the few countries that has its own GovSatcom system. And we are working to become part of the European GovSatcom Hub. Especially for the optical satellite communication and EuroQCI, back in 2019, Helmos Observatory, which is behind me on the screen, has been selected by ESA as the first telescope to be considered within the EuroQCI and Skylight project. Helmos is the biggest telescope in Southeast Europe, more than 2 meters diameter. And since last summer in November, with the support of ESA and DLR, we have managed to have optical communication with AlphaSat, and we have seen the capability and the capacity to download at optical level. So it's we have seen the light, and the EuroQCI is not just a proposal or a theory, it's a reality that is coming. We are in a journey that just has started, and along with our colleagues from Luxembourg, Malta, and other countries, we are very willing and we are looking forward to continue this journey together and build a EuroQCI infrastructure. So getting outside the labs and make a network for Europe, not for at national level, because at national level, I think the big countries have already done steps or are already looking, but at European level, we need to cooperate and see, because all this time we have worked with Rudy and Andre and other colleagues that are not in the panel, and ESA, of course. We have identified issues that have helped us a lot in our design and our strategy. Another 2 OGSs have been selected by ESA. So we had at the beginning Helmos, and then we said, due to the difficulties of the ground and the specificities in Greece, Skinakas in Crete and Holomontas in Salonika has also been selected, and they are in progress of upgrading by ESA to be part of EuroQCI. We are getting prepared to be part of, to submit our ELAS-QCI proposal. Overall, Greece is looking for complementarity and synergies between national and European intelligence programs, activities at the EU level, including EuroQCI, but not only, EUSST, Copernicus, Galileo, coupled with participation in ESA, provide the basis for multi-purpose technology application development in response to national needs and past performance of industry. And closing, I would like to say that space technology and application at crucial times like this that we live with COVID are important to focus and continue working on to resolve the issues that other situations cannot resolve. So thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists and for all the cooperation of this time. And it's a great honor for me to be part of this panel.
Thank you, Dimitrios. And with your speech now, we are concluding this panel. I think it is very encouraging and quite fascinating to realize that this is about indeed cooperations amongst multiple actors. It is cross-border cooperation. And more than that, I guess the audience has heard and realized that all these people know each other. We are amongst good friends. You work hand in hand. And this is absolutely the recipe of the success here. We are looking forward to see this becoming a reality. Stay with us. We are now going to the second panel. I will give the floor to Alberto to talk more about this Eagle One project. Alberto?
Thank you very much, Cecile. I hope you can hear me well.
Loud and clear. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for giving way to this second panel. This is will be based on a European space quantum key distribution in orbit demonstration, Eagle One, and the industry view of this initiative. For this panel, I will be having the presence of speakers from industry mainly. We'll have Bartolomeo Subban-Schie, which is a senior engineer in ground systems at SES TechCom. Christoph Patscher, senior scientist on security and communications technologies at the Austrian Institute of Technology, AIT. We'll have Matthias Motzig-Hemba, head of sales on laser communications at TSAT. Christoph Marquardt, group leader of quantum information processing at the Max Planck Institute for the Science of Light and at Friedrich Alexander University. And we will have Christian Fuchs, deputy head of satellite networks department and team leader in optical transmission systems at the DLR German Aerospace Center. So I will start maybe before doing a brief introduction in terms of what Eagle One is. Eagle One is an industry-initiated space project for the demonstration of the QKD technology in orbit. It's a project led by industry and developed in partnership with the European Space Agency and the European Commission, both of which are representing the member states. The purpose of Eagle One is to develop the technology and all the elements of an end-to-end system. That means the development of the space and the ground elements. And the aim is to demonstrate the distribution of these quantum keys from space, from a low Earth orbit. Eagle One will be based on European technology and requires a significant effort to develop, qualify, launch, and operate the system. This effort started back in 2018 when ESA and industry started with the early development activities on quantum key distribution technologies. That was in the frame of a project called Quartz. Eagle One is the continuation and the materialization of those early developments into an end-to-end system and its in-orbit demonstration. The target is launching Eagle One satellites in 2024. There is a significant consortium of up to 20 entities contributing to this success. I will spend a minute to identify them because I think it's worth this effort. This industrial team will be led by SES TechCom and will contribute, will be contributing the Austrian Institute of Technology, ID Quantique, Palacky University, ESC Aerospace, TISAN Spacecom, the DLR, Ludwig Maximilians University, IABG, DSIDS, Friedrich Alexander University, OHB System, TSD Space, Oficina Stellare, CITAL, iTrust Consulting, LuxTrust, TNO, Airbus Defence and Space Netherlands, and World Space. Eagle One can be used by both private and institutional users. Eagle One will contribute to the EuroQCI, already mentioned in previous sessions, as a first technology demonstrator, allowing the European national QCIs to test their access to space through Eagle One infrastructure. Therefore, Eagle One will be very versatile in that respect, allowing both private and public users. So maybe you can ask our first of our speakers, Christoph, maybe explain briefly what quantum key distribution is and its purpose. Christoph?
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation for this very interesting panel. So our group is actually a research institution. We are coming from quantum information, and the role in Eagle One for us is to really care about the quantum communication background, the protocol definition, and correct implementation. And it's very nice to see the way this project took from many years ago when we met with the first ideas, with the first participants. And now if we go back a bit and see about, okay, why do we need quantum key distribution? Well, I mean, we have heard before, this is about security and encryption. So we heard about the threat that quantum computers play to the usual encryption systems that are nowadays. For example, the encryption that is used to generate the keys initially for this meeting that we share right now to encrypt it are actually under threat from quantum computers, but not only quantum computers, but also other disruptive technologies like artificial intelligence and mathematical advancements that one has. Now, so quantum key distribution now is a way to put the generation of the initial keys into the physical realm with a physical system that enables to generate two keys. And if you have a look at that threat from the classical encryption that you have right now, and you look at the investigations of also the security agencies, you see that they take this threat very serious. And the reason is, of course, that already right now you can have a problem with store now, attack later scenarios that you can imagine, so that you wait and store the data, and then once a quantum computer is there, you actually read the secret data that you want to know about. Also, of course, it's about protecting critical infrastructure and really making sure that you have security in a long-term perspective. So to solve that, actually, if you look at the techniques that can be done, there's algorithmic abilities like post-quantum algorithms. However, if you want to go for long-term security and be safe against all future quantum computer or other attacks, then quantum key distribution is really a technology where you want to look at. And now, if you take this into account, quantum key distribution needs quantum states, the distribution of quantum states, and that needs optical connections. Now, these optical connections on ground can be, for example, in fiber networks, but then, as has been mentioned before, the length, the distance is limited in these kind of networks. And so one solution to go really to long distances is using satellites, because in outer space, there's no loss because of scattering media or so. So now Eagle One then really uses a satellite system to do exactly that and distribute highly secure, long-term secure keys. It uses a prepared measurement protocol, so you have advanced key rates and also the ability to distribute those keys really worldwide. Now, I should say that in Europe, we are in a very good position, and I think Harald Hauschild has mentioned this before, because we really have a lot of experience with a laser communication in space from European systems like the European Data Relay System. And of course, this is something that we can leverage in these kind of endeavors that we are doing.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Certainly it's important that the protection of critical infrastructure and any other sensitive information using this encryption is based on key generated by quantum states of photons is certainly a very significant way of protecting these infrastructures. So then maybe my next question is for Bartholomeus Banchier. So Bart, what are the reasons for SES Telecom, which is a traditional satellite operator and service provider, to take the lead of on Eagle One and invest in this development of the satellite-based QKD?
Yeah, thank you, Alberto. As Alan already highlighted in the previous panel, we at SES Telecom strongly believe in the potential of QKD, and in particular of satellite-based QKD. We believe that QKD is a technology that has the potential to deliver a promising new type of service that could make a valuable addition to our existing portfolio of connectivity services here at SES. And of course, the fact that, as Christoph already mentioned, the range of terrestrial QKD is limited for the foreseeable future. Satellite-based QKD, in our view, makes the perfect enabler for being able to deliver a global QKD service. We're at the moment active in many QKD-related projects with ESA, the European Commission, and on the national level here in Luxembourg. And as part of these activities, as already mentioned before, in 2018, we started together with a large consortium of partners and ESA, the Quartz project. And the Quartz project basically aims at developing the key building blocks of a satellite-based QKD system. So over the past years, we have developed not only key technologies for the space segment, but also key components of the ground and user segment. And back then in 2018, the Quartz project was somewhat of a pioneer project in satellite-based QKD, at least here in Europe. But I think since then, there has been a great buildup of momentum and interest in QKD, especially through the EuroQCI initiative, of course. And using this momentum, in our view, Eagle One presents a unique opportunity now to go from what we did on the Quartz in terms of early technology and system development towards a more QKD system, a mature QKD system implementation that can provide a first basis for a future commercial service in principle. So with that future commercial service in mind, Eagle One will follow a service-oriented approach with the aim of demonstrating and validating a service rather than purely focusing on development and demonstration of technology only.
Okay, and maybe you can, you want to expand a little bit more, Bart, on the scope of Eagle One mission such, and what are these key developments that are driving the program?
Yeah, sure. So as I mentioned, the Eagle One project will follow a service-oriented approach, and that also means that we design, implement, and test the full end-to-end system. So the system consists of a space, ground, and user segment, and it will include all components required to operate the system and be able to validate the QKD as a service. So the space segment will consist of a satellite flying in low Earth orbit, as you already mentioned, Alberto, that will host a QKD payload. The QKD payload contains all components required to perform QKD, such as the QKD transmitter and the quantum random number generator, but also a high-performance onboard computer, for example, that runs software and firmware for key management, QKD post-processing, and general payload monitoring and control. So the key management and the QKD post-processing will be addressed a bit later on by Christoph as well in more detail. And the QKD transmitter and QRNG have already been developed under Quartz, at least on an engineering model level. And they have been tested already with a first version of the QKD receiver Those tests are being concluded in principle right now, and we have learned, of course, a lot from those tests for Eagle One to use as an input to the further design iterations. And the QKD payload will establish an optical link with the optical ground stations through an onboard optical terminal from TSAT. The user segment is formed by a network of ground terminals. Each ground terminal consists of an OGS and basically the counterpart of the QKD payload in the form of a QKD receiver and key management and QKD post-processing functionality. So within the Eagle One project, the existing OGS at TLR in Oberpfaffenhofen in Germany will be adapted for Eagle One. And in addition, a new OGS product will be designed by TNO and Airbus Netherlands and Officina Stellare that can be implemented in other locations. The space segment is controlled by the Satellite Operations Center and the Payload Operations Center, where the Payload Operations Center monitors and controls the QKD payload and plans the payload operations based on user needs, of course, and on forecast optical link availability over the different OGS locations. And both the Satellite Operations Center and the Payload Operations Center will be implemented at our SES headquarters in Luxembourg.
Thank you, Bart. And maybe my last question to you would be, how will the Eagle One system be used to test and validate the satellite-based QKD service to pave the way towards commercial service?
So after the launch of Eagle One, we will perform the in-orbit testing, of course, of satellite platform payload, and we will also check that all the ground systems are working as expected. The in-orbit testing is then followed by a minimum of 3 years of service operations, where we will validate the system in terms of its performance and the QKD service it can deliver, of course. It's important to identify through these validation tests possible system optimizations. That's one of the goals, of course, of this in-orbit validation mission, so that we can take them into account for a next system generation of Eagle One. And we expect that Eagle One will greatly enhance our understanding of the effects that impact optical space-to-ground links. This is not commonplace yet, performing optical space-to-ground link, as well as, of course, a better understanding of QKD and the QKD performance for satellite-based QKD. So during these 3 years of service operations, Eagle One will also be available for establishing and testing links to optical ground stations that are part of EuroQCI. And the goal is there to use Eagle One to interlink different terrestrial QKD networks in different member states, testing interfaces, protocols, and the general QKD network performance. And to this end, a number of OGS are currently being implemented or are planned for EuroQCI by various entities in different member states. And I want to say here, of course, that every organization planning to implement a new OGS or adapt an existing OGS is very welcome to contact us so that we can integrate their optical ground station into the network that Eagle One will serve. Also ensuring, of course, together with them, the compatibility with Eagle One.
Okay, thank you very much, Bart. Then I think I will move back to Christoph with one additional comment. Christoph, you have been involved in the development of one of the QKD main elements. So maybe you can explain to the audience a little bit more on this development. Christoph Marquardt.
Yes, if you regard such a system, of course, it consists of many different parts, like you need a sending unit, you need a receiver unit, and so on. Very important is, of course, what we learned here on a high level, of course, is that designing such a system is a very interdisciplinary task. So basically what you have to do is really, you have to bring together different technological backgrounds and conceptual and the complete chain. So really from fundamental quantum physics to optoelectronics, to engineering, to computer science, security experts, and so on. And that is very unique indeed. So when what we learned from Quartz is that you really have to make it clear that you have a look at these systems, both at a technological level, you have to make them work, but also at a security level. So you have to make sure that at the end, it really fulfills the security requirements that you have. And also, of course, you want to make it economically viable. So this is why you have those certain challenges. And for example, also on a receiver, if you look at that, you want also to make it working under changing environment, in different environments. You want to test it in different environments. Also make it work in urban environment, for example, with a lot of stray light. So this is all important aspects. And of course, last but not least, also being able to join also to a ground station fiber network that you want to have at the end.
Thank you very much, Christoph. Then I think we are short of time. We will have to have short answers and interventions from the rest of the panel. So, Christian, maybe you can tell us about the DLR, the contributions, which is significant to Eagle One on the QKD transmitter side and also on the optical ground station.
Yeah, thank you very much, Alberto. I will try to be as brief as possible, but of course it's such a fascinating topic that it may be difficult, but I will do my best. Yeah, I mean, at DLR, we are responsible for the development of the QKD transmitter, which is one of the key components. And actually, I think that's one thing that is very special about the Quartz project, and it will be special in Eagle One, is that there is like a very huge spectrum covered by the project. So from science via industry to users and operators, everybody is in the project. And especially about the QKD transmitter, I can still very vividly remember how we were sitting together with Christoph Marquardt at the beginning of the project, and we thought about how can we implement it, how can we do it. Then we came to a solution, and now in the project we really had to bring the design to the next level, because we did not only need something that can work for scientific purposes, so we also need to be able to support an operational use, and this was quite a challenging thing in terms of the QKD transmitter. As Bart mentioned, now we are in the process of measuring with the system, of closing up the measurements to show that it works, that we are ready for Eagle One. And yeah, it's quite fascinating to see also for me that I have been working in this field for quite a while, that now that we came from these first ideas that I was mentioning now to really performing measurements in the lab. And now we perform the measurements with the QKD receiver of the Max Planck Institute. And then, of course, in Eagle One, we will use the optical ground station of DLR in Oberpfaffenhofen to perform some measurements. It's a very nice story for us, because actually 10 years ago, we performed the first experiments with quantum communications from aircraft to our ground station. And it's nice that now, a bit more than 10 years later, we are able to extend this to the measurements from satellite to ground in the scope from Eagle One. And we actually are investing quite some effort to enhance our ground station, that we are really able to fulfill the requirements to make reasonable measurements. And yeah, I will leave it at that and not give a longer lecture given the time constraints that we have. So thank you very much.
Christian, thank you very much. And I fully understand the passion that's seen after so long working on QKD and optical communications for so long, the possibility of this becoming truth in the short term. So I can fully understand.
Yeah, it's great and fascinating times, that's for sure.
Exactly. So I guess the next one for Christoph Bacher. You're representing AIT, the Austrian Institute of Technology. You're working on the development of the software of Eagle One. When did the AAT started working on the development of the software for space QKD systems? Maybe you can briefly tell us.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to this discussion. So the AAT started development of QKD systems and software back in 2004, and we started with the adoption of the software for space systems in 2017, basically with the beginning of the Quartz project. And we have been responsible for QKD software in several European research and industry projects, for example, in the predecessor of Eagle One in the Quartz project.
Thank you. And which are the tasks that will be performed by the software?
Yeah, so the software is literally a key component of Eagle One, and it's a distributed system that runs on the satellite and in the ground terminals. And it consists of two main parts. One part is the post-processing, which takes as input measurement results from the quantum optics and electronics of the QKD system. And it creates the information theoretic secure keys, which are shared between the satellite and the ground station. And it consists of several important steps. So one important step is quantum channel estimation, which is necessary to detect an eavesdropper. So this is basically one of the reasons why QKD is secure. Then there's the error correction step, which establishes the identity of the two keys on both ends. And finally, there's the privacy amplification, which eliminates the information of the eavesdropper has on the key. And so the output of this post-processing is a secure key that is shared between the computer and the satellite and the computer and the ground station. And then there is a second important component, which is the key management system. And this is a system which we jointly develop with SES. And this system takes the keys from the post-processing, so from the previous step, and it provides keys to protect the complete communication of the Eagle One system itself. And it provides keys to the end users that are connected to the ground stations. And these end users can use these keys, for example, to protect the messages from being read or modified by an intruder. And another task of the key management system is that it tracks the life cycle of all generated keys from the creation of the keys until their destruction.
Thank you, Christoph. And what do you consider would be your focus in the Eagle One projects?
So our focus of development in Eagle One are a few points. So first, we start from the results that we have obtained in Quartz, but we will have to adapt the software to the Eagle One hardware platform. So it must be tolerant to radiation-induced events, for example, bit flips in the memory. We will further increase the quality of the software, which is defined by concrete metrics. So very important is testing, of course. And we have to upgrade the functionality in some bits, for example, for telemetry or logging of data. And yeah, let me summarize. The main challenge is to create a software that fulfills all requirements of a completely new quantum and space-based system, which is at the same time must be highly secure and provide a new level of cryptographic security. And we are very happy to be responsible for this.
Thank you, Christoph. I fully agree with you that software is a key element of Eagle One and also a challenging one. So yes, will be a significant effort from all the parties involved. Maybe we can move on to the last of our speakers, Matthias. Matthias, you representing TSAT. TSAT actually is contributing to Eagle One significantly with through the delivery of the onboard optical terminal, that's the CONE-LCT, but also is taking a relevant role in terms of the technical responsible of the onboard payload. Matthias, maybe you can tell us first about the CONE-LCT. You can introduce it.
Yes, of course. Thank you. So happy to be in here and to give you a short
introduction on our role in this very important mission. So first of all, that I am here is thanks to Germany, thanks to the German Space Agency DLR, because during the last years we got a lot of help and support for bringing Lasercom terminals to space. We had AlphaSat 2013, funded by the German Space Agency for technology demonstration. I remember the time together with Christoph Marquardt to find out that Lasercom is adequate for the transmission of quantum key distribution signaling. So that was thanks to the AlphaSat program from DLR. And then we went our path through at the end now with optical intersatellite links. And you heard that the free space optics is the transmission media for quantum key distribution. So without having Lasercom terminals, we would not be able to transmit the signaling from a quantum key distribution payload. So first of all, I'm here in the role of providing this Lasercom technology, TRL9. So we are flying this on the EDRS program. Also here then with a contribution of Germany in the interest of laser communication and in Skylight for the quantum key distribution. So here two elements are coming together from Germany and will now come in a demonstration to Eagle. And we are very happy to have that very fast mission. So I think it's a type of changing the game that we have a very so 2 years to go for the validation of this system before us. What I can say is that you totally can trust the Lasercom technology. We are currently building that as a commercial off-the-shelf part to this program. So it's existing. There is no further development because all was done in the past here from Germany. And now we are provider for so-called CON-LCT. It's made for LEO satellites, especially for LEO constellations. So we think that this terminal already flying and will be a part in the US government architecture SDA as well, will take a leading role and is a key technology for doing that. The second part of TSAT is to bring our competences of space production, space quality to that consortium. So you might know that TSAT have 1,000 people here in Germany working in the space production, and it's somehow now a melting point. Christian said that it's nice to have all the different elements and stakeholders here. So we have academia, we have institutes, but at the end it have to work in space, and that is then what TSAT can do to bring the design to a space qualification and to let it fly, and that you can rely on that technology also then as a service. We are known as Payload Prime since many years, so we also had the leading role for European Data Relay System, EDRS-A, EDRS-C. We performed this payload, and recently for the German Heinrich Hertz mission, where also technology demonstrations came to us, and we made it for space, ready for space, and we fly it now. And so, yeah, happy to be a part together with Germany for this mission here.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Certainly it's a story of success for TSAT in terms of development of optical terminals. There are quite a few successful products. Right. And certainly in increasing the responsibility in terms of technology development for quantum key. So thank you for that. I think it's time to wrap up. Time to finish the second panel. Thank you very much to all the speakers for your contribution, Bart, Christoph, Matthias, Christoph Marcons as well, and Christian. Thank you to all of you. And I hope the audience has had the opportunity at least to have a first idea of what Eagle One is. And of course, if they have any question, please send it to us, submit it to us, and we will try to address the best we can. I will pass on back to maybe Cecile to wrap up the panel.
Thank you, Alberto. Yes, I think we'll give the floor now to the organizers in the next online session. I want to thank again all speakers of these two panels for their contribution and also for a remarkable job at being very synthetic in what they presented. I mean, it's a fascinating topic. There is a lot to tell, and we are absolutely fascinated to see how all of this becomes real and concrete. So we are looking forward to see Eagle One in demonstrations in a couple of years from now. Back to the organizers.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you all. And
bye everyone. Thanks.
Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Recording in progress.
In Madrid, Barcelona, or other big cities, I have received with 300, 400, 500 megabits per second. And Mobile World Congress last year, we even had 1 to 2 gigabit per second. on some trials. That's pretty exciting. So that means we are at some point going to have on the street and indoors as well, the same coverage we have at home. That's for people who've been witnessing the advent of 4G, 5G, that's pretty much incredible. We wondered not too long ago that was even possible. So you've mentioned Telefonica, you've mentioned Hispasat, two heavyweights. They were leading the developments. Telefonica led by example the trend to fiber coverage, which is proving crucial in 5G coverage. Both operators, the terrestrial one and the satellite one, are very active outside the borders through other brands, O2, through these constellations, covering, for example, South America, in example for Hispasat. We've turned 3.5 gigahertz, later 700 megahertz. We're waiting for millimeter wave to happen sometime early this year, I hope. So that pretty much sets the stage in Europe. What we're lagging behind is in the adoption, in the takeover from consumers and companies alike. That's where we would like to see a little bit more activity. Consumers taking up flat rates, network operators seeing standalone networks like we have in Asia, in parts of the US. And this will come at some point. I think the key for interesting companies and consumers, leaving behind the pilot project Limbo, I think is to interest them not just as adopters, but as developers. Make them see the interest they have in the advent of 5G, in Europe leading 5G, the benefits of the economical consequences of 5G. And that's why the observatory was created by the Ministry of Economy. And a very good show of what that happening is this conference and this same session. 5G is a long process. 5G is not ready. And it's something in evolution. It's going to be the connectivity for the 20s, as sub 6G will be for the 30s. And I think Europeans have to become aware of the role they have to play in this, in the making of 4G and 5G and 6G.
Excellent, thank you. Thank you so much for setting the scene with that. Jose Luis, let me come straight to you. Based on what we've heard from Federico, Hispasat is one of the heavyweights, especially in Spain, but also providing services in other parts of the world, Latin America as well. So you're a medium-sized operator. You have 9 satellites right now. We hope to see you launch your Amazonas Nexus satellite later this year as well. Hispasat has been active in at least 2 mobility markets so far. You were doing trials for high-speed broadband on trains with Renfe already a few years back. Now you're playing an important role in supporting the development of connected and autonomous vehicles. What is it in Hispasat's DNA that has allowed you to be an early starter in terms of addressing these future services and embracing the 5G opportunity? And what are the latest use cases that you're looking at?
Okay, first of all, thank you for the introduction, and thank you to accept to moderate this wonderful panel. Well, you're right. Despite of Hispasat is a medium-sized operator, we are always trying to be in the state of the art of the technology, and we promote and boost the innovation of to the services in order to be able to provide the best fit solution to our clients. This, as you commented, an example is Amazonas Nexus. This is a new generation of satellite where we embark the state of the art of the technology that provides flexibility, and it could be in a future become one of the first satellite integrated in the 5G network. Related with 5G, satellite is needed to ensure connectivity in these areas and remote areas and mobility environments where the terrestrial network are not feasible. within Hispasat 5G strategy, we are performing trials and pilots to test performance and work in the future use cases, and also detect the areas where we have to work. Some example of these future use cases and projects are the 5G Met, for instance, that is a European European project where we provide added value services in mobility and remote areas, in trains and motorways. We are also working in a new use cases that is the monitoring of critical infrastructures, like high power electrical lines through autonomous drones. We have also the Darwin, that I'm completely sure that Rodrigo will comment afterwards. Also, we are working in a use case that is called enhanced 5G backhauling with our colleagues of Nearby Computing, where we are creating 5G cell standalone core network, including technology like edge computing that improves the user experience running some application on local. So this is much more or less the summary of the use cases that we are testing right now.
Wonderful, thank you. So let me go straight to one of your partners. Let me bring in Hein from Nearby Computing. Hein, can you start by telling our audience what kind of company Nearby is, and why have you chosen to partner with a satellite operator?
Thanks, Arti. So Nearby is a edge orchestration company. So we basically based out of Barcelona, and we deliver edge computing and end-to-end management and automation solutions through our orchestration platform. And edge computing comes in different forms and sizes depending on who you talk to. There's lots of different descriptions and nomenclatures. Lots of people are describing edge computing as different things. In essence, it's leveraging different ways of communications to provide solutions to customers at the edge. And as Jose Luis just explained, I mean, the fact is that edge could be the telco functions or the connectivity side of things by being able to provide 5G, but it can also be the value-added services that runs on top of it. So, for example, gaming as a service, content delivery, being able to run local computer vision type applications like cameras, and autonomous drones that Jose Luis was talking about. It's something that you could bring the latency down by running edge computing in an edge node, and being able to actually manage that with your backhauling being provided by the satellite provider. So it brings the best of both worlds. You still have a connectivity, the ability to leverage the connectivity, but you also have the advantage of being able to run services that you traditionally wouldn't be able to run purely because of latency or because of the amount of data that you would generate. And now you have the ability to actually run it locally and being able to provide it much more efficiently. And that's the main reason why we partnered with Hispasat, because it's the ability to solve more challenges that customers have by the combination of the satellite backhauling, as well as providing all these value-added services that we've got the experience of, both from an infrastructure perspective, managing infrastructure, the telco functions itself, the 5G core or UPF functions, or even the applications that we would provide at the edge.
Got it. That's very interesting. Of course, bringing things closer to the edge to reduce latency and improve the user experience is absolutely one of the core requirements of 5G. That's interesting to hear. Okay, let me go to Rodrigo. Rodrigo, you've been working with Hispasat for a couple of years now already in Project Darwin. Can you tell us something about your current usage of satellite in that project? How's it going? What's your experience?
Thanks, Arti. Yeah, it's going very well. So as some people already know, we are developing use case of a hybrid connectivity. So we really leveraging the combination of mobile and satellite. And our specific focus is on mobility services. We work with great partners in Hispasat, supported us a lot on our journey in the satellite segment. As you put in the beginning, we originally an investment from Telefonica in the UK, where they saw the opportunity to innovate on bringing together these two worlds, terrestrial networks and satellite networks. And Project Darwin was born from an investment from them. We operate via a partnership program and the ESA Artis program. And we are developing use cases that really focus on fleets. So we focus on areas like retail, shop delivery, transportation, and it is in transportation that we are exploring in the autonomous vehicle segment. We are also looking to propositions for mobile healthcare services. So that's a little bit about us and our use of satellites and partnership with Hispasat.
Thank you. So, gosh, all the way from retail on the one side to mobile healthcare on the other. That's very wide and certainly delivering on different policy objectives as well, set by the European Union, for example. So that's great to hear. Thanks, Rodrigo.
It is interesting indeed. And where we position ourselves is to become the glue for all these different use cases, leveraging both terrestrial and satellite connectivity.
Perfect, thank you. Nicola, let me bring you in. You are not only an important manufacturer in the European industry, but you also play a really important role for the sector in 3GPP. There have been a couple of very important meetings lately. Can you tell us what is the latest news for NTN and non-terrestrial networks from both the RAN plenary that happened in December last year and the most recent SA system architecture release 18 planning sessions? Can you give us the latest?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Chair. The release 17 is confirmed to be completed in March, and this package is going to enable the 5G system to support backhaul over legacy networks like DVB-based, featuring static latency and static bandwidth. But also, it's going to allow to deploy 3GPP-defined access technologies based on either the 5G New Radio Protocol or the 4G narrowband IoT and eMTC radio protocols, more for IoT. Both our technologies are enhanced with some features to address the latency, the beams, which are different than radio cells in the mobile systems, and they are based on transparent payload satellite. We're defining the RF specification for S and L bands systems. But as part of the next release, we're going to enhance the protocol to incorporate some new features, among which network verified geolocation. So it's a capability of the network to be able to verify what location the UE, or I mean the terminal, is going to report, because that's you know, there are a number of services which are regulated, like lawful intercept or emergency call, which would imply some liability to the operators, and they have to have the tool to be able to verify the geolocation and have a trust on that. There are going to be here and there some minor enhancement, but there is one big thing: is the support of satellite access based on the new radio protocol operating above 10 gigahertz, so typically in KU and K-band, and that's a big piece of work. But this complete the full integration of the SATCOM ecosystem into the 3GPP ecosystem. We're projecting ourselves already in release 19 and to introduce regenerative payloads, and also preparing for 6G. But this, in a nutshell, what the discussion took place. Thank you.
Fantastic. I'm glad that we have somebody like you to follow all of this. So it's so intense and there's so much of it, and it's not obvious to keep up to date. Thank you very much for that. Okay, going back to Federico, you talked about the state of play in Spain. You told us about pretty high, impressive speeds and services that have already been achieved. So in view of what you can already achieve there, what you can already do, how important do you think the role of satellite is? What role do you see us playing, our sector playing in the future in Spain and beyond?
I do believe satellite has a key role to play. When I mention what I intend to be impressive speeds, I also mention center of Madrid, Barcelona, cities around the world. The possibilities of satellite is bringing these 100, 200 megabit per second everywhere, not even to a high percentage or eventually 100% population coverage, but area coverage. And that opens a whole range of opportunities. We're witnessing a situation now where we have the type of evolution of standards and technical capabilities that Alain described, as we have to encompass that with an evolution of business models. We have to leave behind or add on to the legacy service, telecoms, content distribution, which is still live on, thanks to people like Darwin, people with like the edge computing. These people have to reinvent themselves, and we had to add innovative backhaul, area coverage, and especially one area where exciting news are happening now is IoT. IoT, where we have the prospect of having coverage IoT on a whole range of gantry, difficult to cover like Spain. We're talking here about emergency situation, logistics, everywhere where the IoT is going to play a big role now. And I think the evolution that we're witnessing is all about economies of scale. I think satellite industry have been cornered on niche applications where the volume lagged behind what was required by semiconductor vendors, for example. And we're witnessing how important semiconductor supply chains are. So now the satellite industry has the opportunity to profit from the huge supply chain and economies of scale of the mobile industry, from chips to RF to digital to AI, the edge, you name it. Now you have the whole range and portfolio of capabilities at the long time, the exclusive use of mobile, which can be used in satellite. And that's a key game changer now.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you highlighted the diversity of the territory, specifically in Spain, and also the difference between what's required in cities, and if you want to think about smart cities, but also making sure that there's complete coverage as well. Okay, José Luis, let me come back to you. You're also active in 3GPP on future standards. I know that's a full-time job in itself, but you're also already developing 5G services using existing satellites. So we see future services that might leverage the standards, but we see 5G services which are using existing systems. Why do you believe it's important for satellite operators to work on 3GPP standards when you can already do so much with existing satellites? Many operators are not active in 3GPP and don't necessarily believe it's important. Can you share your view?
Yes, of course. Well, 3GPP is the entity that is the responsible to create a new 5G standard. 5G is the new network paradigm. Is the network of networks, and therefore I think it's needed to be sure that the satellite is integrated in this new paradigm. all the future of the communications always goes to standardization and massive technology. And whether we like or not, the satellite will be involved in that trend. So it's very important that satellite operators and manufacturers like Thales, that is quite active, contribute to the standardization and be ready to the evolution of 5G and even 6G. If we leave the standardization to process to terrestrial entities only, we are not going to ensure the main principle of the 5G, that is the integration of the different networks in one network. So, you know, 3GPP is a very difficult environment dominated by terrestrial networks. We invite from this panel to the rest of the operators and satellite technology providers to participate massively in the 3GPP to ensure the role of the satellite. Together, we can adjust the standard to the satellite. So let's do that together.
Brilliant. I'm going to jump very quickly to Nicola just to build on that point. Nicola, Jose Luis has just said that he's inviting massive participation. We know satellite participation is not massive. What difference is that going to make? What is the implications of limited participation? Because it's right to say that the satellite sector participation right now is limited, even though what you're doing is pretty impactful.
I think in 3GPP, you know, every camp is defending its own interest, and obviously, you know, for instance, when there is a feature that needs to be supported at system level, then it will be a battle between what's going to be the impact on the terminal, what's going to be the impact on the network side, and you know, it's like and consensus is being built. You know, as a compromise between so to have like acceptable complexity on both camps. The same applies for the NTN feature. We have to make sure that first the decision made by 3GPP are relevant, and for instance, we are currently discussing about the radio frequency specification of the satellite access node, as well as the user equipment. And we have to make sure that the performance that are being specified are relevant, feasible, and not costly so that we can we have a viable system, NTN system. So this is what it is about. And we are in this discussion, and we have seen quite an increase in participation in that particular discussion, because we have managed to mobilize a number of people. But of course, we really need to be very careful and have enough critical mass to make sure that our interests are being respected. Thank you.
Fantastic. Okay, so I hope that companies watching this will take this as a call to action. Thanks for that. Hein, let me come back to you. Tell us a bit more about the edge computing and how edge computing can boost satellite backhaul deployments. You're on mute, Hein.
Of course, it would happen. So, of course, it's important to understand that one of the challenges is the connectivity. Lots of areas are not covered by any type of connectivity. There's certain areas in the map where there's no coverage of any kind, whether it's LTE, 5G, even older technology. So what we're saying is, right, using satellite backhaul, you can create little islands of connectivity by putting down an edge node, using a backhaul, having a central control plane. So firstly, you can extend the connectivity from the terrestrial operators by using satellite backhaul, and that's using the existing type of architecture. And it's important to note here that you could do that even using LTE and 4G. This doesn't have to be 5G right out of a box, because there's certain areas where there's no adoption of 5G, or there's certain regulation challenges, and we understand that's a completely separate problem that's being solved. But it is also the potential that satellite can be the gateway to get people onto 5G. So the idea being is that you're rolling out old technologies, and you can start going into what we call non-standalone, where you run a hybrid 5G and LTE architecture, and then you can go into 5G. So it's a nice progression to be able, and this is just talking about the connectivity. The satellite backhaul provides the connectivity. Now, what makes this enticing is that the edge computing provides that extra value-add services. So again, let's use a scenario of a very remote site where you have a customer that has, let's say you've got somebody that's sitting in a remote village and maybe a mine somewhere in Africa, and you want to start providing specific services to them, so like content delivery networks, like community networks. We're sitting in the middle of a pandemic, so you might want to give them health advice and health warnings. This is a methodology that you can use a satellite backhaul to provide those services. You can maybe give them some, specific services around communication on site. You can provide them the 5G telephone connectivity so that they can be in contact with the rest of the world. And this is just using the existing architecture. Now, eventually, and I know this is something that Nicholas would potentially be talking about or be interested in, we can even start using the compute side of edge computing into the satellite itself, which means that instead of sitting just with having to have hardware sitting on site in the middle of a village somewhere, you can actually have everything being provided from your satellite and have low latency and have the ability to provide all these services to people. So basically cutting something out of a loop and still providing all those specific services.
Fantastic. Okay, I love the way that you relate it to like real life, real services that can make a difference. We often have the impression that all of this talk about 5G, 6G, whatever, is some kind of digital buzz that we're all on, but it has not so much bearing on reality. But it's good to hear you bring it back down to earth for us. Thanks for that.
I just want to make one comment on that, specifically to that point, and that is the fact is that sometimes we're in technology, we're thinking that we have all these cool technologies, but what is that technology for? It's to solve challenges being held on the ground by people that are having real challenges. So if we can use these technologies to solve those challenges, at the end of the day, that's what we're providing.
Totally. I am so with you. I mean, the benefit of technology advancement has got to be in its ability to lift up society as a whole and make a difference, rather than just, fill the coffers of a few companies or lift share prices and so on. Agree. Thank you. Rodrigo, I'm coming back to you. Can you tell us something about your company's current 5G deployment and how you intend to make 5G services widely available also in more isolated areas? You're working with Hispasat on CAVs. Do you also see your company working with satellite to extend 5G services? I know you already use satellite backhaul like in Latin America and so on, but what about 5G services?
Yeah, so from our perspective, we don't really deploy 5G services. We leverage 5G and satellites to provide services to end users. And in our case, the end users are vehicles, fleets of vehicles. So we do have 5G deployments, local 5G deployments at our labs, which we use for development and testing purposes. But otherwise, we are not directly involved in deploying 5G. But 5G give us excellent services. So we like to use 5G. We would like to have it more broadly deployed. And we know that unfortunately 5G and 4G is not available everywhere. So if you look at the UK, the latest reports from Ofcom indicate that in aggregate from all mobile operators, there is still 80% of geographic areas that don't have mobile coverage or data services are either not available or of not good quality. But the use cases that we target, they need 100% coverage. So these are vehicles going through all sorts of routes. So if we're talking about a healthcare service, it has to go to the most remote locations, and it has to enjoy a consistent quality of service. So that's what we are trying to build. We are trying to reconcile satellite connectivity with 5G connectivity to be able to provide these great services 100% of the time. We already touched on the topic, and Nicholas mentioned about the 3GPP work on 5G new radio over satellites. This is an area that is of extreme interest for us because, of course, instead of having a more complex solution to be able to handle both terrestrial and non-terrestrial, we could simplify the solution. We could leverage a single control plane, either a satellite side or a mobile network operator side, to control the policy over both access networks. But we also understand that although the standards are being produced now, this is not an easy puzzle. The pieces are not going to come together all of a sudden. There are important aspects above and beyond standardization. There are important aspects related to business cases, corporate strategy, how MNOs partner with satellite operators, and then the broad availability of network equipment and user devices, antennas, very important aspects in that world. And this will take a little while to be sorted. But we are watching and waiting eagerly. I think our use cases are ones that benefit the most from that sort of convergence.
Excellent, thank you. We're going to come back to those issues shortly. I know we're running out of time, but Nicola, I want to bring you back in. I hope you're still there. If you can switch on your camera, perfect. So, Nicola, the use of 3GPP standards for satellites sounds like a great opportunity to achieve integration and economies of scale. But when will we see this actually being deployed in equipment? Rodrigo was just saying that, you know, they appreciate 5G technology. They're waiting for all of the developments to become a reality so they can use them more to deploy new services. So when are we going to see the NTN features translate into reality?
Okay. First of all, I will start with the backhaul. If we want to connect a 5G system via satellite backhaul, it will not work because the 5G system has not been designed to accommodate a long latency. So you need to have specific features being implemented on the core network, and in order to have timers adapted, network protocol timers adapted to the long latency. So 5G backhaul cannot work as is over satellite. You need to have this feature, and they are defined as part of the release 17, which will be completed in March, but adapted for static bandwidth and static, latency. In the release 18, we're going to consider backhaul over a satellite transport network that can feature variable bandwidth and variable latency. So new features and so on. But still, it's not going to be no connection between the satellite transport network and the 5G system. So no coupling, so no way for the satellite transport network to know what's going to be the traffic and to adapt its radio resources to the traffic which is generated via the backhaul. So this is one limitation. And the next step will be to have a coupling, but that's really possible within the 3GPP. And for this first feature that I was talking, that could be very, very fastly implemented because it's only in the core network. Now, the second, on the access itself, already you have plans to deploy some satellite IoT services by different satellite operators. And we can expect that about 2 years after the release is completed, you will have the first products, terminals and transmission products and core network implementing the feature. And for the NR-based, new radio-based satellite access technology, the same is you are going to have like, 2 or 3 years after the release is completed, you will have the product, and the satellite access has to be deployed. Maybe it's going to take longer because you need a larger constellation, but this is in the order of time what we would expect. What is interesting is that all the 3GPP ecosystem has been very supportive of the standard definition from network vendor, chipset vendor, terminal vendor, because they see a real value of satellite being integrated in the 3GPP ecosystem to provide the coverage. And the same now is starting with the satellite ecosystem, see the value of 3GPP standard being adopted in the satellite ecosystem, because it's going to be a way to first create a worldwide market for terminals, and thanks to the economy of scale to drive the cost down. Because we all know that today the SATCOM market is completely fragmented. It's fragmented in different systems, each having its own ecosystem, each having its specific terminal vendor, chipset vendor, and so on, which cannot create the economy of scale which is needed to drive the cost down. And last, I would say, and last, I think, well, it's not I think, it is a fact that the SATCOM users are calling for interoperability between their terminal and the different network. So they are calling for standards, and they are all supportive of that. And big signature we had in 3GPP plenary when all these vertical players representing the maritime industry, the broadcast, media and entertainment industry, utilities, public safety, transport, they are all calling for the rollout of the NTN standard in the future satellite networks. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, we are going to go to our last round of questions because I think we have just under 15 minutes left. So Frederico, if I can come back to you again. The EC has included an objective in its path to the digital decade of 1 gigabit per second download and upload speeds for all. Now, that is going to require a massive capex investment, mostly into fiber, which is just not realistic for the European Union as a whole. Now, you know that satellite is playing an important role, but these kind of binary targets exclude satellite. In your view, how should member states react to this or deal with this? Because it's not really passing a positive message to member states or incentivizing them to leverage satellite systems like we're hearing from Hein and from Rodrigo in this panel. You're on mute, Federico.
Difficult question, because when you put yourself on the shoes of a regulator, you have to set standards that are challenging, demanding, exciting also for the broad public. So you have to put something that does compare with the speeds available elsewhere in the world. And let's not forget the industry in a broad sense competes with the US, China, Korea. So we have to be aggressive. Now, I think the satellite, most of these numbers came out from looking or thinking only about the network operators. And few people think of satellite in terms of providing aggressive good speeds. And I think it's the job of the satellite industry to remind people that they have the big asset of area coverage, very respectful area speeds of 100 to 100 megabits per second. And 5G could be also the opportunity to remind them that reliability is a big thing, is a big criteria for performance. And satellite is going to be ideally suited to provide this. For this, we have to remind people this is available with ease of use, with affordable terminals, and reliable way. So maybe also a bit more of granularity when putting standards and goals for different areas and different type of population would achieve what your intention was to give.
Yes, I couldn't agree with you more. I think we have too much of a one-size-fits-all approach in policymaking. It was a point that I made at the annual 5G conference yesterday to the Commission, and the response I got is if we put lower targets like 30 megabit per second or 100 megabit per second for rural areas, there's a risk that they may never evolve. And my response was, well, they have nothing. They have absolutely nothing, and they've had nothing since years. If you put even higher targets when you're not even giving them basic broadband, then, I mean, you're not going to move the needle at all. So I agree with your suggestion of having more granular targets that can cope with different requirements across European countries. Thank you. José Luis, let me come back to you. Do you see yourself as Hispasat operating satellites using the 3GPP standard in the future?
Yes, of course. Sorry?
Easy question.
Easy question, yeah, of course. Of course, it's our dream. It's just to have a full 5G satellite in orbit operating. But before to achieve that target, we have to walk a long path. First of all, we have to run some technical studies to show the performance of the possible the performance of the 5G new radio in the satellite. Also, we have to wait to the consolidation of the 5G, and also to wait to have the satellite technology ready to use. But you know, we have to be brave and take the wave of the change, because at the end it's an opportunity for the satellite industry. And there are several rationales behind. The more clear is ones that Nicolas already has commented, is that we can use the same terrestrial technology that implies scale benefits and multi-vendor approach. But not only that, 5G brings new business opportunities with new use cases, thanks to the combination of the 5G performance, the benefits of 5G, that is a high efficiency virtualization of the network, together with the benefits of the satellite, that is mobility, global coverage, IoT. So 5G at the end is the opportunity for the satellite to be part of this new agile development work based on software. So in summary, we are very open to operate a 3GPP network, and we are working on that to be ready.
It's a pretty big step for satellite operators to take. So congratulations. I hope that goes well. Hein, I want to come back to you finally again for last comments. So Nearby works on local deployments. What can we do, in your view, to ensure that a technology like yours and satellites start to unlock 5G in remote areas together? What can we do to stimulate more of this?
So I think there's three main things that we need to look at. The first one is specifically around spectrum, because the fact is that when we're talking about lots of different countries having different rules around spectrum, it becomes challenging because different places have different rules around what spectrum is allowed. And especially when you start looking at your South America and your Africa environments, you get bureaucracy playing a role where a certain spectrum is not available. And that's why I was mentioning earlier that we need to look at it from an LTE gateway to 5G perspective, so you can actually get that, that gradual change to go to 5G. That's number one. But it's also important that the satellite operators and the terrestrial operators need to work together, because there are two main ways. We find that enterprises are starting to get some frequency and being able to actually provide services. Here in Europe, it's obviously in Spain at least, it's easy. There's a specific allocation of frequency for enterprises to be able to provide some 5G services. But in other places, the operators need to be able to work with a satellite so that they can give some spectrum so that you can actually provide those 5G services. So that's the one category that we need to look at. The other category is education, because I think that people don't understand that you have the ability to provide these services through satellite. And I mean, when you actually think about it, using satellite as a backhaul, providing all these services, it sounds very, very obvious. But you need to be able to educate both the consumers as well as the operators, as well as the satellite providers, that this is a viable option to look at. And thirdly, it's not really a satellite problem. It's specifically more on the radio side. And I know that some of the others were kind of mentioning it. I think that we need to look a little bit around, I mean, nearby uses containerized the cloud native technology to optimize the solution and to run as much as possible on normal hardware that you can run, like edge nodes. So it doesn't have to be a proprietary server. But we do need to have some more radios being able to use that capability, because we find that the radio side of things when it comes to RAN is definitely behind. And when you start looking at technologies like Open RAN and FlexRAN, it's not quite as prevalent as we would like it to be. And that is going to be the gateway to opening it up for rural areas.
Brilliant, thank you. And because you've talked about a couple of the technical aspects, I just want to bring in Nicolas Schubert quickly on that before I go back to Rodrigo. Nicolas, can you come in just short?
Yes, I indeed, Hein is talking about putting, edge on board the satellite. And I wanted to announce that the release 19 is already being started to concept being defined, and we are considering to promote regenerative payload, and we would be very interested in including people like nearby company to define what kind of architecture should be embarked on board the satellite. So it's very timely to contribute to this discussion, which are going to start next month. Thank you.
Wow, you just said release 19. I wondered whether you were making a mistake and you meant release 18, but no, I think you actually meant release 19. Okay, so Rodrigo, let me come back to you in our last few minutes. So let's talk about one of your competitors in the UK, BT. They integrated satellite across around 1,000 sites in the UK. And they did this because they had to deliver on the UK's 95% coverage requirement for the emergency services network. But in fact, they saw that the uptime of their networks increased significantly as a result of integrating satellite backhaul. And they said that having a space component in their network also helped them decouple failures in the terrestrial network much more easily. So if this is BT's experience, why are other MNOs not looking at them and learning from their experience and using satellite in the same way? Why is there so much resistance to it?
I think it's a fair question. I'm not speaking for Telefonica UK or Virgin Media too. I really speak for Darwin. And for Darwin, using terrestrial coverage is an advantage from a cost perspective. So our cost base is cheaper on the terrestrial network than if you look at capacity, gigabyte to use it. it's still cheaper to use the gigabytes on the terrestrial network and not in the satellites. So our interest is really that the terrestrial network is more available. But then my point of view is that if EE and BT have demonstrated that using satellites as a complement for the network infrastructure, specifically using satellite technologies as backhaul, in the future as fronthaul, I think competition will pick up quite quickly. In the UK, you might know, or maybe not, there is a rural shared network agreement where the 4 main mobile operators came together and agreed on network coverage. And what they agreed is 90% of landmass coverage individually and 95% collectively. So you see that the agreement is still quite timid. You just mentioned for the emergency services a target of 95% coverage. And the reason for that, having worked in the industry for so many years, I've came across that issue time and time again, is that last 10% geographic coverage is where there's very little traffic density. So users are not generating as many data connections, and it becomes difficult from an economical perspective to close the business case. They are deemed as non-profitable areas, and you have to have some sort of cross-subsidization from more busy areas. But you know, investments works 2 ways. One way is related to the costs to serve, and the other one is protecting your use base, the number of users you have. So if competition starts to play with different tools and is able to provide the service that's more attractive because it gets further into the rural coverage, then that triggers investment from competitors. The other very important point to note is that we start to see the constellations coming live, the low orbit constellations. To start with, they started with fixed services, but the next step is really into mobility. They will be looking to launch their mobility proposition. They're still more expensive than land-based, terrestrial-based mobility, but for specific users that need that coverage, it will start to become a very compelling alternative. So the mobile network, all of a sudden, will realize that in addition to the competition that they have between themselves, and at the end of the day, if you look at the UK, it's a limited competition, it's just 4 players, but they will also have competition from very aggressive low orbit satellite constellations. And I think satellites is really both acting in both ways. On one side, it's generate that competitive pressure. On the other side, it's offering the tools to facilitate the terrestrial players to expand their geographic coverage.
Thank you, Rodrigo. This was great to hear your experience. Now, we are almost out of time. This was a session organized by Hispasat. With that, I want to come back to José Luis for the last word. José, tell us in 1 minute, if we fast forward 5-10 years from now, what is satellite doing in 5G? Is it providing direct access to handsets? Are there automated vehicles that are depending on it? Where do you see us being in 5 to 10 years time?
Well, I think that's my opinion, and I think it's something that we are pushing. It's just satellite will be the complement to the terrestrial network to provide this coverage in remote areas, in mobility environments. also in emergency scenarios. You know, direct access to the normal handset would be great, but okay, we have to be realistic, and you know, it's very difficult to close the link between the satellite and the handset. But at the end, something that we are completely sure is that the technology inside, I mean the modem, the chips, etc., should be the same. So at the end, the satellite will be integrated in the network and will be the complement of the terrestrial network to ensure the 100% of the territory coverage.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, well, I want to congratulate you, Jose Luis Hispasat. You have really, you know, you're one of the operators which is striving forward as a satellite provider, which is positioning satellite really at the heart of the 5G ecosystem, working also with terrestrial operators, other technology providers. Look forward to seeing what new use cases you will talk to us maybe in a year's time. And with that, I want to thank Federico, I want to thank Hein, Rodrigo, Nicola, and everybody who has been watching this session. Thank you so much. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to talk about satellites and 5G.
Thanks to you, Ante.
Thanks, Arti.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, space experts and entrepreneurs. I work as a lead advisor in the project director of the Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, space experts and entrepreneurs. I work as a lead advisor in the project directorate of the bank, focusing on space strategies. My name is Antonella Calvia-Getz, and before I progress with my presentation, I could kindly ask you to upload our PowerPoint presentation, and I pass the floor to Harald Gruber, who will be our moderator. Please, Harald, the floor is yours.
Yes, hello. Thank you for giving this opportunity to present this interesting panel. In my view, it's a very interesting panel because I mean it's a good title in the sense bringing space to Earth and the European challenging in developing advanced space service. Next slide, please. This session is animated by a set of interesting speakers from the different European institutions. So if, let's start with, please, next slide. Yes, okay. So apart from myself, I'm heading the digital infrastructure division in the projects directorate. We have, as in this panel, to start with the presentation, Antonella Calvia-Getz. She will be giving some pointers on acting to address financial challenges. Then we have Justina Redelkiewicz from USPA, who will give us present us new interesting data on the latest studies and also provide you more information about the activities. Then there will be Dražen Budimir, who will present to you what is in there in the new space for the space community in the new budget from the Commission. This will be followed by Paulos Roidis, who will provide you with an overview of the financial instruments of the European Investment Bank. And last but not least, Fabrizio Borghera will give you a little bit a more detailed description of one of the instruments, which is particularly interesting, perhaps for this sector. So, without further ado, I would like to pass on the word to Antonella.
Thank you, Harald, for this kind introduction. Please, next slide. Thank you. So it is my pleasure to open this finance workshop dedicated to the EIB funding tools with aim to bring space to Earth and address European challenges of developing advanced space services from a financial perspective. This successful conference has highlighted that downstream space technologies and services are increasingly defining our life on Earth. They determine the reliability of our digital infrastructure in terms of integrity, authentication, accuracy, and security. Space and Earth observation services are key leverages of the European sustainability strategies as they enable emission monitoring, intelligent routing, environmental management, and real-life Earth and ocean observation to address climate changes. The next decade will see an increased importance of downstream satellite services in mobility, thanks to the new business models for traffic optimization, transport infrastructure, and traffic management system in the automobile, aviation, and navigation sectors. And we heard brilliant interventions in the conference. However, it is probably in the so-called smart city solutions where we shall see the most disruptive applications of downstream services using intelligent logistics, virtual reality, and connectivity. These services will enable companies to develop new customized products also in the financial and insurance sectors. This conference has shown us that space technologies are enabling and accelerating the green and digital transformations as never before. Europe is acting together. Next slide, please. To be ready to the new challenges that the growth of commercialization of space applications will bring. Challenges exist notably on the funding side to support this highly innovative ecosystem at the frontier of technological development. We teamed up all European institutions to share a common vision of the European strategic importance of space. The era of new space is speeding up. Even in this conference, new and established companies operating in this sector have shown that Europe has a class of pioneering entrepreneurs that can help enhance European resilience and well-being, security and growth, deploying space technologies. Together with EUSPA, we join forces to identify the companies most active in the new space domain and measure their financial needs and funding gaps. Technical experts at EUSPA are following up technological developments by validating prototypes, setting standards, and recommending regulations. Our bank expert can provide due diligence to new innovations by assessing companies' business case from the initial idea to the expansion process. In this conference, Cassini has been announced to show European commitment to support innovation in the space ecosystem. We cannot afford delays to maintain technological leadership, as our Vice President indicated in the opening speech of this conference. This means that we must continually test if our financial tools are fit for the ambitious goals of making Europe the best hub for European entrepreneurship and calibrate them accordingly. Next slide, please. The EIB will be, together with all other European institutions, ready to support industry by unlocking financial resources. It is evident that a new global space competition will require to mobilize significant funds. As the European Investment Bank, with the support of all European institutions, we must be ready to support the massive investment opportunities by sharing risks, blending finance, and working with the market players in their innovation path. For example, in the transport sector, let me give some glimpse of the investment at stake. Next slide, please. The order of magnitude of the investment required in the space domain could be quantified in many billions. With EUSPA, a set of studies that were launched throughout today, ability to measure the market, this investment has been quantified. We are very grateful to the market intelligence role played by EUSPA in following up this development, and we are at the bank are also at the forefront of technological development thanks to our experts. New trends are developing very fast. For example, new artificial intelligence solutions with the EGNSS and Copernicus for fishery services could be applied to over 100,000 vessels in Europe for investment concerning sustainable management of fisheries, location of species, and fuel consumption reduction. We can expect that investment in the blue space-related sector could be over many billions. The market for unmanned aerial traffic management and infrastructure is huge. The market size alone of drone services will reach 10 billion by 2035 in relation to drone traffic management software, air taxis, and air delivery solutions. The digitalization of rail transport will see increased use of space services for maintenance, surveillance, and management. The market size of over 710,000 wagons in Europe will generate significant demand for investment in new solutions for logistics and freight management and passenger information systems. But the sector which will experience probably the most profound transformation of the business models will be the automobile sector, where Europe has a high stake. Cooperative and autonomous driving system open opportunities estimated in 25 billion in autonomous navigation by 2022, so today, for solutions related to self-driving cars, 3D mapping, 5G connectivities. Briefly, space will be literally driving our life on Earth, in our roads, seas, and skies. we must be ready with all financial tools to remain in control of these space challenges. The bank can support the funding of this investment based on bankability of project, also depending on risk profile. We are and remain a bank at the service of Europe. My colleagues will illustrate which IB financial products are available for space. But before, I will pass the floor to Justina, who will give us an outlook of market developments in the next decade. Thank you for listening. Stay with us.
Thank you very much, Antonella. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Justina Radełkiewicz, as Harald presented at the beginning, and I'm representing EUSPA, the EU Agency for Space Program. At EUSPA, we are responsible, among many tasks, for the so-called market development, which means the relationships with market users and industry, and a big part of our activity is also constantly researching and monitoring the market, understanding what are the application areas where space data and products and services could be used. And I'm very pleased to say that today I will present you a sneak preview or a very short digest of our market report that is already available on our website. It was launched yesterday at this conference by our director. So as Antonella anticipated, indeed, space is in our daily life and is an enabler of many different applications and sectors. I would like to show you on the slide here the overall size of the market. As you can see here, that we have more than 6 billion devices of positioning and navigation available and in use globally today. Soon, the number of devices will overcome the number of global population, the number of people in the world. So it means that every citizen, not only in Europe, but in the world, has in fact a space receiver in the pocket. You can see here on the chart that the majority of devices are actually from the consumer solutions area. So these are mostly the smartphones, the wearables that all of us is using, and that has direct access to satellite services. The second largest segment in terms of devices, again, is automotive. It's road and automotive. And here also there is an increased use of European systems, Galileo and EGNOS. And then on the top, we have the other segments that are not so big in terms of numbers of shipments of devices, of hardware, but are of strategic importance for Europe. Next slide, please. Can we have the next slide? Thank you. So here we can see the other segments. As I said, not such large numbers in terms of shipments, but very important from strategic point of view. So here we have the transport segments such as maritime, rail, aviation, and all of them cannot actually function without the navigation and positioning services. Then we have very important precision agriculture, that is helping us to provide the food, to satisfy the food needs, the global food needs. And then we have the environmental segments that are very important for sustainability. Next slide, please. When we look at the market from the revenue perspective, the situation looks a little bit different. So the device shipments, they are driven mostly by the growth of the population. So you can see here that soon there will be more devices than people, but the device shipments, they constitute much less than half of all the revenues. What will be growing most are the value-added services. And this is where really there is a big business opportunity for many companies across all these different sectors, because the value-added services, they go beyond the hardware and the maps of the typical positioning and navigation applications. Here we have the data revenues coming from location-based services. We have the drone services. We have everything that can be built on top and enabled by the space data. And in terms of revenues, the market is really huge. So today, more than 200 billion that will grow over the next decade to 500 billion. So definitely it's a strategic area for Europe that enables, again, many important verticals. Next slide, please. When we look at the Earth observation market, that is the second important space program of Europe, the overall size of the market in terms of revenue is an order of magnitude smaller than in positioning and navigation. We have today 2.8 billion in revenues, but the growth will be significant. Over the next decade, this 2.8 billion will become more than 5 billion. And it's important to mention that Earth observation will not only be used in all of these strategic sectors that I've already mentioned, speaking about positioning and navigation, so in transport, in precision agriculture, but Earth observation is also key to monitor and enable sustainable growth, because Earth observation is a key enabler for all the environmental monitoring, climate services, enabling access to innovative use of raw materials and clean energy. Next slide, please. And the growth in Earth observation will not be equal for all the segments. So you can see here on the slide that there will be some pioneers, such as the insurance and finance segment, that will more than triple in the next decade and will have almost 1/5 of the overall market. So here the Earth observation data are used to monitor the risk of insurance, for example, to understand the risk of investments, and so on. And on top of the insurance and finance, the other areas that will be particularly growing are all the markets related to environment and sustainability, and urban development that will be a key enabler of smart cities. So that was just a very quick look at the key figures, and I really encourage everyone to download the full report. It's more than 200 pages of charts, figures, and plenty of opportunities for companies and users to understand what can be done in space. Thank you. And with that, I pass the floor to Dražen from European Commission to tell us more about InvestEU program.
Thank you very much, Justina. Very interesting overview of the market developments. My name is Dražen Budimir, and I work as a policy officer on implementation of the InvestEU program at the European Commission. I will give you a brief overview of the InvestEU program and how it can support space policies in cooperation with the European Investment Bank. I will start, could you please move to the next slide, please? I will start with several main characteristics of the program. So InvestEU is a single program, but what does this mean? Well, previously, European Commission implemented a multitude of financial instruments, actually more than 14 different financial instruments. And these were done under different programs with different rules attached to them. Now we have one single regulation with all the rules in one place, and this will significantly simplify the implementation of the program, both on the side of the Commission, but also for our implementing partners in market. Then we have a direct access to the EU guarantee, which is open to multiple implementing partners. This means that the support from the EU level will be implemented in indirect management. And in addition to the European Investment Bank Group, which is our main partner in the implementation, we will also have a number of other local financial institutions. The next focus is on a policy-driven approach, because the policy focus will be very crucial in the implementation, with our 4 thematic policy windows that focus on different policy priorities of the Union. And the last one that I would mention, the budgetary guarantee, which represents a much more efficient use of the EU budget to support the EU policy objectives, as we will no longer have fully funded instruments, but we are supported by the EU budgetary guarantee. Next slide, please. So the InvestEU is an instrument designed to support all policy objectives of the Union through investments and crowding in of private finance. The EU budgetary guarantee it totals more than 26 billion euros, and it's split in 4 policy windows, which you can see here on the slide. So sustainable infrastructure, research, innovation, and digitization, SMEs, and social investment and skills. I would like to highlight here that strategic investments, which includes space investments and space policies, are incorporated and eligible under all 4 investment windows. So we will try to support them in the widest possible way. 75% of the total budgetary guarantee will be granted to the EIB group for implementation. And the overall aim of the InvestEU program is to mobilize more than 370 billion euros in additional investments across Europe. And 30% of this we plan to focus on contributing to EU climate objectives, which are one of the Commission's priorities. Next slide, please. So how will InvestEU focus on space policies? We will specifically support space policies under 3 products, which we have currently agreed with European Investment Bank. I will highlight the policy focus of these products, while EIB colleagues will explain further their financial characteristics. So under the sustainable infrastructure, we will support development of in-orbit and ground space infrastructure, and we will generally support the objectives of the Union Space Program and Space Strategy for Europe. Under the research, innovation, and digitization, there will be a very wide policy focus on space technologies, products, applications, or services that support manufacturing of components, launch systems, use of space data upstream and downstream, or adaptation and application of space technologies to non-space sectors. And under the 3rd product, which is called Green Transition thematic product, we have a very important focus on green policies and greening the market, the industry. As I mentioned, we have this 30% contribution to climate objectives that we need to meet. So with this particular product, we are focusing on higher risk areas to foster greening and transition to sustainable development of multiple sectors, including space sector. So with respect to production of launchers, spacecrafts, infrastructure, and other areas of intervention. So all these 3 products have different eligibility criteria, which has been developed depending on each product. And these consist out of either specific policy focus or activities that we would support, or, for example, minimum or maximum amounts of financing that will be attached to these products. And also there could be some focus on the types of companies or recipients that we would support. And with this overview, I would conclude the policy look at the InvestEU in cooperation with EIB, and I turned to my colleague Pavlos to give you further details on these products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Drazen. Could you please kindly move to the next slide? So in the meantime, my name is Pavlos Roidis. I work in the European Investment Bank, and I'm responsible for the development and the implementation of the InvestEU. Drazen gave a very good overview of the InvestEU mandate, of the InvestEU product, but I assume most of you are wondering how these policies can be put in practice and they can be translated into real projects and real actions from your side. So in the EIB, over the last years, we tried to bring InvestEU as closer as possible to our existing products in order to be able to implement it in the most efficient way. So at the end, we managed to embed InvestEU in all the existing products that we can offer to the market, which if we want to categorize them, they can be in 4 main categories: debt products, equity products, guarantees, or thematic. The products that, the policy areas that are related to space, they mainly fall under the debt part of the EIB products. It is for the EIB to assess whether your potential project is eligible or not, or whether there is any other category that it could fit better under the InvestEU. So as a general message, please submit your proposal as long as it seems to be in line with the priorities of the InvestEU, and then the colleagues in the EIB, they will consult and they will advise you in which window it fits better. Very briefly, the debt window, it's supposed to contain operations which are relatively bankable operations. So there is a certain risk in these operations, but not extreme risk. So in terms of these categories, I would say that it would contain the less risky operations. Then the equity operations, of course, they focus, they contain more risk. So we talk about more risky operations. And finally, the thematics is a specific window with a very small firepower for the moment. We have a very limited amount under the thematics, and it is supposed to focus mainly on the greening of different sectors, given the very strong focus of climate under the InvestEU. And the last category, the guarantees, is mainly done by the EIF, but of course the EIB is also active and they can provide guarantees. Although InvestEU is still in the making, so the final agreement on the InvestEU has not been signed yet, in order to avoid having any gap in the market, the EIB already since last April, so almost 1 year ago, we approved an internal funding line, the so-called warehousing line. So practically this allows us to assess and approve, sign, and finance projects on the basis of the InvestEU and in line with the requirements of the InvestEU. So although we don't have a signature yet under the InvestEU, we are accepting applications, we're assessing projects as if InvestEU was in place. Of course, once InvestEU will be signed, which is expected within the next month, I would say, all these operations, they will be automatically transferred under the InvestEU portfolio. And the benefits, of course, for the project promoters is that they can achieve better financing terms. And in general, the EIB is able to finance projects with the support of the InvestEU that otherwise we would not be able to finance. Next slide, please. This slide provides a summary of the products that existed in the previous multi-financial framework. On the left side, these are 13 boxes, if I'm not mistaken. And as Drazen mentioned also previously, the intention is to put them all together under one mandate, the so-called InvestEU. So as you understand, the intention is to simplify the procedures, to have one-stop shop approach, if I can say, which we expect also to facilitate your work and in general the requirements that we will put under all these projects. Next slide, please. So I briefly mentioned before that we expect to get the signature soon. When it comes to the work that has been done so far, early this year, the InvestEU regulation, which defines the framework of the InvestEU, has been signed and entered into force. The investment guidelines, which go a bit into more detail and specify the specific investments which are eligible has been put into force since June of 2021. In the meantime, during the summer, the InvestEU governance was set up. So the investment committee and the team who is going to assess the project is already in place and is ready to start assessing projects. And the last remaining step is the one that it appears in red, is the signature of the guarantee agreement between the EIB and the Commission. This has been agreed and approved internally by the EIB, and we expect within the next month to be signed also and to move to the implementation phase, which implementation phase, as I mentioned before, it has been already started with the so-called warehousing envelope. Finally, I just want to highlight that the EIB is the main player under the InvestEU. The EIB group, it will utilize approximately exactly 75% of the InvestEU, but also it's important to mention that it's the first implementing partner in terms of timing. So EIB is negotiating now with the Commission, is finalizing, and only after that there will be additional implementing partners agreeing with the Commission. So if you really have a project proposal ready, I think the fastest way to go forward under the InvestEU would be, of course, to consult with the EIB. And I will give the floor now to my colleague Fabrizio, who is going to provide specific examples of projects. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Pavlos. I'm Fabrizio Morgera. I'm a senior investment officer in EIB. I work for MPST department, Equity New Product Special Transaction. If we can go to the next slide. So my division works for the venture debt. Venture debt is a sort of, under the classification of my colleague Drazen, we fall under the R&D windows, research and development and innovation. And if you look at the matrix provided by Pavlos, we fall under with the venture debt under the equity window. So this is a product with the equity mindset, but provided as a loan, because the EIB by statute cannot provide pure equity. So we structured this product already under the FC, the previous mandate before the InvestEU. It worked very well, so we wanted to go ahead with this product. It's called venture debt, but as you see in these slides, we provide the venture debt only after the Series B, Series C, which means that we provide this venture debt to companies which have raised already, let's say 7.5-10 million, because our minimum ticket is 7.5 million. And it's a quasi equity, is more than a venture debt, because it's a quasi equity because we provide a 5 years bullet. So we give you money today, we ask back at maturity of 5 years without any installment in the middle. And sometimes we can also put deferred interest. So also the interest, which is part of the remuneration, could be paid in deferred mode. And the expected IRR, this is a market standard product. So our expected IRR, it's market standard, so it's around 15%. It's quite, it's not cheap, let's say, but we don't ask for 15% interest, because on top, if we can go to the next slide, the remuneration is a mix. Can we go to the next slide, please? The remuneration is a mix of warrants and interest. Sometimes we can ask also for zero interest and all warrants. The warrants will dilute slightly the shareholders, the current shareholders before our lending, but at the end it's not a dilutive instrument, because you can imagine with the same amount a venture capital would dilute the shareholders. We will have a great part of the investment as a lending. So the warrants will dilute usually for a percentage not higher than 10%. This constitutes the let's say the upside for us in order to get the expected IRR of 15%. So again, sometimes we ask for 0 interest and X% of the company. Other times, if the client requests, we ask for the something like 10% interest and very 0.X% of the in warrants. Well, so as I said, the loan is provided to late stage company. So the equity raise of 10 million, not less than 10 million. In terms of product development, in terms of TRL, we finance TRL 9. Sometimes we finance, in some cases, we finance TRL 8, but in specific sectors, like for example, space, because as you know, unfortunately the VC sector is not well developed yet in Europe, and so we try to help space companies also with the venture debt. We want to have a VC among the shareholders because the VC will grant AIB to have a good governance. However, we need to have the customary governance for any VC or private equity, which means we want to have exit rights, veto rights at board level, etc. Not because we want to have, because we don't want to be part of the governance. But for us, it's the only way to maximize the valuation of our warrants. So we try to avoid to invest in privately owned companies. As of today, we have invested, as you see in this slide, in this graph, 45% of our commitment over the last 5 years in biotech life science, the other half basically in the digital innovation and manufacturing, innovative manufacturing. If we can go to the next slide, please. This last slide is just a sum up of what we have done. Just to sum up, we deployed almost 3 billion euro over the last 5 years. Last year, we have worked on the EGF, European Guarantee Fund. So we should add to these figures additional 300-400 million. We have a portfolio composed by 140 startups, and of course, the most important purpose is to create jobs in Europe. So we don't mind where are based the revenues of our startups. It's important that we finance R&D costs, so new jobs in Europe. In the space sector, as of today, out of 140, well, we started just 2 years ago to finance the space sector. We financed 3 companies, Spire, D-Orbit, and Durosat. But now we have several companies in our pipeline, so we should increase our firepower over the next few years. And this is it. So I would leave the floor to Harald again in order to go for the Q&A session. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much for all the presenters. Very interesting things. We have some 10 minutes to go. I'm waiting a little bit for the questions from the audience to come in. In the meantime, I would like to address a few questions, perhaps to the speakers. I mean, for Justina, I mean, the downstream market. You have done this ambitious study on the downstream market, and you have seen a little bit of the slides. I mean, is this? I mean, this is not really growing in a sort of a uniform fashion, the market. And I mean, in this context, how is Europe doing in terms of market growth and potential?
Thank you very much, Harald, for this question. So I think that there is not the same answer depending on how you look at the market. So if you look at the market from the perspective of device shipments, then the growth will be generated mostly in Asia Pacific. And the reason for that is that, as I mentioned, the main platform to access positioning and navigation signals today is smartphones and wearables. And the penetration of GNSS in those devices in Europe is already pretty high. So we are reaching maturity, and the growth will not be so high in the coming years. While in Asia Pacific is the opposite. The current penetration is lower, and also the growth of the population will be higher. So this is where we will be observing the highest growth. However, in terms of revenues, the growth is more or less not equal, but similar in the leading three regions, so North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific. And I think that there are many opportunities for Europe, and there are some sectors where Europe is stronger. There are some sectors when US or China are leading. So for details, I encourage you to look at the report.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this reply. Now, there is now questions coming in. I think they're mostly addressed to Fabrizio, for those who look for money, obviously. So, I mean, there is one thing is perhaps you could elaborate a little bit on your statement when you say that the bank does not want to invest so much venture debt in privately owned companies. I think perhaps it's a little bit of explaining what is meant with private companies, because there's a reference to Spire, which some in the audience perceive as a privately owned company. Maybe that's a question of terminology. And then if you could a little bit elaborate also on the warrants of how this mechanism perhaps works.
Okay, first of all, Spire currently is not privately owned, it's listed. And however, when we invested in Spire, Spire was already backed by several VCs. And in fact, was based in Luxembourg. It had several investment also from Lux-based VCs. So privately owned means that it's owned by, let's say, private owners who are not professional investors or professional institutions. Why? Because the private owner has a, let's say, never-ending exit. So he doesn't have, or she doesn't have to give back the money to her or his own investors. And so there is no maturity. So if you have a fund, usually the fund has a life of 10 years, 11 years. At the end of the life, they need to sell the participation. And so in order to do it, any fund will ask for a exit right. So for example, after 4 years, 5 years, the fund could give the mandate, even if it has a minority stake, to a broker, to an advisor, to try to sell the company. So we try to be aligned to the VC interests, because since we have a 5 years bullet, we have a maturity of 5 years plus 2 years of availability period. So basically, after 7 years, even if we are EIB, the Bank of European Union, we are patient capital. However, we need to give the money back to the bank and or to the European Commission. So that's why we try to have VC-backed companies. On top of that, there is also another soft feature. The venture-backed companies are usually they have a better knowledge of, are more financial literate. I don't want to get offended anybody, but if a company had already fundraising with the VC investors, is more financially educated, so it's easier for us to place our product. And in any case, the exit and also the management of the company, the follow-up, it's much easier. Of course, this is practical rule, so we try to invest in. We would prefer to invest in VC-backed companies, of course, but anyway, we have invested in privately owned companies. For example, when a startup is already profitable at the beginning because they have, I don't know, they have already a good, usually the SaaS at the beginning are already profitable, but not always, or other kind of business we have invested when they were already profitable, or when the entrepreneur set up a proper governance. Again, for me, the governance means veto rights, typical veto rights at board level. So the minority shareholder has veto on the exceptional items, extraordinary subjects. Also at the shareholders meeting level, and there are exit rights like drag along, tag along, etc. Let's assume that a buyer wants to buy 20% of a company. If a company is owned by a private owner by 100%, minus our dilution, let's say 95% plus 5% of warrants of DAB, and the owner says that he doesn't want to sell anything, we are stuck in the company. If there is a governance on the exit, maybe we can activate a tag along and we can exit with our stake at least. So that's why we prefer to have VC-backed companies. Warrants, okay, our warrants are our upside. So technically, subscription price is nearly zero or 1 cent. So so basically, when the company issue these warrants, because the warrants is you have to see like a share, but it's incorporated in this special instrument which is called warrant, which is basically a equity-like instrument which does not give you any governance right or any dividend rights, for example. And the warranty structure only has upside. So basically, we have one cent subscription, and when we want to convert the warrant into shares, we convert at the nominal value of the shares. So let's assume we have 10 warrants. The value the value of the shares is €1. We pay €10 in order to get 10 shares. And usually the conversion ratio is 1 warrant for 1 share. This is the main standard structure. Of course, this is a tailor-made product. So we need to see on a case by case, which is the conversion ratio, the nominal value of the share, and also the subscription price. In certain countries, we can go for 0. In other countries, we need to put a figure, and we put 1 cent, the minimum. So I don't know if I explained. So I'm available to explain much better the warrants mechanism, but it's quite for someone who is not never met this instrument. I would need at least 30 minutes to explain everything very well. So, but I'm available after this workshop to better explain the warrant mechanism. However, it's a normal warrant. There is nothing special compared to a normal warrant. The only thing I would say, the strike price is not at the market price, but it's fixed at the nominal value of the share. This is the most important, because it has to be always in the money. So we cannot have the risk that the company is out of the money. If the warrant is out of the money, it means that the company has a big issue, which means that he went bankrupt or is in a liquidation situation.
Okay. Thank you for this extensive answer. Now we have still a little bit of time, perhaps for one. There's another question here. It's about perhaps to Pablo. It's the question is about what are the EIB instruments to support early stage companies, if there are any, and what are they?
I would say very, very briefly that with the InvestEU, we can use the guarantee of the InvestEU in order to enhance all our existing products. So there is no differentiation in comparison to what we could do in other sectors. I would encourage to receive any the person who made the question to contact us in order to be able to provide more information and discuss on a specific case. But the label in the future, it will be InvestEU, and everything can be under the umbrella of the InvestEU. I don't know if Fabrizio wants to complement this answer.
No, I would say that you said everything, so I could say so. I'm fine.
Okay, perhaps a last question. Always talking about money to Drazen. Does the Commission have an allocated budget within InvestEU that's dedicated to space?
Thank you for that question. Within the InvestEU overall structure, we don't have a particular budget dedicated to space policies. We need to cover all EU policies and priorities and try to achieve the objectives of all of them at the program level. So what we do have is the market-based approach, which means that based on the exact market demand, and actually whoever of the participants here perhaps contacts EIB and agrees with them a financing line, whoever has the need and manages to structure the deal with our implementing partners, with the EIB group, as mentioned, being the core of our implementation, they would be able to get finance. And with this, we sort of achieve that whatever market need comes in different policy areas, including space, we would be able to meet it based on the actual demand. So especially now at the start of the program, we need to see actually how strong is the real demand and how many projects are really ready to be financed. And once we see this in the future, we might do some calibration of the budgets and see where the biggest needs arise in the future.
Okay, so I think our time is up. So we have anyway had a little bit of a delay. So thank you very much to all the speakers to this very interesting session. I think it will be diffused on the website. And I would like to wish all of you success, and also to the audience that you will have good ideas out of these sessions, and basically you have a focus on how you would like to approach the financial challenges in your activity. Thank you very much.